Thank you, Mr. Michael. Next, we have Mr. Amar Jaffrey, Director General, Center of Information Technology, and former Additional Director, FIA. Sir is kind enough to fly in from Islamabad, especially for this event. Let's welcome him on stage. Thank you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I begin the name of Allah, the most merciful. I'm thankful to Total Communication, Mr. Faisal. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I can.
Uh, my apologies. So we'll have another part from Mr. Michael, and then we'll call Mr. Amar Jaffrey on stage. Thank you.
branches, automating those branches, and really have end-to-end solutions around the physical piece of banking. At the same time, we see a huge driver for change in the IT infrastructure of banks. And that has mainly to do with the agility of how to drive modern business processes towards consumers. And this is where cloud native comes into play. And not so much with regards to deploying stuff in the cloud native really in the sense of creating dedicated microservices, have automated delivery tool chains that allow you in a much more agile fashion react on to market demands, consumer demands, and instead of dealing with big monolithic applications, really be enabled to drive change on a monthly, on a weekly, even on a daily basis. And this is the infrastructure that we have chosen with key customers to develop a next generation solution for payments. And this is what we have been unveiling to the market. This is what we have put into production right now. And we would love to talk to you about that, how we can transition and bridge the gap from today's cash domination into a joint and collaborative environment of cash and next generation payment solution, serving end-to-end your customer, whether it's at the branch, whether it's at the ATM, whether it's at a POS terminal, or in the cloud in an e-commerce scenario. All the way integrating next generation payment methods, currencies, and utilizing the internet and the capabilities of cloud native, including IoT solutions to the fullest. Now, if we look into the demand that we have created here, we need to look at the right set of technology. Agility, I already mentioned, but it's also about the ease of integration and flexibility of such solutions. And this is what cloud native gives to us. It also gives us the scalability. It gives us the on-demand capabilities of right-sizing IT infrastructure, and therefore have really an out-of-the-box integration solution that is very much cost-effective. If we look into this as an architectural picture, what you see is at its core the cloud-native architecture. We build on top of that everything that you need to drive channel integration, to drive the acquiring of business, but also the financial transaction processing, including the issuing processing, the stand-in, the instant real-time processing of financial payments, and the switching and the connectivity into your back office systems. As we have created this really truly in a next generation payments methodology in mind, we have abstracted from traditional paradigms and systems. Traditional paradigms have been built around cards. Well, we still do support your credit card, your debit card, but we do more than that. We allow any authentication method, whether it is still your card or it will be a token, a password, or a biometric where you authenticate yourself as a customer. With that said, we support through APIs any channels, of course the ATM, of course the point of sale, but also any type of digital wallet or e-commerce plugin we are able to support by those APIs. And with that, we are really open and ready to drive any type of payment, and most importantly, do any type of back office integration, integrating new schemes, new networks, new models for business, such as, for instance, buy now, pay later, instant direct debit payments, or a request to pay. All of that driven by one infrastructure that is able to grow together with you and your business. Now, as we are limited on time, I still would like to give you a quick sneak preview about the statements that I just made. So is it really next generation? Is it really fast? Is it really cost effective? Is it really agile? And for that, I would like to give you a quick demo, a quick sneak preview, and I will walk over to one of our machines to show you how I can drive in a next generation world the alteration and the integration of payments for using the example, a bill payment on a self-service machine. Okay, I've moved, as said, over to one of our lovely machines, and I would like to show you with one little example the flexibility of the system. And I use, in this particular case, the deposit capability of a DN series machine to drive bill payments. And in this particular case, just to show you, I've received an invoice, and all the data is here on the invoice. And let me start a transaction on the machine using my card. So I'm tapping my card. I have an on-screen EPP here, and select, in this particular case, bill payment. And if I press the bill payment button, please remember that, or keep in your mind that you see now 3 buttons here. It says bill payment for electricity, bill payment for your phone, but it also allows me to do an individual bill payment by scanning a receipt or an invoice. So let's do this right now, and later on I will show you how I can add another biller, another merchant to this type of infrastructure. So let's continue with this. Of course, I can scan this barcode, and the barcode shows me that I have to pay 20 euros here in order to finalize the transaction and satisfy my merchant here. So I say, yeah, that sounds about good. Due to the fact that I've authenticated myself with the card, I can obviously also take money from my account. But due to the fact that I have here the deposit capabilities in front of me, I can take cash as well. So let's take cash. I have here a note of 50s. I have to pay 20. So let's see what is happening. So the system now is verifying the money, the validity of the note, is also checking how much I have deposited here. And it shows, yeah, that is 150. And I say, go ahead and do the payment. And what the system is now doing is not only taking the 50, but he's also giving me back the 30 euros that I've overpaid. So that is now happening in the machine itself. It's taking out 30 euros from the cassettes. So here we are, the 2 notes. And I have finalized and succeeded with my bill payment. So this is great. But let's now switch over to the payment system in the back. That is where all these things are happening. Okay, now I've moved over from the ATM over here to this big touchscreen. And this touchscreen allows me to open the what we call operation and control manager. That's basically the window into the payment system. And you can see here all the different kinds of dashboard, and it gives me the capability of really managing and administering the entire payment system. Now, without going into too much details on the rest, let me just jump into the one business transaction that we just did. So I go in the section of business here, and in this case, bill payment, and I select bill payment payees. And let's make this a little bit bigger here. So you can see on this side, I have electricity bills, phone bills, and payments with invoice. So these were exactly the 3 items that you saw on the ATM screen earlier. And the content is really driven by this next generation server here. So in this particular case, I would like to create now a new entry. So I press the create button. And in this particular case, I can now select what type of payment do I want to do. Let's assume, for instance, I want to do a tax payment. For this, I have to select an account number. In this case, I know which account from the government authority the tax payment should be sent to. I can put in some additional text around that. I can select the method how to input that data. I can do this manually, or I can choose again using very convenient the barcode. I may allow a partial payment, and I then set all of that into active. And then I go ahead here and create this as a new transaction. And if I go up here, I can see now that in this overview, I have not only any longer the electricity bill, the phone bill, and the payment with invoice, but also the tax payment. And if I now ask Raul to go and start the ATM again, you will see as we blend in now into this picture here, the ATM screen, that we have now an additional entry for tax payment, as I have generated this here on the server with just a few clicks. Now, this was just a very quick sneak preview to show you a powerful next generation modern payment system, how easy it is to integrate an external biller into that, how easy it is to deploy that into your existing channels by a modern software stack, and how this jointly together with you can create new exciting customer journeys for your consumers and your users in the years to come. We would love to talk more about that to you. Therefore, please, please, please talk to our partner, talk to our local representatives. We would like to get together with you and then engage in a virtual session like that and really listen to you, your demands, your needs. And together with that, we are very confident that we create banking solutions for the years to come based on the great business that we jointly started with. With that, thank you very much and talk to you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Now I humbly request Sir Amar Jafri Saab to come on stage again, and please welcome him.
My relationship with Faisal is very old. In 2004, when I was heading the NR3C at that time, we invited Bruce Schneider, the top guru of today, Mr. Bruce Schneider, to Pakistan. And we had a very long session for 3 days in Marriott, Islamabad, and we talked a lot about cybersecurity. So never think that we are doing something today. We were in 2004, we were alert on it. You have just seen the future of internet and future of banking. I'll start from the past. I'll take 1 minute for the past, and I'll start with the future. Back in 1860, let me tell you, 1860, 160 years before, there was a law, Anti-Thuggy Act. Anti-Thuggy Act. But the British ruler of that time. What was that? Same thing which we are trying to do here today. Same thing exactly. You go to Google, just see the Anti-Thuggy Act. 160 years before, they were doing the same thing. But the thugs or the people who used to fleece the people were different. So now we are dealing with the different types of criminals, and at that time they were dealing with different types of criminals. But the mindset the same, human beings the same. 2005, when I was heading NR3C, I called the president of a bank at a very late night that your site has been hacked. He asked me, have you hacked it? I said, you are not. I think, listen to me carefully. I'm additional general FIA, heading NR3C. Then he said, who did it? I said, it's your job. I've just told you. From where I got the information in 2005, it was very open. There was a website, wrong.org, that used to inform everybody, and they informed me also. So the hackers of 2005 were so blunt, so brave, that they hacked the site of a bank in Pakistan and they posted it on the website that we have done it. Same thing was done. only a few weeks before in the case of FBI. So we need to be proactive. Our current studies are reactive. So we have to come out of the mindset of reactive situation to proactive. So with these two examples of the past, I'm just coming back to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, internet was never designed for security. We have to add value for security into internet. I'm not here to tell the history of internet, but it was never designed for security. Today, when we are talking about the future of internet, we are talking about the next spell of internet, we need to talk about the security of internet. NR3C, National Response Center for Cybercrime. Alhamdulillah, I am the funding head of that organization. So many people sitting here knows about it. Back in 2002, let me tell you, 2002, 20 years before, in this city, I arrested 14 persons in a night in a case of Western Union fraud. 2002, 20 years before, in this city, Karachi, Western Union fraud. All people sitting here knows about it. What was that? Western Union system was hacked by the hackers. You know who were they? They were very little people from Multan. They did it. So the hackers of 2002 were the same mindset which are the hackers of today. But Alhamdulillah, we arrested them and the president of Western Union from USA came especially to Islamabad just to thank the DGFI that you did it. So we in Pakistan, I know understand that currently there are some issues with the law enforcement, and I'll briefly touch upon that in the end. But never forget that we have to ensure the cyber security of Pakistan as a collective responsibility. If we look toward ministries, if we look towards PTA, if we're looking towards the other law enforcement organizations, trust me, you are using internet and it is your responsibility to contribute in because the criminals of today are totally different than the criminals we used to deal 20 years before. They're totally different. Their mindset is different and they know how to get your attention on a different scale. Our job today is not to discuss these cyber breaches only. We all are doing the same. This is a breach, this is a breach, this is a breach. Okay, that is there. Who knows? Who doesn't know about it? You just go to 20 website, you'll see everything what's going on globally. But we have to, today, I will expect the speakers that they should talk about the solution. We have talked a lot about the problems in Pakistan. Now we need to talk about the solutions. Just statistics. This morning I was watching a website. In 2011, there was a loss of financial fraud, $10 billion. I'm talking the global figures now. This figure has rose to $40 billion, $40 billion in 2020. And 10 is going on. So let's see where we are going. 10 years before, so it's 4 times more. Now let's come to Pakistan. The FIA official figure on their website, I'm quoting the figures there. In 2020, only the last year, there had been 85,000 complaints on different crimes to NR3C, right? Out of these, 32,000 are of the financial frauds. Let me repeat again. The maximum number of complaints received in FIA is of the financial frauds. And all of you know that how many complaints are made there. What problems people are facing there, right? Out of those 32,000 complaints, only 6,071 complaints were converted into inquiries. And you know about the process. How do the complaint convert into inquiry? And only 154 cases went to the court of law. Here's the gap. Here's the gap. So we all need to ponder today collectively that why this is the gap. Recently, I had a detailed meeting with the NAB people at a very senior level, and still the gap is there. The complaints are there, inquiries are there, but the cases which goes to the court of law and how these are processed, this is the encouragement to the criminals. Let's make their encouragements into discouragements. What we need to do, I think, let me say again, at the cost of repeating, it is a joint responsibility. If you are looking toward the government of Pakistan only, trust to me, you are not on the right track. The banks should come forward, the regulators should come forward of any type, because this is the era of emerging technologies. The gentleman here was talking about artificial intelligence. It's going to change the things we are thinking right now. Ladies and gentlemen, 5G is not the extension of 4G. Just multiply 4G into 100. That's 5G. It's not like 2G, 3G, 4G. No. The moment we are switching, research is being made of 7G now. 6G is already there. What are we doing in Pakistan? Are we ready for that? So when the era of 5G, all your cell phones are now 5G enabled. The moment it is there, you'll get it. Are we ready for that? So we have to understand the culture in which 5G is going to work. Globe has switched over to Industrial Revolution 5.0. Mr. Amir Ashmi's good friend is sitting here. I will expect him to talk about it. Are we doing something about 4.0 today? Trust you me, no. In Salcourt, only 2 weeks before I was there, I told them that after 3 to 4 years, our industries will start stopping, because we will never remain in consonance with the developments outside. The machineries will come, we won't have the standards, and we will have serious problems. I told them on a lighter side that there'll be only 2 things in the industry after 5 years: a dog and a human being. The dog job will be just to get the person if he's touching the machine. And the person job will be just to feed him. That's it. A dog and a human being, that's it. There'll be no human being there. Now the big challenge is, which normally people ask me, what about the humans in Pakistan? What is the labor force? There are so many answers to it. Thousands of jobs are now available in blockchain, in artificial intelligence, in Industrial Revolution 4.0, in cybersecurity, in cloud computing. What are we doing? It's a job of the government now to think, are we planning for the future generations, future jobs? I'm sorry to tell you, our universities are teaching, if somebody is sitting here, I'm sorry. Universities are teaching what they know right now. They are not teaching the jobs of the tomorrow. And we are doing it for the last 10 years. In this city, I have been shouting on the top of the roof that please don't teach them what you know. Teach them what is the demand of the market. Since we didn't do it in the past, so I think we have to be very careful now. We have to understand the role of digital currencies. It is a delicate topic. People are afraid of talking it because then few organizations are after you. But Alhamdulillah, I took the courage, and only 3 weeks before, I talked to NAB, I talked to FIA, and we have established a special interest group, and we will very soon talk about the digital currencies. Maybe you call them Bitcoin, maybe you call them anything you like, but to me, it's a digital currency for digital Pakistan. We have to understand it. We have to discuss it. We have to make laws about that. The court has already taken the cognizance now, so we can talk about it legally. So anybody in the break, I think you are most welcome to join the special interest group. A lot of people have joined it, and I've invited everybody there. It's not confined to only the agencies or FIE or a NAB. All of you are invited. All those who are sitting here who are in my CSAP group, Cyber Security Alliance of Pakistan, please, if you want to join. We have to bring the role of digital frenzy into commercial markets. This is very important, I'm telling to you. We cannot rely, there's a law globally of the professional expert in the court. Now, all the forensics which are available on the scene of crime is no more there. Now, these forensics are available in cameras, in clouds, in so many other things. You know, even our non-cyber crimes have their digital evidence in the different place where we are looking for is not there now. So it's a big issue now. How to let me tell you something about IB Group, if you know about it. It's not the IB of Pakistan, it's like IB Group, Russian company. They are giving these services very openly. They have their solutions, they are giving the service. So we have to bring the digital forensics in Pakistan in the private sector. How and what, we are discussing about it, and we can talk about it if you like. But again, I'll repeat that it is not the government's responsibility only. You have to invest into the research and development. You have to invest into universities. I will request Mr. Amir Hashmi to talk about it. Now we are entering into a new era of CPAC. We are entering into era of technology zones. So whatever mistakes we did in the past, we should not repeat it. In the end, I will like to tell you that the next challenges to all of you, ransomware. Ransomware, already there, but now there'll be very serious attacks on ransomware. I think for 10 to 12 hours daily, I work on these things. I work with global organizations. I work with CERTs. I work with cyber ranges, so many things. So the next trend I'm seeing is the ransomware, and second is supply chain. I mean, Rajveer Sahib, is a big challenge to you, supply chain. There'll be attacks on supply chain, because the moment the traffic on CPACs start working, people will be worried about their stuff. And there'll be serious crimes. And I will expect all of the speakers coming in the day here to talk about these two things specifically. They can talk about anything they like, but ransomware and supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me time. I'm here for the rest of the day. I'll be moderating a session also with the very senior people. So looking forward to talk to all of you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Joffrey, for enlightening us with your perspective. Next, we have another special guest from Islamabad, Mr. Amir Ahmed Hashmi, Chairman, Special Technology Zones Authority. Mr. Amir needs no introduction as he's quite well known to all of us. Please welcome him on stage. Mr. Amir.
So, God. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Assalamu alaikum, distinguished guests, Deputy State Bank Governor Ms. Seema, Vice Chairman of Pasha, Amara, of course, Janara, really good to see you, Jaffrey Saab. Faisal called me last week and asked about the STZA, and he's been inquiring in the last 2 or 3 months. So this is my first visit after 2 years. I didn't come to Karachi, so I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces. And so my talk's not going to be on banking. My talk's going to be on this new authority set up by the federal government, which is the need of the hour 20 years ago. I think I'm going to relate it to your industry, of course, banking I know well, and the technology side. So Faisal said, come to this conference and there'll be a lot of technologists, there'll be a high demand. So I'm going to brief you all on why Pakistan's trying to create an enabling environment, which we haven't had, whether you're a young entrepreneur, you're a mid-sized company, you're an anchor tenant, been in Pakistan for decades, and you haven't been able to grow. And our numbers are still, although we grew in IT exports, IT exports is not the gauge of performance of a nation's technology growth. Our manpower is low right now. We have no enabling environment to produce more students out there, as Jafri Saab alluded to. And why is that? So we did a lot of study. So my talk is going to be, I've been given, I think 15, 20 minutes. Just show me the 5-minute sign because I've got some slides. So we're going to relate STZ with the dismal economic situation of Pakistan, right? And our economic mix. So our economic mix, everyone knows, our exports struggle to go past $25 billion. Textile industry for the last 40 years have been main. We keep talking about a lot of tech. You're seeing a lot of incubation centers, innovation talk, entrepreneurship talk. Why aren't we getting to bigger numbers near our neighbors or globally? So, of course, our neighbors started early 2000 with a couple of $1 billion, and we know where they're sitting at right now. And the nation, again, like I suited to the IT export, is not based on just selling products and services outside. India's domestic industry is about $25 to $30 billion. So my domestic industry may be spent new, and we're trying to convince the government now that we should immediately, on a war footing, outsource to internal Pakistani companies large mega projects, $1 billion, and not give it to government entities. How all this catapults into this new authority that's been designed, using about example of 55 countries globally. It's called the Special Technology Zone Authority. What are these? Are knowledge clusters, right? Knowledge clusters, you can call them. Science and Technology Park Zones, you can call them. Knowledge cities, you can call them. They have various names. And I will ask Faisal to send you the Act of Parliament that was just passed about 2 weeks ago. And this alludes to, and I think everyone here, you're in the banking industry, so this is extremely important. Until Pakistan does not head towards a knowledge economy, we are going to struggle. In fact, probably our stats that we all keep seeing on human capital development, business friendly environment, human capital development, will keep decreasing in the world instead of even staying at par with the world. And that's happening as we all look at stats all the time. So just pick up simply the Quranic verse on knowledge, and it's probably the most repetitive word, right? So 706 times. Why I emphasize on this? Because our passport says it, we use Islam, we have madrasas pumping out tens and thousands, if not millions of young kids. Fundamentally, the concept, and if we go back to Muslim Spain, why it's catapulted in the region at that time and globally was based on knowledge. So Pakistan's far from that. Far from a knowledge economy that concentrates on the human mind, building our young entrepreneurs, allowing them the space to grow. So about 8 months ago, an exercise took place in the Prime Minister's office and the presidency. What do? HSC has 230 universities, about a 60-40 split in public sector, private sector. Job creation is low, right? Students coming out of these universities are finding mid to low level jobs, right? Whether they're technical universities or arts and science universities. So why aren't we growing? We keep talking about tech. We're celebrating $2.1 billion of IT exports as of June 30th, 2021. Of course, encouragement रहनी चाहिए और बहुत अच्छी बात है, मगर globally growth में वो बहुत छोटी है अभी. Abhi next year ka number at 3.7, so about a $1.7 billion growth year to year, right? How are we going to sustain our trade deficit? How are we going to pay off our wonderful IMF loans that you're reading? Inflation, it's all connected to your enabling environment. So, Allah ka shukr hai, mushkil se ye act bana hai, bahut logon ne is pe kaam kara hai, aur ye infrastructure project bilkul nahi hai. Why I'm showing this slide is the young mind is attracted to aesthetically pleasing, enabling environments, right? Jo young faces yahan nazar aate hain, and all of you employers know it. If they get a job, even at about, let's say $40,000-$50,000 a year in Dubai Internet City, which is a great enabling environment, they'll pack up as a 3-4 lakh rupee monthly salaried coder, and they'll shift right away. वहाँ उनको merit पे job मिलेगी, वहाँ उनको जबरदस्त enabling environment मिलेगी, वहाँ उनको growth के chances मिलेंगे, leadership positions में जाएंगे. When I moved back at a young age in Pakistan, and we got a lot of brain gain, about 120 executives back into the country. Most of them in the last 18 years now have been back in the country. They've left, and when they're doing very well in their own careers, but Pakistan ko fayda nahi hua. So why this technology authority is very significant. One message I can leave with you today, and I'll be staying around. I just came in for this, and tomorrow there's a launch of an MOU with one of your zones that may open up in Karachi very soon. It's an MOU. I'll talk about that a bit later. We're going to have 14 across the country. So I'll quickly, in 5 minutes, try to go through the slides, and then I'll talk about what you need to do as professionals to help create this enabling environment in the country. Because individually we'll all do well, right? But as a nation, using technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship to build the GDP growth, this is what it's all about. And I'll show you examples. We're the last ones in the world to do this. So these are just examples of environments in tech zones around the world. Fantastic example. So some of you are elder, my age, Samsung. We look at, no one bought a Samsung, even VCR back in the 90s. It was awful. We all used to look at Sony, Toshiba. Dijon, a city, it's called actually an Innopolis. All your high-end research, right? So in the 60s, of course, everyone knows the Koreans came to Pakistan. They studied, they looked at our 5-year, 10-year, 15-year strategic plan. It was knowledge-based, right? And of course, Korea was very poor. Korea didn't have natural resources. Korea still has very little natural resources. Today, Korea's tech industry, out of I think the GDP is about $1.4, $1.5 trillion. About 1/3 is coming from tech and innovation. To the extent that in the late 80s, early 80s, they allocated, now, kitna emphasis knowledge pe tha, aur zyadatar wahan atheist hain, right? So no faith, no Islam, no knowledge. Hum to bar Islam ka naam repeat karte hain. Deputy Prime Minister, mujhe yaad hai, for science, technology, higher education, and innovation. Imagine, they gave priority to the second in command in the country to knowledge. And look where they went, right? So this city, I was trained here about 11 years ago. I spent about 8 weeks here. All your R&D for all your vehicles, your electronics, your technology gadgets, entire city, the average age over here was about 36 years old. Number of universities. I'm trying to structure now, because it's COVID, we could send delegations. Pakistan government se koi jata hi nahi tha pehle. So main pehli dafa gaya, I discovered it. I said, kyun nahi jate? We're just not driven in the government to learn things, right? Now, because of COVID, aram se wo delegation jani, so I'm trying to invite them over and do this certification to learn what tech zones did for the GDP growth of countries and now allow that enabling environment. So it grew from science parks, then it had the clusters, it had various venture capitalists globally that came in. Till you don't give incentives, remember this clearly, till the government doesn't intervene to help the technology sector in Pakistan, we cannot grow exponentially. Both mushkil se SMEs have started doing $10, $15, $20 million. Systems, of course, we know the success story, it's doing really well. Magar ab systems bhi will face an issue in hiring manpower and of course, financial growth. How do they get to $500 million of revenue or $1 billion? State ne har country mein madad ki hai. Pakistan mein hamare state ne bilkul madad nahi ki. Theek. Another fine example, China ka bar example use karte hain. China ne kara tha, knowledge economy. Tsinghua University is now ranked 18th in the top 20 in the world, whereas Peking University used to be number 1. Why? TUS Park. Tsinghua Science and Technology Park has become the hub of innovation, R&D, and technology in the world now. So number one, it's beating Silicon Valley in some of its R&D that it's producing and commercialization, sending it down to Shenzhen and Shanghai for production. And of course, Chinese exports, you know what they did in the last 20 years, right? So we all heard of Silicon Valley. I'm not going to use that. I'm using what's happened in the last 2 decades on this side of the world, jahan Pakistan hai, aur hum so rahe the. I think I've explained. So it's really a knowledge cluster that brings entire industry together, right? Which is you guys. It brings the government sector together and academia. You do need professors and students for that economic output. Pakistan mein HSC, the biggest beef right now that we're having debates in Islamabad is what has the investment that's gone in the HSC produced an economic growth in the country for the last 20 years. So this is a push and pull exercise with the HSC. Coming to what the scope of the authority is. How do we gauge and measure? So the first time an authority is making KPIs, right? What's really, really important for Pakistan and what have zones done? So Silicon Valley did this and Austin's doing it now. So Austin is becoming the center, one of the centers of the US for tech. And how do you do it? And it's wonderful how the ecosystem evolves. The city mayor, along with the leaders in their community, they give you incentives to pull you into their own city. So jab countries are having their cities compete, Pakistan mein kyun aayega? Baar kehte hain, Google nahi aa raha, PayPal nahi aa raha, social media companies, Instagram, blocking, PTA, they're not going to come because they have no drivers from the government of Pakistan to give them, as Jafri Saab said, the law, right? Data protection, the revenue streams, the enabling environment in front of basic infrastructure, right? Sharia Faisal ko aap dekh lein, agar yahan kitni tens of thousands of IT workers hoenge. But I just got back 2 years, 2 saal ke baad aaya hu. Last night, it just took me to get here from the airport, an hour and 20 minutes. It was like 6 o'clock. It was awful. I hadn't seen so much traffic in a long time. And there was nothing wrong on the road, I was told, right? So for the STZA, the act that you'll get to read, it's only 20 pages, so I'll encourage you to read it. Technology transfer. Abhi tak, is pe jo motherboard ban raha hai, and the chip, wo abhi bhi hum import kar rahe hain wo parts. How to accelerate that? Whether they're coming from Shenzhen, Taiwan, they have to be duty free. You can't compete globally with making a phone like this. Kyun mobile wala se pooch le, right? So their margins were very, very low. They scaled up on revenue streams, but still that R&D wasn't being done in Pakistan. How do we get our young graduates to start learning how to make a simple motherboard and chip design? Chip manufacturing is very expensive. Pakistan won't go in that. But chip design, we have tons of computer scientists and electrical engineers jo bahar bhi ja rahe hain because there's a chip shortage in the world. So this is one example you can apply to. You just saw Wincore Nixdorf. Kya ho raha hai un jaise companies ke liye? And I've been watching it for 18 years since I've been back in Pakistan, right? Because when I was in an IT company, I had to open an LC for a multi-billion-dollar company, multiple, where I had to buy the product in dollars, finance it myself and sell it to the Pakistani customer in dollars, pay taxes, and then remit back to the global company. So dollars left. Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, Diebold Nixdorf that you just saw, right? All your cash, imagine since 1995, the thodi technology industry khuli hai. Anyone do just a simple math exercise. How many dollars have you just spent on buying technology from outside Pakistan because you had no environment to create it, right? So this is critical for STZA, right? Human capital development innovation, that's a huge exercise. Federal government involved, HEC involved, strategic plan. Abhi shayad war footing pe kare, depends on the president and the prime minister. theek hai na? Paise hain government ke paas. I think if they apply, they can really do this on a war footing where there's so many ways to change your curricula, right? especially in the public sector. Private sectors are a little more concentrated on where they're driving their career, but public sector mein kar sakte hain. Job creation. Zones create tens of thousands of jobs. When, just look at this table. If IBM's sitting here, 100 tech startups are sitting on the other side of the table. You have a VC fund, which we just signed a couple of them in Dubai 2 weeks ago. You have universities with the students all in one cluster. They all feed off each other. I've had the opportunity to work in a Silicon Valley ecosystem and in Toronto. Toronto ke bahar ek city hai Markham. Very interesting. And Markham mein, they gave better incentives to anyone in Canada to come. So Sun Microsystems, kisi ko yaad hoega. Sun came there, IBM came there, Compugen came there, Oracle came there, and they got a lot of benefits from the Canadian government. Isliye. And of course, then IBM Canada went on to become about $10 billion when I left in 2003, and now bigger. Foreign direct investments. Pakistan is not getting them. Investors are worried. They're worried about the bureaucracy, right? And I got this biggest complaint when I was in Dubai right now. We met about 120 C-level executives. I was fascinated by the response that Pakistan got. Everyone wants to invest. We had some of the top global players come. Just one request: what happens when the one window, when you apply, you get the license, and FBR starts chasing you down, SCCP starts giving you notices, even FIA starts bugging you on piracy. The State Bank of Pakistan limits your role in foreign transactions. So State Bank se bhi humne approval le liya. If you're in the zone, you get special Forex rules. So a lot of things have been done to fix all of these, right? R&D, I think I've explained that enough, and tech exports and import substitution. So these are your KPIs. They will be measured every month as we go launch into operations, and they will be presented to not just the Prime Minister, the cabinet, and all relevant stakeholders in the industry as well, so that you guys can help feed in this. And together, you may see a boost. It's possible. The one window we're designing, very complex. I myself have a bit of an IT background. So right now, manual mapping is being done. You've heard of this one window before, maybe by Pakistan Single Window Loan. That's a little different. That works with basically customs of goods coming into the country and works with 75 different agencies in the country. Ours will be the dependency for, let's say, a company like MasterCard. We visited MasterCard's innovation lab. MasterCard's huge in the Middle East. MasterCard is willing to come in and partner with fintech companies. So this is related to your forum, banking. They're looking for partners. MasterCard doesn't come in by themselves with their solutions. So set up an innovation lab and also provide various solutions. One of them being their agri-tech solutions, what they did in Egypt. Just wonderful what they did for poverty alleviation, which they can replicate. Their worry, simply, their country head might be here today, and of course, their president for the region met. They're worried about this circular issue that we all run into at various times of bureaucracy, right? STZA, inshallah, we'll try our best to take that pain away from you, right? So right now, manually, it's working. We've structured it that you can go in and go through the processes, get the various FBR SROs, get your registration done. And with the software behind this, you should be automated, right? So this will work for the Board of Investment as well. They've got their own one window that they're in pilot phase right now. Just how to do a legislation in Pakistan. It's really, really difficult, right? So I call ourselves the most democratic country in the world right now. Something that's so good for the country, right? I thought it could be done a little quicker. Even having said that, the ordinance after 6 months was made into a Parliament Act. I was informed by the politicians as well as the bureaucrats that it is the fastest in Pakistan. Although it could have been done faster, it was an easy sell. Every political party wants job creation for their youth. Every political party wants FDI coming into Pakistan. Every political party should want the GDP growth of the country. So there should be hardly debate, but I had to face the standing committees of the lower and upper houses. And of course, the questions you probably all face in your business environment as well. But Allah ka shukr hai, ye hogi. And that's why I'm here today, actually. We were waiting for the act of parliament because now it's a law. So if you're worried, कि हमें ये कैसे होएगा? अब law है. So law Pakistan में powerful है. So if all those incentives are giving you, and I'm going to come to that because I think I'm 5 minutes left. I'm going to get to these incentives so you can see how exciting this is. And me as a 31-year-old, when I moved back to Pakistan, if I had this, it would have been fantastic, right? Because I had to put into my own fiber at the data center in Chandigarh. Someone might know me. I had the banking sector. UBL was my client. So it was just to get fiber into our data center was horrific. It cost about 1.5 crore at that time to dig and bring it all the way to the data center. Now you get that in these zones, right? This is critical. And I'm going to show you the companies. Just imagine the spend. Siemens, General Electric, all the farmers that are doing biotech, right? Again, revenue going out of the country for the last 40 years. Not one R&D facility. We're the only country in the world that never had incentives to say, Siemens, idhar aake R&D innovation lab banao. So coming to the exciting part, 10 years. So this is not on just export. So imagine yourself as even a startup, a mid-sized company, or a large company such as TRG, Systems, NetSol, etc. This is very attractive to them. 10-year income tax holiday for your export and domestic. Domestic is important. I keep repeating this. I want all of you to understand, and I'll take time if you come to Islamabad to explain why the growth of your domestic technology companies and technology environment. Jafri Saab used the word digital Pakistan. What does that even mean, right? Digital transformation for a country actually means the services to the citizen that the government provides. So it's your digitization of the ministries. It's not VCs. It's not entrepreneurs. Digital transformation in any country means the government becomes a service provider for efficient services to the end consumer, which is the citizen of the state. Simple as that. तो वो जब तक spend Pakistan government अपने citizens पे नहीं करेगा, अपनी companies को outsource नहीं करेगा, आपका $100 million, $200 million बहुत मुश्किल से बनेगा. The young ones, young entrepreneurs in here that are product focused. Products also have a limitation because competition is so quick. Your product becomes obsolete. You either get bought out. You have to go into managed services, data center services, cloud services, cloud. Tier 4 cloud data center bhi ab Pakistan mein aa raha hai inshallah in the Islamabad zone. So with the incentives for the zone developer, a zone developer can also be a large IT company. So some of them have a lot of capital. So they're saying we're going to come in and we're going to take 2 acres or 4 acres. We're going to build 2 buildings for our own. So we get a zone developer license, 10-year tax holiday. Now, the exciting thing, no customs duty for 10 years. Why is that important? When I came back to Pakistan, I think we 5 mainframe service the Systems 390, logon ko pata hoega, the old school people. Some wrist boxes from IBM. And of course, ZOS, IBM's high-end, HP's high-end servers. Your duty on those were 100, 200%. $1 million server would cost you $3 million. Ridiculous. Aapki reverse engineering never took place. Pakistan does not have many supercomputers, minus the special adaras. Nahi aa rahe Pakistan mein. One of the reasons is customs, right? So 10-year customs waiver for tech companies on everything. So read the act. Everything doesn't mean every single thing, everything tech related. But for the zone developer, you can make those aesthetically beautiful buildings now because materials are waived. So this is really exciting. The government's gone out of its way to give you those incentives to make this work now. And then, of course, for venture capitalists, we've got 3 that are signed up that are global. VC Pakistan mein nahi aata tha to park their dollars because they said, well, 30% rule tha. We work to keep 30% in dollars, 70% change into rupees. Who's going to come? So now, as per the state bank forex regulation in the zones, you get to keep your cash in dollars or other foreign currencies. The banks will be opened up in the zones as well. That $2.2 trillion numbers, just take a good quick view because I'm running out of time, is How many of these are in Pakistan? और हमने कभी नहीं इनको R&D का invite करा. I just called 6 of them in the last month after the act was done. They said पहली दफा पाकिस्तान गवर्नमेंट ने फोन करा है कि आप इधर आए और आपको incentives देते हैं. I couldn't believe it. No one ever invited them to open innovation labs, R&D centers, give them subsidized land, give them internet, give them utilities to come into the country to build your human capital as well as, of course, do business in Pakistan. I think a very important number that we all have to look at, and I hope the speakers today address this. Jafri Saad said, I have to address this. It's actually part of ours, but more responsibility falls on the Federal Education Ministry, HSE. We're an authority to give you licenses to work and work in this environment, and we'll do our best. But if Pakistan does not reskill, and I'll share with everyone that a 4-year, 3-year degree takes time. Dunya bahut tez ja rahi hai tech mein. So look at world-class boot camps for your own organizations. They're very cheap, from $5,000 all the way to $15,000. They're 8 weeks to 18 weeks. They get you skilled up right away. It's a fantastic investment. They also guarantee jobs. Different ones even allow you to pay half. And when the employees gotten their job, you'll pay the balance. So $2,500 up front, $2,500 after they get a job is a fantastic investment for someone that can be $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 billable in the global IT market. This one personally excites me. बहुत जबरदस्त examples हैं दुनिया में जहाँ of course in Vietnam अब इन हमारी agri बचपन से हम सुन रहे हैं agri की export number हमारा क्या है domestic क्या है अब वो जो बेचारा 5,000 रुपए में basic seed और plucking करता है rural sector में. And you see China ka, whoever wants to complain about China, you know, it's still a very closed society, etc. What is knowledge ki maine baat ki, 850 million people out of poverty in 30 years is a gift from Allah, no matter what argument you make. Unne wo knowledge wala pick kara, unne ab rural sectors mein agri-tech centers banaye hain, declared them as zones, special incentives, and now the farmer, hamara farmer jo 5,000 pe banata hai, उसकी इनकम अगर आप उनको ये जो वर्टिकल फार्मिंग आजकल है with drip irrigation, some software tools सिखा दें, उसको डिग्री नहीं चाहिए होगी. So we have to think very innovatively on this. And if he can be billable at $400 or $500 a month, just imagine 80,000 rupees for a young farmer who uplifts society में अभी तक नहीं हुई because of our elite capture. तो वो तो transform कर देगा हमारे rural sector में. So अभी of course, the cabinet, as well as the prime minister is the president of the board of the STZA. This would not work. Our system in Pakistan, governance system is so poor. Jab tak prime minister khud nahi baithta meetings mein, cheezein nahi hilti. So ye wala unne khud ka must do. So we've got money to buy small land parcels. Even a zimmedar can come, offer his or her land parcel, will declare it a zone and help you bring in a lot of investment. VCs STZ will be helping you create the ecosystem because itni excitement or response aayi hai. I found partners that would necessarily not come into Pakistan, but because of those incentives, financial interest har human being ka hota hai, uske liye aa rahe hain because they see Pakistan as a big market. So very exciting. I want you to look at the rural sector zones that inshallah STZ will open in the next 6 months. Time up. Sorry, I'll just close, right? So Islamabad opened up first. Why? Because it's 15 minutes from the PM office. It was easy to monitor. It's easy to get approvals from the PM. So that's the flagship one. STZA is making that one itself. And the reason is because we've got certified people that understand what tech zones give to a country's GDP growth. And I want to share with you that prior to the act being passed, we had proposals already because we opened up the applications just to see the response. 18 applications abhi padi hui hain, sirf 4 approve hui hain that will have the Prime Minister announce soon, probably early November. $500 million of investment committed. Now, what's really exciting about this? And you have to push the government to do more on this. Anyone who's been to Islamabad, you go a little past the Shrina, you go to a circular block called Rawal Chowk. Left se aati hai NIH, National Institute of Health. Uske piche towards the hill, 500 acres 1960 se farik the. CDA gave it to NIH for R&D. Imagine what I was just showing you. 61 years went by, zilch, 2021 STZA को land मिलिया, zero cost, right? The developers coming in, there's no government funding. So we are not wasting government's past. When I said STZA is not making this a real estate project, but you do need real estate, private sector developers have so much money. And if you give them the 10-year tax holiday, so in Islamabad Technopolis, we've given a 30-year plus 30 lease that you own that property. So it's actually sold out. 140 acres is sold out in the prime property of Islamabad. Islamabad may probably ek aur zone, definitely maybe a third zone. Now coming to your city, Karachi, of course, the largest market. So what we are going to do, and probably the Prime Minister or the President will come and launch it with the Chief Minister here, is study Karachi a bit. And we already have a couple of proposals that have come in. You have to apply because you don't want everyone getting a license, because you know, as Pakistanis, we also like to abuse things. So uske liye checks and balances strong here. We've got a powerful committee of corporate experts and the PwCs, EYs to go and look at all the numbers, KPMG, to make sure, do the due diligence that the zone developer and zone enterprise key application is solid. Karachi, I probably see 4 zones. Inshallah, if it goes right, we get either the President or the Prime Minister here in mid or late November. Karachi applications will be announced and your ecosystem, inshallah, will start. So in conclusion, sorry, Lahore bhi hoega. 14 zones, quickly main bata dun. So 3 in Lahore have already been identified. Prime Minister will launch them before Karachi. KPK, Haripur, Peshawar, and Mardan. And then Quetta government, CM has come back to say, hum muft mein land de denge, no cost. Forget about subsidized land. We want this ecosystem. And then, of course, GB and AJK. So 14 zones will be announced in the next 2 months. And inshallah, I think they'll move at their HPs. It's structured where the private sector leads it. We'll keep government out. Government in this state, you notice in my slides, I did not have the word regulator. Although we're an authority, we have a lot of strong powers. You'll read the act. We'll monitor and make sure you're not buying 1,000 PCs and selling them in the market. They're for your own use. There's reasons why you'll get those tax incentives. But we've designed an authority that will actually help the GDP growth of Pakistan and help you guys as stakeholders. So with this, I'd like you to, of course, become ambassadors of this, share this. You'll have access to my team. We're readily available all the time. We've got corporate people in the authority, very young, tech-savvy corporate people. So it's a very different type of initiative the government has taken, led by the Prime Minister himself. With that, thank you for your time. Thank you, Faisal, for inviting and getting a chance to introduce STZA to the Karachi community. Good office.
Thank you, Mr. Hashmi, for highlighting the significance of knowledge sharing economy. Without any further ado, we would like to call upon stage our guest of honor of today's session, Honorable Deputy Governor, Ms. Seema Kamil. Please welcome her on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and very good to hear your infectious enthusiasm, Hashmi Saab, and good to hear also from previous speaker on the challenges that face us. As a regulator, I'm going to come back to the topic, which is banking, and how we see the future of banking in the next 5 years or 10 years. And I was happy to hear the speakers talking about the past, because in banking, the more things change, the more they also essentially stay the same. So the fundamentals often don't change, but of course the message and the medium and the way that we reach our customers changes very dramatically. And we are forever talking about the dramatic changes that we are seeing in front of us today. So I will focus my the words on 3 key areas. One, of course, is technology and how we see it developing in Pakistan for banks in the next few years. Then I will talk about challenges, and I think some of them have already been alluded to by the speakers before me, but I will put my regulatory hat on and talk about those. And then I'm going to talk about something a little different, is that why are we actually doing all this? Which I think is far more important. Because while we are very excited about technology and it's very important, it sometimes tends to overwhelm the real reason why we are here. And technology, as always, is a means to an end, is not an end in itself, which I think sometimes we tend to forget. So technology, I will talk first about what some banks are already working on and what we need to do a lot more of, and that is ADA, which is artificial intelligence and data analytics. Some banks I know are very eager to work on that and are somewhere there. But what we really would like to see, and we are seeing it to some degree, of course, is in the areas of fraud, in the areas of anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, and also, most of all, which I would like to focus on, is using it in the credit evaluation process, because I think that's an area that is lacking. And we are not doing enough of it. As the State Bank, we have been encouraging nano lending, for example, and you'd be pleased to hear that with the microfinance sector, we've allowed this as a pilot, and 7 million digital nano loans have actually been disbursed using various algorithms. Of course, it faces challenges. Of course, they are seeing some degrees of losses, and it's a learning process. But this is what we would like our larger banks and the commercial banks and the IT companies who assist them to work on this. Because without this, unless we learn to lend, do we really have the right to call ourselves bankers? I don't think so. Then, of course, we are opening up the field with open banking. Again, that will be a challenge to the established players, but it's extremely important. So we have actually finished a working plan. We have distributed it to the key stakeholders, and we're going to be working on very critical things, the open APIs and data privacy. We have an internal steering committee on open banking. We are also taking some assistance from CGAP, from the World Bank, and from international practice on this. And we hope very soon to actually roll out our view on open banking. Banks, especially the large banks, often see it as a threat. But I think I would agree that it is absolutely inevitable. And so this is something that we are keen on and hope to move very rapidly on. So that's the other one. Of course, we all talk about digital banking, and as a speaker said, what do we actually mean by that? And there is always this discussion, but we would like to enable that. So one, we've already announced our digital onboarding, which is very, very important for us. And we've gone through a very intense consultative phase on digital-only banks. That has been concluded. We have now had very intense internal discussions, and we would hopefully have approval and announce that within the next month or so. And it's very, very critical that we have existing players taking an interest in it, offshore players, and I'm happy to say that there are players offshore who have shown a great deal of interest in this, and then also fintechs. So that's the digital banking piece. Of course, our instant payment system, the first part is rolled out. And again, the second one, which is P2P, which will revolutionize payments, is ready, and a lot of banks are already working on the challenges of integrating our P2P and our alias, which is now being integrated and will be ready to roll out in November. That was our timeline, and I think we will keep to it. Yes, we have about 6 banks already in the process of integrating and facing the challenges that all of that entails. But the devil, as you know, is always in the detail. And lastly, what we are doing, which is important, is reducing barriers to entry. So we have policies for EMIs, for payment service providers, and also for payment system operators. And we are going through that process because we do believe that simply the banks alone will not be enough to get what we want to achieve. Because as everyone has said before me, we don't have time. We just really have been very slow, as everyone has said. But we can't give up and say, okay, we never did this, so now we should not. And I was very excited to hear about the zones and the work on digital currencies, which is a very hot topic at the moment. I was in the court yesterday about that, and it is actually rather misreported so far. So I think everyone on that topic should wait for the court's orders, because I think those will be important. Talking about challenges, which is my second topic today, and I think the first one everyone has already talked about. We just don't have the skilled HR. So all of you who are bankers fight with each other, pay top dollar, gets one somebody, he moves out, he goes to Dubai, he does the rest. So I really like your idea of the boot camps and those things, because we, even at the State Bank, we are working very much on to hire batches of just engineers, maths graduates, and then just train them ourselves, because we don't have, as you said, time for 4-year degrees. Yes, we need to do those as well, but we have to beef up, and there has to be collaboration, and speed is of the essence. Well, we can't compromise on many aspects of those HR. So we need senior leaders, the gray-haired ones, as well as people who can quickly come in and whom we can retain. That is really the issue. And very often, it's the atmosphere and not just the money. What kind of organization are we and can we become? The State Bank likes to think of itself as a knowledge organization. And from the operations part, if you take away the part that we do, printing currency and all of that, it is a knowledge organization. And so I would encourage young people really to work with us as well, because it's an exciting place to be. The second, I think we've already talked a lot about cybersecurity. It will and will remain an enormous risk that we face. And you'll be pleased to know that we have actually gotten a collaborative forum with all the banks. And we will also, bring in other stakeholders like PTA, like FIA, like the FBR to work with us on this, but it's a very collaborative and open way that we deal with the banks. And I take all your points taken on cybersecurity. Very important to get a legal framework. We've spoken before on how long it takes to get the laws in place. Particularly, we need data privacy, which is becoming extremely important. And given the level of literacy in our country, consumer protection and consumer informed consent. These laws, these systems. So we have actually in the State Bank hired a world-class consultant to go through all the legal frameworks that we have. They have presented their report, and there are significant gaps, as you will understand. And it's going to be a question of prioritizing and getting those laws through, because without that, it becomes extremely difficult and we face enormous risks if we don't get the laws in place. And as you will know, Hashmi Saab, it's a tough call to get all of those done. And the bureaucratic hurdles, we are there to try and push them apart, but yes, they face challenges. The other challenge I'd like to talk about is everyone and all our regulated entities talk a lot about, yes, we are in digital, but it's patchy. So that is something that concerns us, and that is why we issued some regulations that there must be chief digital officers, because some banks are doing some things and others are doing very little. I don't want to name any players. They all have their own strategy. They have their boards, they have their priorities, but some are much faster than others. Of course, you're free. Your banks are private. They are money-making entities, and we don't dispute that. But and maybe, you can dispute, no, we're not becoming dinosaurs or whatever. But however, we will be pushing banks to understand and move along these lines, because we have that possibility and that we have that ability. So we are just going to push. Of course, banks choose their own strategy and understand what their place will be. I mean, we now talk of the top 5. We stopped talking about the top 5. Now it's the top 10, and they're catching up. So banks, I think, already know that, and they're aware that they need to invest. The last thing, I think, which will be a challenge and is a challenge for us, is market conduct. And that, I think, is something that is not taken seriously enough. We have a lot of new players coming in, and I will not mince my words. There is a degree of immaturity there. And I think that needs to be combated. So while they are very keen to get VC funds, they're very keen to get the customers, they do tend to become now a little predatory. And that doesn't help anyone, because there is more than enough for everyone to do. The market is enormous, it's huge, and I'm glad about the focus on the domestic market, because they don't need to be so dog eat dog, if I don't mince my words. So I think we will be taking and are taking a very close look at that, and market conduct must be above board and must respect all players. And we're going to be looking at that very carefully, because we're seeing some signs. And social media is good, but it's also a horror in itself. And there is a lot, and there was an interesting article today by Dr. Ishrat in the press that I read today, which talks about this. And I think it's very important for us, it's our responsibility and duty at the State Bank to be very conscious about market conduct, especially about the new players that come into the market. So I think all of you who run various associations and have access to these players, please stress standards of conduct, codes of conduct, and we would much rather that you made them yourself rather than be inflicted by them. So I think that's something that I really wanted to talk about. And also in all the, you should be prepared, all of you, that regulation will actually increase. While we want to have an open atmosphere and we want to be as encouraging and friendly as possible. For example, we talk about algorithms. We are now attending a session on the unconscious bias that exists in those things. So we need to be very careful when we move towards these new and very exciting areas, and we have to be conscious that we are here to protect the individual who possibly does not understand. So those are some of the challenges and a little bit of, shall we say, reality checks that I wanted to talk about. And then finally, I wanted to talk about why we are all doing this. And we are, as far as inclusion is concerned, very low on financial inclusion. The bulk of our population is excluded. And that is where we need to focus. And that is why, for us, our national financial inclusion strategy, our RAST, our digital bank, everything will be driven by inclusion. All of us sitting there may have a very active account, and we're very happy with our apps and everything else. The bulk of our people barely have a bank account, barely. And if they do, how do we measure their inclusion? 1 transaction a year. Do you call that inclusion? Certainly not. So that is the area that we will and are using our regulatory muscle. And there, one is the number of accounts and the number of active accounts. It is just way too low, way too low. So that is something that we will be coming down on and encouraging everyone to bring people into the financial, into the banking sector in a meaningful way. The second area that we possibly are criticized about is our very hard stance on housing and construction, and more than that, mortgage finance. We have a banking system that hardly does it. And a year ago was practically at zero. What high street bank in the world is at that position? 0.1% of our GDP is on mortgages. So the last few, months of blood, sweat, and tears, we have come to 0.3. If you talk about India, it's at 10% of GDP. And if people cannot go to banks and get a home loan, whether through conventional means or digitally or however, we are failing. So if you use technology, it must be used to discover, as I said before, credit assessment modules which permit you to do this. Because unless people have we talk about, so we have taken a very firm view. We have given targets and we are levying penalties, and they will remain until we can reach a position where we have a meaningful amount. Forget 10%. Even if we can get to 2 or 3% of GDP in mortgages, then we are doing something. And for that, to get to those people, the bricks and mortar will not do it. So that's the housing. That's one priority. The second, where we've used, and we're trying to use any sorts of tools, that is SME. We're 5 million or so in the country, but the ones with access to finance with the banks is less than 180,000. Again, market failure. So as the state bank, while we are there for policy and for the financial system stability, we are also there to address market failure. And SME is a case of market failure. In this, we've taken a very different tack. You may have heard about our new scheme. We call it SME Asan Finance, or SAF. And in that, we have taken a very much of a market approach. We've given, or will give, once it's all up and running, funds to banks at a very low rate, and they can charge a very healthy spread because the SME competes with the money lender and the Aarti. So we are going to, and banks have actually bid, and we've been very excited by the level of bids that we've received. They've actually bid for this business, so they will want to do it. And we have selected 8 banks, and these will be made known as soon as they are chosen. 2 big, 2 medium, 2 small, and the last category, very important, 2 in collaboration with fintechs, because those will give you the ways to access that market. And we are very hopeful that this is a very exciting initiative. It's with penalty free, but they are going to, we hope that these 8 chosen banks, and they all know who they are, have actually bid more than we had hoped and expected. And we think we're very excited about it. And the last but not least, close to my heart, the gender gap. The gender gap is growing. According to all international reports, we're at the bottom of the heap. And for that, again, we have decided very clearly and gone through huge amounts of consultations. Some of you here were part of that, is our policy called Banking on Equality. And that, again, is very prescriptive, very target driven. And you'll be happy to know there are other countries, particularly in Africa, who are actually copying our policy now. So it's actually groundbreaking, and we're very proud of it. And we worked a long time on it. And it's got 5 pillars, and it is going to insist. And we've spoken to each and every CEO of the banks that we regulate and the microfinance commercial banks, that they will have X number of women in their organizations. And over the next 3 years, they will also have X number of women accounts. So we can actually reach a meaningful number that doesn't embarrass us and does justice to a very 50% of our economy. And if you do this, because I have been working on this for many years, it's a business making proposition. It's not CSR. It's not CSR. It's not pink credit cards. It's not doing women any favors. It's the largest untouched market. But of course, as someone has said, if men design products for men, women will not get anything they need. So that's our third area. So my message here is that technology, very important, and I'm glad we are having this. I'm glad to have been here, but it must lead to improvement in the lives of our people, and in particularly the average excluded person where the markets have failed. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing the SVP vision. We request you to stay at the stage for a quick memento distribution. For that, I'd also like to request Mr. Faisal Rahim, CEO, Total Communication, to also join us on the stage. So we'd start with the title sponsors first. I'd like to call Mr. Naveed Ali Beg from Innovative Private Limited. Next in line, we have Mr. Fazil Razi Ur Rahman from Diebold Nextstop. Now we start with our gold sponsors. First with Fortinet, we would like to call Mustafa Khan on stage. From C Square, we would like to call Mr. Ehsan Mashkoor and Hassan Sheikh. From Euronet, we would like to call Mr. Kashif Gaya. If Kashif is not here, I would request anyone from Euronet team to please collect the memento on their behalf. Okay, so we have NDC Tech. We would like to call Mr. Naved Kareem. Nice. From Access Group, we have Nusrat Khan. From Autosoft Dynamics, we have Sadia Samad. Oh, shit. Now, from our exclusive technology partner, eOcean, we would like to call Asif Jafri on stage.
For our lunch sponsor, Touchpoint, we'd like to call on stage Tabis Sabah. For our silver sponsor, I would like to call on stage Ayas Faiz from WaveTech. From our tea sponsor, Ziaji International, I would like to call Ayub Bhatt. So if Ayub is not here, I would request anyone from Ziaji International, please receive the memento. Now, we would like to call speakers in order for our morning session to receive their mementos. First in line, we have Ms. Amara Masood, Vice Chairperson, Pasha and CEO, NDC Tech. We have second in line, Mr. Amar Jaffrey, Director General, Center of Information Technology, and former Additional Director General, FIA. And at last, we have Mr. Amir Ahmed Hashmi, Chairman, Special Technology Zones Authority. Now, I would request Mr. Faisal Rahim to present memento to Honorable Deputy Governor, State Bank, Ms. Seema Kamil. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are having a short visit to our exhibition, and we have also arranged a tea at the next hall. Please serve yourself. Thank you.
choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region.
We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay
Ladies and gentlemen,
relevant,
we are about to
profitable,
start in the next couple of
and
minutes.
create
It
an
is
impact.
requested to
To
join
make a
us back in
difference,
the main
all
hall.
banks need to
I'd
make a
also like to
choice.
request the moderator and the
choice to
panelists
become
to
digital
please
to the core.
join us back in the stage.
With more than 20
you.
years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core. With more than 20 years of commitment of providing transformational services to banks, NDC Tech is building banks of the future. We have more than 225 experts with certification, experience, and knowledge on Temenos products. A global winning track record. More than 75 success stories on Temenos platforms. Accelerators to meet local regulatory requirements. A proven track record of successful implementations in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. We specialize in providing digital transformations around the core and digital platforms, on-premise and in the cloud, with end-to-end managed services, training, bespoke developments, and migration to numerous banks and financial institutions running Temenos software and solutions. Choose us as your partner and become a bank of the future. Technology is constantly evolving, making it challenging for banks to stay relevant, profitable, and create an impact. To make a difference, all banks need to make a choice. A choice to become digital to the core.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. Please, we would like you all to please join us back in the main hall so we could start our next session. How will banking change over the next 5 years? So we are starting in 1 minute. Please, everyone, come back to the main stage. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. To start the proceeding, we are having a very exciting exclusive session on how will banking change over the next 5 years. This session is going to be moderated by Tabish Sabah, CEO of Touchpoint. So please welcome him on the stage to run the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my name is Tabish Sabah, and I'm at Touchpoint. I think first of all, I would like to congratulate Faisal for running this event for the last 19 years. I think it just sounds very easy to say 19 years, but the kind of effort that goes behind in order to put such an event is outstanding. I think during the COVID also he managed it very well. So I would like all of us to congratulate Faisal on putting up a 19th event for this year. Before I will start, I would like to introduce the panel that we have for the event. There will be a small presentation and discussion by each of the panelists, and then we'll have some question and answers. And I try to have question and answers from the audience as well, just to make sure that there is some tricky questions for the audience as well. So with you, wait, I would like to first introduce Shaggy. Shaggy is going to join us from Islamabad, I believe. Shaggy has 24 years of experience in banking, running digital and consumer banking operations with third largest banks as well. Shaggy has been actively involved in trying to do a lot of innovation in the industry. So we will hear from Shaggy, in a while. I would also like to invite Mr. Zahid Mustafa. Mr. Zahid Mustafa is the Group Chief Consumer and Digital Banking from the Bank of Punjab. Zahid is currently spearheading a business turnaround at Bank of Punjab, and it's one of the second largest public sector banks in Pakistan. I think his task is, on one hand, he's enhancing the customer experience, but on the other hand, using the digital channel and digital banking initiative as to how to leverage this growth and let the customer have a much enhanced and better experience. Zahid is extremely experienced. He has a span of 26 years of over retail and commercial banking while working with banks like Citi, Barclays, Absa Bank, and he has worked in countries like Kenya, Egypt, Uganda, Tanzania, Ghana, Mauritius, probably. I hope that was the longest stay of you. So please welcome Zahid Mustafa to please come on this stage. The third eminent speaker that we have is no unknown name in the industry. Mr. Arif Sarandi, he's currently Group Head Digital Banking at Alberta Bank. Arif does not need an introduction. He's been in the industry for over 35 years. He has been running UBL digital payment at that point in time. I don't even know if it's called digital. So really, to hear from Arif, he was the CEO of Blue Microfinance Bank, and he led TimePay at that point in time with Askari Bank, and Blue Pesa at Blue Microfinance Bank. So please put your hands together for Mr. Arif Sarandi. I'll also invite a dear friend also, Ali Imran. Ali Imran is currently associated with Nissan Bank for the last 13 years. He's heading the digital banking and PMO function.
Ali has hold or held many positions in the bank and also as part of his career as well in quality management, digital banking initiatives, IT governance, PMO, etc. So it will be a very interesting perspective to hear from Ali as to how the technology and the digital banking initiatives usually are two divides actually merge in Nissan Bank as one shop. So I would request Ali to please come up and join us on the stage. Then I have also a dear friend from the same fraternity, Naveed Karim. Naveed Bhai has 30 years of experience of sales and marketing, but I think we smell taste for banking. I think he's been one of the pioneers in the industry who has been actually advocating the need of a truly integrated core banking systems in the country. And no exception that his company where he's affiliated with is leading the show. Naveed Sir has a extensive experience of working in countries not only in Pakistan but also in Middle East and Africa. So we'll hear from Naveed Saab about from a vendor perspective as to how the digital banking is going to shape the future. So please welcome Naveed Karim as well. So I'll talk for a few minutes and give you some of the perspective that I have about the future of banking. Interestingly, in 2003, when telcos were showing a mushroom growth in Pakistan, I happened to, at that point in time, Google was not so I'm not that old, but at that point in time, Google was not probably one of the things that you would immediately look up to. So I was reading an article in one of the magazines, and it was a very interesting article. And the article said, I still remember, what if telco become bank? And I said, what nonsense is this? Why would a telco become a bank, when they're having such mushroom growth of providing subscribers, selling postpaid, prepaid connections? Why on earth they would enter into the banking space? And the question was in that article was why? And the answer was 3 words: network, network, and network. And today we are all talking about network economy. Social media is all about network. So we're talking about network economy. WhatsApp pe business ho raha, it's all about network economy. So network plays a very, very important role in our discussion. And that comes to a point that banking is essential. There is no argument in that part. Banking is essential, but banks are. That's the question that we'll try and discuss today. Banking is certainly essential, and what's the future of the bank? Interestingly, I think in 2017, the first time an ING CEO, Mr. Heimer, said something which shook the industry. And he said that we are a technology company, or we would like to see ourselves as a technology company with a banking license. That statement from ING actually was coined by many, many banks across the world, that we are a technology company with a banking license. So we'll probably get to see as to the kind of attitude that it requires in terms of, especially from people. Most of us are in the suit, whereas in the technology companies mostly jeans and t-shirt, right? How will the culture evolve from us being bankers or us being service providers to banks would actually move from tie suit to a jeans culture? We'll see that in the next 5 years or so. The other important point is, with this technology advancement, there has been a massive outbreak of tech companies. Fintech is one thing, health tech, retail tech, multiple industries have popped up, multiple organizations have popped up. What is the future of those fintech industries? Are they do they collaborate? Do they compete with banks? Or there's a word that we cooperate, which means that you sometimes compete, sometimes cooperate. So that is also something that we'll hear from the speakers about their overall strategy of future. So the future of banking is not easy, I can assure you. It's challenging. It's more about empowering the customer, which fintechs have been able to do, but there is a trust issue. How do we address that trust part? So we'll discuss all of these things in detail. And then, the most important thing, I think Seema talked about that as well. is the attrition. 10 years back, it was cool to get a job in the bank. It was the most well sought after industry. When I was graduating, that was the industry to go to. Yeah, if you are in a bank, you are set for life. Today, are banks attracting the right talent? All these young kids graduating are not taking banks as their preferred choice of employment as a first option. How banks are going to react to that? So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. The last thing before I will invite the speaker is there's this interesting debate always. Will bank actually be visible or invisible? With all the technologies inside that is coming up, the question that comes to, will we see all those buildings, or the branches will be there, or there will be a completely digital world, or there will be a completely physical world? And, they come up, the Americans come up with interesting terms. They call it a phygital world. So we'll also get to see, how this hybrid model will work. So I will first invite Sharjeel Shahid, who is from UBL, to please say a few words about, he's not in Karachi, so he'll join us on a recorded message, that he has for all of us. So please roll the video.
Sure, you're having a great day out there. Sorry I couldn't be there with you today because I'm in the lovely city of Islamabad, and you can, I think, see the Faisal Mosque behind me. Lovely city and beautiful Magla Hills. So I just wanted to share this with you. It's my delight to be here with you. And the topic which has been given to me today is the future of banking. What an exciting topic, but let me be very candid with you. No one has seen the future. At least I don't have a crystal ball. No one can predict what's coming. So 4 years back, if someone, told me that, please tell us, what the future is going to be like for banks or for other organizations, who could have predicted what's happened in the last 3 years? And but what I'm going to do today is I'm going to do something different. I'm going to share some very, very personal stories with you, with all of you. I love to travel, and I have a habit of maintaining travel diaries. So what I decided to do today is, from my very recent travel memoir, I would like to share a few stories with all of you, and I hope you will enjoy. Challenge, shuru karte hain. 16th of September 2021. Here I am in the city of knowledge and intellect, the city of Cambridge. I can already sense the vibrancy and different kind of energy in the air all around me. The whole city is built around the 700 years old University of Cambridge and has one of the youngest populations in the world, with a significant majority in their 20s. I can see before my eyes the future generation of entrepreneurs, engineers, doctors, and scientists budding in an environment second to none. I walk down to the town center, passing through beautiful river streams. All I can see around me are students, some on their bicycles, others hanging around with their friends in open parks. I walked down to the Barclays Bank branch, a branch which looks less like a modern bank branch, but more like an architectural marvel from the medieval times. Part of a heritage having opened its doors to customers more than 150 years ago. I'm in awe, and my mind starts wandering, imagining what it would be like 150 years ago when this branch was opened. Goldsmiths and coalsmiths would be traveling in horse carriages, people shoveling snow from the streets, no cars, no planes. Who would have walked in this branch over the decades? I wondered. William Shakespeare or Sir Winston Churchill? This branch has been part of the local community for over a century and has seen through 2 world wars, Spanish flu pandemic of the early 20th century, experiencing evolution of human race from industrial to technology era. I walk inside the branch, not to conduct banking transactions, but to experience this legacy. To my shock, the branch is deserted. And there is a notice on the main entrance saying in bold letters that branch closing down on the 1st of October. I feel as if my heart is sinking. I can't believe it. How can something which has been a cornerstone of this community for over a century is disappearing? And why? What has happened here, which 150 years of evolution, 2 world wars, pandemics, recessions didn't result in this outcome? This town center will not be the same again, ever, I say to myself. Over the next few days, I discovered that this is not an isolated case. Hundreds of bank branches are either closed and a lot more are in the process of shutting their doors down for customers forever across the country. Some branches date back to late 18th century. What is going on here? I ask myself. What appears to be the case is that the youngest population of Cambridge and other cities do not see the need to go into a bank branch. What for? Some, to my amazement upon inquiring, say, why would I need to go to a bank branch? What do you actually do there? The branches are closing because this generation doesn't feel the need or the urge to go there. 18th September 2021. I need to speak to someone at my bank for a transaction which cannot be done on an app or internet banking or an ATM. This is a complex transaction. So I decide to call up my bank. To my surprise, call is picked up and answered even without ringing. I said, wow. I would have imagined that especially during these pandemic times and in peak business hours, there would either be a long queue and I would have to wait for my turn, or I would put through a painstaking IVR experience just pressing random buttons for nothing. But to my delight, call was answered in a jiffy. And there is a pleasant voice welcoming me and asking me how he could help me. Truly British gentleman etiquette, I said to myself. I explained what I wanted to do, and he responded in affirmative and told me that he will help me with that transaction on the phone because he already has authenticated me using my voice as an existing customer, and he's satisfied and has no more security questions to ask me. Few seconds into the call, and to my disbelief, I recognize that I am not talking to a human. I'm in a personal conversation where I'm explaining what I want get done. And not only there is a perfect understanding of what I want, but also the capability to carry out those complex transactions. I was talking to an intelligent bot. How can this bot recognize my accent so accurately? How can it help me with almost everything that I want get done without seeking any help from human? Is it safe? All these questions are bombarding me, but the experience is exhilarating to say the least. I am trying to get to a human representative, and it's not even possible. Without spending half an hour on the call and queue, and the bot keeps reminding me that whatever I need to get done will get done on that call with the bot. Amazing, I say to myself. 22nd September 2021. I decide to go for the grocery shopping down the road at Marks and Spencer food outlet. I have been going to that store for the last 30 years, and it feels like now as if it's a critical component of the local community. While I was filling up my shopping cart with bread, eggs, and milk, I see a counter for banking transactions next to the aisle of groceries. A counter for collections, deliveries, post office, and a bank combined into one corner, and that too at an unimaginable location of a grocery store. What is going on here? Then I realized this is the customer journey of the highest order. People have been going to banks in the mornings for centuries so that they could go to the grocery and other shops to do what they actually wanted to do. Now they can do exactly that. Go straight to the grocery store for shopping, and while doing that, banking should be as easy and accessible as putting a loaf of bread or eggs in your basket. You just have to ensure that we don't put all the eggs in the same basket. The checkout counter, the same checkout counter in 1995, I clearly remember, had a note on it. We do not accept cards. Cash only, please. Today, the the sign reads on the same counter, "For your own safety and convenience, cash is not accepted, cards and mobile payments only." Cash is being frowned upon wherever you go. So in the end, I thought that rather than predicting the future, which may or may not happen, let's look at those futuristic transformation initiatives which have already become rare, which are tangible, which have completely transformed the lives of our customers. And how can we take inspiration from those trends? How can we become ready as an industry to make use of those technologies, those practices, and in order to transform our industry. 7 years ago, there was a scare that these fintechs and startups are going to create disruption for the large players, and rightly so, because large players were seen as lethargic in their approach. They had their historic legacy complexities, which didn't allow them to move faster. But the trends are now that these sleeping giants are waking up. They are waking up, and they might be late to the party, but they have the capacity and capability to gate crash that party and go straight to the dance floor. So the way forward, which is appearing globally, is partnerships. In fact, it's a responsibility upon large players to forge these partnerships with the fintechs and startups in a mutually beneficial way, and help them create those experiences for the joint customers. And that's how we can contribute to the development of the economy and the country. If you think we are different, that we are a cash economy and these trends will not affect us, then we will be in for an unpleasant surprise. It's the fight of the most agile now. We cannot predict the future, but we have the opportunity to look through this window into the future and identify the trends that will affect our industry in the years to come. We need to take inspiration from the best practices, whether it's driven by technology or driven by the way and the organizations are evolving their culture, their people, the mindsets, the willingness to embrace change. We need to take inspiration from all those and then ensure that we are agile enough as an industry to ride that wave. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharjeel. I think two things. I hope it was a real Sharjeel, not a chat bot. Interestingly, Sharjeel talked two important things. I think one of the thing is agility, and I think gone were the days where the large used to eat the small. It's now the fast who will eat the slow. And I think that's one of the messages that I was able to get. The other thing also he talked about is a collaborative approach between the banks and the companies who are providing support. With that, I'll call upon the next speaker for the day, which is Mr. Zahid Mustafa, and I have talked about Zahid Saab assignments over multiple regions, and it would be good to hear from him. How was his experience of working in Africa and linking it to the Pakistan market? Because the kind of success that we see in Africa, how we can make good use of that. So Zahid Saab, over to you. Show up to you.
It's up to me, I'll say.
Sure.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think I'll continue with the format that we have started off with, is more of a conversation or a storytelling rather than a lecture kind of a mode. Like Kabish said, let me talk about where I've spent last 14, 15 years of my time, which is primarily Africa, mostly in Kenya. So just to kind of set the context so that you can compare of what happened in Kenya and what can happen in Pakistan. Let me talk about a few things about Kenya, which will help you better understand the marketplace. So from a population viewpoint, it's a much smaller population than Pakistan, so about 50 million people, about 30 million of them above the age of 18. So it's a very young population, median age of 20. And now let me move on to some other things. So from a GDP perspective, I think last I read around $2,100. So significantly better than Pakistan. And it's very funny when some of the people that I hear talk about Africa, the way they talk about Ethiopia and Kenya is like we are far ahead. But having lived and visited those countries, I think they are far, far ahead of us. Another interesting variable which helps you in any industry is the education level. So a literacy rate of 81.5%. In certain parts of Kenya, it's close to 100%. Digital literacy is probably even higher than 81%. Moving on to the company, we have all heard the name Safaricom, which is a subsidiary of Vodafone. I was blessed that I've seen that journey of Vodafone. So the first time they launched a wallet, as we know today, they did it in Egypt, and I was working in Egypt at that time. It was a massive flop, primarily because tax was imposed on the money transfer, and it wasn't viable for them. So the next market that they went to test was Kenya, and I happened to be there at the same time as well. This is 2007. From 2007 to today, just to give you what has happened over this relatively short period of time, more than 2/3 of the country's GDP passes through the ecosystem of Safaricom. In other terms, maybe it has not landed. So let me really land it. In terms of transactions, the peak transactions that they do are 2,000 transactions per second. Pakistan is around 75 transactions per second. Last year, I think their annual transactions was 15 billion transactions. And in terms of number of customers, so out of an adult population of 30 million, they've got 29 million active customers. You can't really live in Kenya and not be on mobile banking with Safaricom. The difference that I've seen in Pakistan, we still look at these mobile wallets and digital payments more so to cater to the bottom end of the pyramid and not necessarily talking about at the higher end. Some of the solutions, and it has all evolved. So I'm not saying on day one, the strategy in Kenya was very similar to what we are trying to do over here, which is to go and bank the unbanked where conventional banks cannot go and serve in a profitable way, give them some of the basic services on the transactional banking platform in the mobile banking. So that's where they started off. But now they have evolved in terms of their products and services. So what can they do? Some of it is happening in Pakistan, but the scale is not there. And I think our industry is not as consolidated as it is there in Kenya. But some of the things that you can do with your mobile, so P2P payments is obviously huge. It started off as the intention of the company was transactions. That's what they wanted to do. The first surprise that they got was that people started using it as a saving tool. So just imagine somebody from Kisumu or up country in Kenya coming into work in Nairobi, who's a laborer or working as a guard or somebody. How do he does this? Where does he save? He doesn't have a bank account. So while the service was for transactions, they started using it as a wallet to save. So that's where it started. And the second thing obviously was transactions. In the beginning, transaction was that I would pay somebody else and somebody else will go and encash it. Over the years, now 80% of the value never leave the system. It is actually reducing very, very fast. So the entire ecosystem retains the value, and cash in, cash out is actually reducing significantly. But in terms of evolution, they have come and they are competing with scheme companies, card companies. So you can go to any supermarket, any big brand or a small kiosk in the corner, and you can do the mobile payments, may it be QR payment, may it be till payment where you are sending money to a particular number. All of those transactions are available. Then things like from a connectivity viewpoint, and that's, I think, very, very important from a customer experience viewpoint, that in order for you to get people onto this platform, we heard Seema Kamil talking about the fact that we don't have enough accounts. We don't have enough accounts. There's so much you can do with the stick, and stick is important, don't get me wrong, but the carrot is extremely important as well. So if I open up an account, and I have opened up a few mobile account of my competitors, but what is so exceptional that I can do over there, which I can't do otherwise? And there are many such examples when it comes to Kenya and Safaricom, where they can do that. So they can pay all their taxes, they can pay P2P, I've already spoken about, they can make bill payments. They have done a bite size on a lot of payments. So let's say, for example, if you have to do your car insurance, there are weekly programs, monthly programs that you can use your mobile to make those payments. Even from a sophisticated customer viewpoint, you can invest in the Nairobi Stock Exchange using your wallet. So small ticket items, they encourage that. So that is how the industry has evolved. We are on the right track. There are a few things that we need to do differently. I think one of the problems that I see in Pakistan, and I returned to Pakistan after 17 years, what I could do with my credit card 17 years ago, I can't do today. I wanted to buy furniture. I can't buy furniture from the credit card because the guy who's selling furniture doesn't want that documented payment. So I had to carry cash in my pockets and go and pay for it. That wasn't the Pakistan 17 years ago. Yes, there were some surcharge issues, but the undocumented part of it in the higher end of the pyramid was not there. That's an issue over here. Kenya sorted it out by not necessarily, I wouldn't say the regulators closed their eyes, but they focused on the big fish. They did not really go to these small transactions, and the people had the confidence at the lower end that they will, although the transactions are getting documented, but they will not be taxmen chasing them. So they were able to really embrace and adopt a lot of these guys. The other big thing that I've noticed in Pakistan is that I think we were very quick to remove any profit making for the people who are setting up this business. In Kenya, they focused on customer experience, customer service, and value of the product. It's not the cheapest service that is over there. So they did not took the money away. That's why from an agent viewpoint, for a small country like Kenya, or relatively small country like Kenya, they've got 300,000 active agents. Kenya is one of the few countries that I know where the ATM transactions are falling year on year. Nobody is putting up, we were looking at ATMs earlier on, people are not putting up agents because these human ATMs, which are your agents, they're doing such a splendid job that everybody is going to them. So the money stays in the ecosystem. The P2P payments are a big thing. The agent, which used to do a lot of cash in, cash out, is now doing some value added service. They are not necessarily, in Pakistan, what I've noticed is that a lot of assistance is actually happening where the actual customer is not getting the confidence. He goes, gives the money to the agent loads his account, then makes a transfer. The actual experience is not in the hand of the customer. The P2P payment, there's no incentive for the agent in Kenya. So the literacy or the comfort with the system is coming much more. I can talk for hours around it, so I'll kind of let it go. I may have missed some key points, but I think it will come up in the questions.
Thank you, Zaid Saab. I think it was an interesting learning for me as well, considering especially about the literacy aspect. And I think, I was reading that Ethiopia, their airline got the best airline award in Africa. And that was shocking. The Ethiopia that we have grown and seen is actually, with full of poverty, people dying with hunger, etc., etc. But I think things have changed, and inshallah ta'ala in Pakistan also, we will move ahead. I will request Arif Sagandi Saab to please come up and say a few words.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim ji. Assalamu alaikum. Can you put up that presentation and give me thing to Though I also like to tell stories जी, लेकिन मुझे रहीम साहब ने फोन करके कहा जी आपने एक प्रेजेंटेशन देनी है और फिर वो रात तक मुझे फोन करते रहे कि वो प्रेजेंटेशन बनी है कि नहीं बनी है, मुझे बनी है कि नहीं बनी है. तो if I had known people are telling stories there, I have so many to tell, but can I have that presentation over there and the topic given to me was actually how do you see banking in 2025 or next 5 years. Before they put up the presentation, मैंने कहा जी मैं वैसे ही कोई बात कर रहा हूँ आपसे. देखें, we really don't know. None of us knows what is going to happen in after 5 years. What we have seen in especially last 2 years after the pandemic, it's been so unpredictable. We can only see how the trends are moving, how the world is moving towards digital, how actually the entire ecosystem is now developing towards digital. Our lives are becoming digital. So can I have this slide, please? So I'll start. The best way to predict the future is to create it. This is very important. जी. ये मैंने नहीं कहा, Peter ने कहा था. लेकिन ये है कि we have to create our future. How will we create this future? That's important. What's next? None of us knows. क्या होने वाला है? Now in banking, it means now we need to get the right people for the right job. We need to have in the banking, we need to have the right skill set. एक जमाना था कि हमें बहुत पुराने बैंकर, सीजन बैंकर जी, आपका 25 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है, आपका, हम लोग इसी तरह आते थे ना हर जगह. लेकिन now we need technology, we need mathematicians, we need people who can actually work on algorithms, who can actually work on technology. So that's something the banking needs right now. And that can only happen, the point 3, if the banking strategy is correct. The people, our vision is right. The people at the top, people in the management, people in the boards, they really know कि उनका आगे क्या plan है. You see, we talk about the global banking, उसमें तो हमें ये करना है, but we should look at Pakistan also. Pakistan, unfortunately, we are only 20% banked and 80% unbanked. हमारे लिटरेसी, हमारे दोस्त ने जिस तरह बताया कि लिटरेसी लेवल जिस तरह है, वी आर वर्स देन अफ्रीका. हम अफ्रीका में अभी तक ये समझते थे लोग पत्ते बांध के नेज़े लगा के आ रहे होंगे, लेकिन व्हाट आवर फ्रेंड टोल्ड अस इज टोटली डिफरेंट देन व्हाट we used to think. So we need to focus on our literacy, or putting the right people at the right place. We need to step back and just think that, are we on the right track? That's extremely important. Now, these are the few points I just mentioned. We need to do automation, evolving role of banks, agile banking, self-service, new operating models in banking, enterprise resource planning, data, and workforce. I'll just touch upon each of these points a little bit, and then I'll be open for questions. Thinking automation is, I'll give you an example. I've been a part of a telco. There I was involved in setting up a bank for a telecom company. I was the founding CEO of U Microfinance Bank. मुझे याद है जब हमने ये U Microfinance Bank बनाया था, तो the banks owned by telcos were the only banks having a mobile app at that time. And we used to market ourselves. As a matter of fact, I myself signed a contract with National Bank of Pakistan, with Zarai Taraqqiyati Bank, with I think we at that time हमने Bank of Punjab को भी pitch किया था कि जी आप लोगों के पास मोबाइल ऐप नहीं है, हम अपने आपके कस्टमर्स को अपनी सिम दे के मोबाइल ऐप देंगे, so they could do the transactions. This is what, 7-8 years ago. अब आप देखें इवॉल्व इस तरह हो रही हैं चीजें. Now every bank has an app, has digital transactions enabled. आज से 3-4 साल पहले आप चले जाएं, स्कूलों की फीस बैंकों से पे होती थी, लोग लाइनों में खड़े होते थे, वो 3 चालान मिलते थे, एक चालान बैंक में जाता था, एक पेरेंट्स को जाता था. ऐसे that is all gone in what, 2 to 3 years. So at the pace the things are moving, the banks have to keep be with that pace. So automation is going to take the front seat. And I tell you, the digital, they see people confused between two things. One is digitalization or digital transformation. The other is mobile banking. So there are two different things. Mobile banking is you have an app, aap gaye, jaake aapne app se transaction ki. What do you do at the back end? So digital transformation is end to end, from the customer experience to back end operations to even the collection module, the credit module, and the risk module, all needs to be digitized. So that is going to happen. So that is why I said earlier, skill set change होगा लोगों का. हमें different लोग चाहिए. हमें यूनिवर्स जिस तरह सुबह एक स्पीकर थे, उन्होंने कहा जी we need to focus on the education side. हम किन लोगों बच्चों को अब क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं. तो प्रॉब्ली जो अब हम पढ़ा रहे हैं वो हमने जो खुद पढ़ा था वो नहीं हमें उनको चाहिए होगा. उनको वो चाहिए जो अगले 10 साल में उनके काम आएगा. I've spoken about innovation and automation. Traditional processes are set to disappear. Like I said earlier, hamare traditional. I'll just tell you example. One of the stories you see again. I was in Dubai. I went with a friend of mine for either nashta karne. Humne kaha yaar, he works for Mashriq Bank. So we were talking about digital transformation. He said, "I'll take you to my branch in one of the shopping malls over there." And then went and saw Mashriq Bank's branch. It was like an Apple store. Lab wo lage with it, laptops here were, and I was amazed. And I said, how do you do transactions over there? He said, no, nobody's here. There's only one girl who guides you. और अगर आपने पैसे जमा कराने तो CDM में पैसे जमा करा दें, ATM निकालने हैं. You want to open an account, you go to the screen, you fill in your form, account will be opened instantly. So it was like a tech store with just one girl who was guiding people how to use that thing. So basically this is going to happen in Pakistan sooner or later. So हमें जो अपने लोगों को उस तरह train करना होगा. What will be the evolving role of banks? Quality insights, exceptional customer services will become cornerstones. They can going forward, or especially it has started happening now also. A customer doesn't want a car loan, he wants a car. Please try to understand मैं क्या कहना चाह रहा हूँ. He's not interested in a loan. He's interested in a car. He doesn't want a house loan. He's interested to buy a house. So we need to, we need to give him that service. हम ये नहीं कर सकते कि आप जी जो प्रोसेस हम कर रहे हैं कि आपकी एवेल्युएशन होगी, घर की ये होगा, वो होगा, फलाना होगा, ढिमकाना होगा, और पता चले 45 दिन के बाद हम उसे डिक्लाइन कर दें. We cannot continue with that. We have to change our processes. We have to look at customer requirements. We have to look at customer, customer needs. Because if we do not, as banks, हम अगर हम में से जो बैंक ये नहीं करेगा वो पीछे रह जाएगा. An agile approach. हमारे banking में, I've been a banker for quite some time. I've been a banker all my life. जी. हमारे बैंकों में this is something जो अभी fintechs हमें सिखा रही हैं. Agile approach. हमारे 15 कमेटियां होती हैं, डिसीजन लेना होता है तो वो एक कमेटी में जाता है, दूसरी कमेटी में जाता है, फिर कंप्लायंस में जाता है, फिर ऑडिट में जाता है, और फिर जो सारा प्रोसेस है वो जिस बेचारे ने बनाया होता है उसको फाड़ फूड़ के वापस कर देते हैं. हम कहते हैं नहीं यार ये तो है ही नहीं सही, अब आप दोबारा बनाएं. सो दिस नीड्स टू चेंज. द एजाइल अप्रोच हैज टू बी देयर. ये फिनटेक्स में है, वो सुबह बैठते हैं, अगर वो देखते हैं प्रोसेस नहीं, शाम तक बदल देते हैं. वो कहते हैं ठीक है यार इस तरह नहीं चल रहा, हम ऐसे कर लेंगे. सो वी नीड टू बी, देयर हैज टू बी एजिलिटी इन द बैंक्स. अदरवाइज फिनटेक्स they are already there in the market and probably वो हमसे आगे निकल जाएंगे. Again, banks will have to rely on algorithms, analysis, data will play a major role. Agile banking, I've just spoken about it. Agile banking, we have to have agility. We cannot go into the legacy systems and legacy processes और हम उसी तरह चलाते रहें. We need to be agile. We need to be active. We need to, think out of the box. एक चीज है, एक प्रोसेस है, अगर उसको हमने गलत बना लिया, we are all humans, we can make mistakes. हमने गलत बना लिया, no problem. Let's not, just sit on it, make a change. उसको agility के साथ दोबारा change करें, दूसरी लेके आए. Periodic reviews and reporting will come to an end because you see the banking is going to be it's going to be a real time thing. ये जो हमारा होता है ना अभी day end चलेगा, फिर जी मंथ एंड चलेगा, फिर ईयर एंड चलेगा, ये सारे एंड बंद हो जाएंगे। ये जितने एंड्स हैं दे विल कम टू एन एंड और रियलिटी पे आ जाएंगे हम कि जी इस वक्त एट एनी गिवन टाइम हमें पता होना चाहिए कि बैंक की क्या हालत है या हमारे कस्टमर की क्या हालत है एट एनी गिवन टाइम। तो ये डे एंड, मंथ एंड, वीक एंड ये सारे खत्म होंगे। सेल्फ सर्विस, ब्रिक एंड मॉर्टर, लाइक आई थिंक काफी हमारे इस पे बात हो चुकी है। ब्रिक एंड मॉर्टर खत्म होगा, खत्म बिल्कुल नहीं होगा। मैं आपको बताऊं कि हमारे फिर भी एक पॉपुलेशन है जिसको ब्रिक एंड मॉर्टर का है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हम लोग पेंशन्स को एक जमाने में व्हेन आई वाज इन न्यू बैंक हमने कहा था हम पेंशन्स को ऑटोमेट कर लेंगे एंड पीटीसीएल, द बैंक वाज ओन्ड बाय पीटीसीएल। पीटीसीएल का हमने कहा कि जी पीटीसीएल और पाकिस्तान पोस्ट, दिस यूज्ड टू बी वन डिपार्टमेंट। ये टीएनटी होता था, टेलीफोन एंड एक जमाने में। सो पीटीसीएल एंड पाकिस्तान पोस्ट का बड़ा करीबी रिश्ता है। सो वी वेंट टू पाकिस्तान पोस्ट एंड वी सेड हम आपके सारे पेंशनर्स को जो अभी आपके लाइनों में लग के करते हैं हम इसको ऑटोमेट कर देंगे। उन्होंने कहा जी। तो वी हैड सर्टेन सर्वे, वी हैड ग्रुप सर्वेज। आप यकीन करेंगे जो ओल्ड टाइमर्स थे ना वो कहने लगे यार यही तो एक मौका होता है हमें अपने दोस्तों से मिलने का, हम सारे एक ही दिन आते हैं पेंशन लेने, फिर चाय भी पीते हैं इकट्ठे, गप भी लगाते हैं। सो दैट माइंडसेट इज चेंजिंग नाउ। नाउ वी यूज्ड टू ये सारी चीजें हमने ऑटोमेट करनी होंगी। ये जो लाइन सेल्फ सर्विस शुरू हो जाएगी, लोग घरों से बैठ के अपनी पेंशन्स लेंगे। वो जो माइंडसेट के लोग थे वो भी अब चेंज हो रहे हैं, वो भी अब चेंज हो रहे हैं। The younger generation, they don't want to go to the banks. They don't want to actually. The State Bank has taken a great initiative. They have said कि जी आप अब ये जो आपका डिजिटल ऑनबोर्डिंग है, they have given 31st December तक बैंकों ने कर लिया। Can you imagine a person sitting at home, sitting in his living room, opening an account on the tablet or a mobile phone, and doesn't need to go to the bank? And if it is a real digital bank, अभी तो ये हो रहा है रोशन डिजिटल अकाउंट में वो ऐप उसकी एप्लीकेशन आ जाती है, प्रोसेस बैकएंड पे सारा मैनुअल है। तो दैट इज व्हाई दे से 48 आवर्स अकाउंट खुलने में लगेंगे, व्हिच इज अगेन नॉट अ डिजिटल बैंक, इट्स ऑनलाइन बैंकिंग। डिजिटल बैंक शुड मीन दैट जो ही उसका आया उसको ऑनलाइन अकाउंट नंबर भी उसी वक्त मिल जाए और टाइम पीरियड दिया जाए जब जाके वो अपना बायोमेट्रिक कर ले या मोबाइल पे ही अपना बायोमेट्रिक कर ले। सो वंस दैट हैपेंस, you see you can list down the number of transaction why a person goes to the branch। आप ब्रांच क्यों जाते हैं? कैश जमा कराने, कैश निकलवाने, पे ऑर्डर बनवाने, डिमांड ड्राफ्ट, एंड देयर अबाउट 6-7 ट्रांजैक्शंस। ये सारी ट्रांजैक्शंस डिजिटाइज हो गई तो आप किस लिए जाएंगे ब्रांच? सिर्फ कैश इन कैश आउट के लिए? कैश इन कैश आउट जिस तरह आप ये बता रहे हैं सफारी को हमने सारा उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया है outside the branches, so why would you need branches? So these are things we should think about. These are things we should, as the senior management leadership, we should think about where the banks are going in next 15 years, 20 years, 10 years. So yeah, but this is going to happen much faster, maybe next 5 years. Chatbots, yes, our friend Shajil just gave an example of chatbot. New operating models will come, self-service, self-delivery, automation. Banks will leverage automation to manage costs, evaluate processes, and overcome bottlenecks. You see, a lot of processes will be automated. So a lot of jobs, they will, I wouldn't say jobs chale jayenge, lekin wo jobs change ho jayenge. So a lot of automation is going to happen next 4 to 5 years. ERP, it will change. These are all changes. ये जो हमें नजर आ रही हैं, ये तो we cannot predict the future. लेकिन ये ऐसे जिस तरह अगर थोड़ा सा ही बंदा समझता है बैंकिंग को तो उसको नजर आ रही हैं चीजें आएंगी, चेंज होंगी. Now this is going to play a major role, data analysis. You see, I was just sitting with friends and I said कि यार तुम दुआ करो कि बैंकिंग में गूगल और फेसबुक पाकिस्तान में ना आए, ये सारे बैंक बंद हो जाएंगे. रीजन ये है, they exactly know who you are, what do you need, what are your habits, what do you do, आप हफ्ते में कितनी दफा बाहर खाना खाते हैं, आपका स्पेंडिंग पैटर्न क्या है, आप कहाँ ड्राइव करके जाते हैं, कहाँ से आते हैं. They know exactly everything about us. ठीक है जी. And if they come into banking, do you think they will have any issue in assigning limits to our people? वो आप घर पे बैठे होंगे, आपको पता चलेगा आपका अकाउंट खुलने के लिए सिर्फ एक ऐप में कुछ चीज करनी होगी, and then you'll have your limits, you will have your card delivered, you will. So once these large giants, they come into banking in Pakistan, I think banks are going to have a major challenge. So it's time for us as bankers to think about it, to ponder on it, to discuss it at management. So important thing is people on the top, the board members, they need to talk about this thing. And in the end, which I said in the beginning, the workforce, extremely important. People like us, myself, and people who are, they're just because they were bankers, they're there, are not going to be there anymore because young kids are going to take over. We have seen what is happening in the fintechs. Young kids, they're coming with a lot of agility, a lot of knowledge, a lot of enthusiasm. And we need to train our people accordingly. We need to train our people, not keeping Pakistan in mind. We need to keep we need to train our people keeping the global situation in mind. We need to, look at it in a manner that हमारा अगर बच्चा कहीं बाहर जाता है तो वो पाकिस्तान के लिए क्या नाम कमाएगा. So basically we need, in banking, we need mathematicians, we need scientists, we need people who can do analysis. So this is all, Ji. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I think Arif Saab talked two interesting points. I think he definitely talked about branch transformations, that, the branches will not be like this. It will be a different experience altogether. Will the branches exist or not? That's also a debatable subject, but I think the branches will not be in the same shape as they are today. The other interesting part, which I really liked, and I think it probably is very relevant also, when he said that, you apply for a car, you do not apply for a car loan. I think just by thinking about this, it just make a perspective change. My issue is not the loan, my issue is car. And I think that perspective, needs to be understood and respected as to how banks sort out their internal approval process in order to facilitate the customers. Our next speaker and will share his thought is Ali Imran. Ali has been working with 13 years with Mizan Bank and currently heading digital banking and PMO. So Ali, I would like to hear from you, your thoughts, being one of the fastest growing Islamic bank in the country. What are some of the things that you were doing? So just share with us your experience.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन. मैं अपनी बात का आगाज एक शेर से करूंगा और वही थॉट प्रोसेस हम फॉलो करते हैं. वो है, खोल आंख ज़मीं देख, फलक देख, फजा देख, मशरिक से उभरते हुए सूरज को जरा देख. तो देखें, जो भी चीज स्टार्ट होती है, आपको पहले ग्राउंड रियलिटी, खोल आंख ज़मीं देख, कि आपका जिस इकोसिस्टम में आप ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं वहाँ की रियलिटीज़ क्या है, वहाँ पे लिटरेसी रेट क्या है, वहाँ पे चीज़ें किस तरीके से मूव कर रही हैं, वहाँ का कस्टमर किस तरीके से सोचता है. देन आप ठीक है, हमें अदर पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड से लर्न करना चाहिए, डेफिनेटली लर्न करना चाहिए, और उससे जो है हम चीज़ें बेहतर और इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं. लेकिन ये कि हमें अपनी चीज़ों को अंडरस्टैंड करना बहुत, यानी हमारी जो भी स्ट्रैटेजी है, इट शुड बी कनेक्टेड विद आवर सॉइल, नंबर वन. अच्छा, अब अगर देखें ना, बैंक्स का जो है वो कोर बिजनेस क्या है, मैं कुछ बेसिक्स पे बात करूंगा. कोर बिजनेस बैंक्स का ये है कि डिपॉजिट इज द लाइफ ब्लड फॉर द बैंक्स, और वो डिपॉजिट फिर वो फर्दर फाइनेंसिंग के लिए प्लेस करते हैं, राइट. तो एज फार एज डिजिटल इज कंसर्न, तो हमारी असेसमेंट ये है कि एटलीस्ट फॉर नेक्स्ट 5 years हाइब्रिड मॉडल ही रहेगा, कि जहां पे ब्रांचेस विल रिमेन रेलिवेंट or digital will grossly complement these branches. It's not a competing factor, it's a complementing factor. और अगर आपके जो डिपॉजिटर्स हैं, आप उनको जितनी बेहतर डिजिटल सर्विसेज देंगे तो वो डिपॉजिट की स्टिकीनेस क्रिएट करेगी. दैट्स अ बेसिक थिंग. अब अगर आपका कोई डिपॉजिटर है और दे नीड पेमेंट ऑप्शंस, एज फार एज टेक्नोलॉजी पार्ट इज कंसर्न, तो पाकिस्तान में अब टैप एंड पे है, दुनिया भर में टैप एंड पे है, पाकिस्तान में भी अब टैप एंड पे है. आप अपनी मोबाइल ऐप के थ्रू टैप एंड पे करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं. ऑल वी नीड इज द इकोसिस्टम. राइट नाउ हार्डली वी हैव 30-40,000 यूनिक मर्चेंट्स, राइट. तो अच्छा, जैसे स्टेट बैंक का इनिशिएटिव है, रास्त है, अभी तमाम ज्यादातर बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री से रिलेटेड लोग हैं, ऑल विल एग्री कि वी आर विटनेसिंग द मोस्ट हैपनिंग टाइम इन बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री. वाइब्रेंट काइंड ऑफ रेगुलेटर, रास्त आ रहा है, रोशन डिजिटल लगा, डिजिटल अकाउंट बोर्डिंग, EMI, डिजिटल बैंकिंग है, सो मेनी थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग. तो विच इज वेरी गुड कि जी मार्केट डेवलपमेंट के लिए डिफरेंट सेगमेंट ऑफ द सोसाइटी को एड्रेस करने के लिए काम हो रहा है. और वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि जी जैसे जाहिद ने कहा कि जी डॉक्यूमेंटेड होने से लोग घबराते हैं, तो उसमें वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि जी बेहतरी आएगी, तो मजीद लोग ऑन बोर्ड आएंगे और पेमेंट का इकोसिस्टम बेहतर होगा. ब्रांचेस रेलिवेंट देखें, अगर हम मिसाल लें, हमें डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में सबसे अच्छी एग्जाम्पल जो करीब करीब मिलती है वो DBS बैंक सिंगापुर की मिलती है. DBS बैंक सिंगापुर 2007 में दे वर स्ट्रगलिंग. पीयूष गुप्ता ऑल्सो सिटी बैंकर, उन्होंने ज्वाइन किया और उसके बाद टर्न अराउंड कर दिया उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. दे आर नाउ केस स्टडी फॉर डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, बट दे स्टिल हैव 30 ब्रांचेस इन सिंगापुर. 5 मिलियन पॉपुलेशन है सिंगापुर की, 4 मिलियन आर DBS कस्टमर्स, राइट, एंड दे हैव 30 ब्रांचेस. एंड उनकी एक फीचर है कि अगर ब्रांच, क्योंकि कुछ चीजें स्टिल ऐसी हैं कि जिसमें आपको ब्रांच में ऑनबोर्डिंग करने के लिए फिजिकली प्रेजेंस होना जरूरी है, और वहां पे अगर वो क्यू है तो उन्होंने एक सर्विस इंट्रोड्यूस की, SMS सर्विस, कि आप वो SMS, आप 2 घंटे का टाइम है, आपको वो क्यू में लगा देंगे, और बिफोर कि जी आपका टाइम आ रहा है तो 15 मिनट पहले आप वो कर सकते हैं कि जी ब्रांच में जाके अपना काम कर सकते हैं. सो दिस इज रेलिवेंट फॉर सिंगापुर. हमारे लिए क्या रेलिवेंट होगा, हमें इस पे सोचना पड़ेगा. अच्छा, एक और पार्ट बैंक का जो है वो फाइनेंसिंग है. फाइनेंसिंग में जो जो सबसे चैलेंजिंग पार्ट है वो है, उस पर सीमा कामिल साहिबा ने भी उस पर बात की, विच इज क्रेडिट असेसमेंट. we need to get out of this as a bank, we need to get out of this conventional mindset of evaluating a customer. We'll have to build trust on other data points. अलीबाबा कितने लोग जानते हैं कि अलीबाबा का कोर क्या है? एनी आइडिया? देखिए, अलीबाबा का जो कोर था वो ई-कॉमर्स बिजनेस था, कि जिसमें कस्टमर कनेक्टेड थे और मर्चेंट्स कनेक्टेड थे. उन्होंने कहा कि यार लेट्स स्टार्ट फाइनेंसिंग दीज मर्चेंट्स. तो दे build a different credit assessment mechanism, which is Zima credit. So they start building trust on other data points. फीको में आप कहते हैं कि जी इनकम लाओ, क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री लाओ, जैसे वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और हम भी वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड से ही फॉलो करते हैं. उन्होंने बिहेवियरियल और अदर स्कोर से कहा, क्योंकि क्रेडिट में 2 चीजें जाहिर इंपॉर्टेंट होती हैं, एबिलिटी टू रीपे और व्हाट इफ ही डजंट पे, व्हाट कंट्रोल आई कैन एक्सरसाइज. So they, from customer perspective, they have demand on their e-commerce portal. They know कि क्या demand है उनका. 11/11 बड़ा मशहूर वो होता था. They have the clear visibility of merchant inventory के किस तरीके से inventory निकल रही है. और तीसरा एक बड़ा strong mechanism है उनका escrow. Escrow क्या होता है कि जी अगर एक कस्टमर ने कोई परचेज की है तो उसको तो डेबिट कर लिया जाता है, लेकिन मर्चेंट को जब पेमेंट करते हैं तो जब customer satisfactory note देता है. So they did all the controls and risk management on these data points and start financing SMEs. अच्छा, वहां चाइना की सिचुएशन ये थी कि वहां पे जो है SMEs को इतना, जो बड़े बैंक्स थे वो ज्यादातर गवर्नमेंट ओन जो इनिशिएटिव है वहां पे फंड करते थे, जो वहीं पर ही जाते थे, तो SMEs को इतना लुक्रेटिव, और वहां पे तकरीबन हार्डली 15 to 20% लोगों का जो है वो क्रेडिट स्कोर एग्जिस्ट करता था. तो अगर वो एक इनोवेशन नहीं लेकर आते, और जैसे आरिफ सरहदी साहब ने कहा, डेटा एनालिटिक्स नंबर 1, फर्स्ट वी विल हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द डेटा पॉइंट्स, क्योंकि बहुत सा हमारे पास हार्डली 5 या 6% लोगों की क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री पाकिस्तान में मौजूद है. तो अगर हमने इसको डिजिटल करना है एंड टू एंड, तो जो सबसे डिफिकल्ट फेज होता है किसी भी उसका डिजिटल जर्नी का, कि अगर वहां पे कोई मैनुअल इंटरवेंशन आ जाए तो यू आर डन, राइट. तो टू मेक इट डिजिटल, इट हैज टू बी एंड टू एंड डिजिटल एज मेंशन बाय आरिफ सरंदी साहब, और उसमें ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन कम से कम हो या ना हो. तो आपको वो डेटा पॉइंट्स, अच्छा उसमें हम समझते हैं, हमारा पर्सपेक्टिव ये है कि पाकिस्तान में एक चीज बहुत अच्छी हो रही है कि फिनटेक्स आ रही हैं, डिफरेंट स्पेसेस में आ रही है, बिकॉज banks are part of the ecosystem, they are not the whole ecosystem. फॉर एग्जाम्पल एक फिनटेक आती है, वो कहती है मैं हबल कर है वो, मैं सप्लाई चेन फाइनेंस को मैं ऑटोमेट कर रहा हूँ, दे आर डूइंग अ वंडरफुल जॉब। और है कैश नाउ आती है, ओपन पोर्ट आती है, इस किस्म की और भी आ रही हैं जो कि बेसिकली एसएमई साइड पे या सप्लाई चेन साइड पे, लॉजिस्टिक साइट्स पे ऑटोमेशन और प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। सो बैंक विल हैव टू कोलैबोरेट विद दीज काइंड ऑफ फिनटेक्स। अच्छा, फ्रॉम इस्लामिक पर्सपेक्टिव, चूंकि हम एसेट बैक्ड फाइनेंसिंग करते हैं तो हमारे लिए एसेट की विजिबिलिटी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अच्छा, these kind of organization providing us visibility of the asset. For example, open port is telling us कि जी माल गोदाम से निकला, ट्रक लेकर चला, कौन सा ट्रक नंबर था एंड ऑल दैट, और वो जब डेस्टिनेशन पे पहुंचता है तो नंबर वन थिंग इज एसेट विजिबिलिटी। एक और रिस्क है मार्केट में इनवॉइस फाइनेंसिंग के पर्सपेक्टिव से कि जी इनवॉइस डुप्लीकेट हो सकती है, कई बैंकों में प्रेजेंट हो सकती है। तो द फिनटेक्स लाइक हबल और कैश नाउ are resolving this problem. So we'll have to build trust with, we'll have to work with these kind of fintechs in next 5 years. We'll have to collaborate, we'll have to build trust on these data points, और फिर हम जो new to bank customers I would say कि उनके साथ हम फाइनेंसिंग कर सकते हैं। So this is फ्रॉम आवर पर्सपेक्टिव कि जी इस तरीके से बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री आगे चल के शेप अप होने जा रही है। अच्छा, एक पार्ट इन्होंने ताबिश ने कहा कि जी नाइन जी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो वी आर टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी विद बैंकिंग लाइसेंस। देखिए, टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी विद बैंकिंग लाइसेंस और बैंक विद द बेस्ट ऑफ द ब्रीड टेक्नोलॉजी, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे आरिफ साहब ने भी उसको मेंशन किया, कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस। पहले भी शायद कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस इंपॉर्टेंट था, बट इन टुडेज वर्ल्ड स्विचिंग इज वेरी इजी। तो अगर आप अपने कस्टमर्स को बेहतर एक्सपीरियंस नहीं देंगे, तो वो पहले लोग सोचते थे कि यार अब जाएंगे दूसरे बैंक में अकाउंट खोलेंगे, सब करेंगे, तो अब स्विचिंग इज वेरी इजी। तो उस हमें ज्यादा फोकस करना है बेहतर कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस, और बेहतर कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस करने के लिए ऑब्वियसली हमें चीजों को स्ट्रेट थ्रू करना पड़ेगा। वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ वर्ल्ड से अगर कंपेयर करें तो दे हैव ऑलरेडी डन विद द ऑटोमेशन पार्ट ऑफ देयर बैक एंड प्रोसेसेस। एज फार एज वी आर कंसर्न, पाकिस्तानी बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री इज कंसर्न, हमारे अभी बहुत सारे बैक एंड प्रोसेसेस जो है वो ऑटोमेटेड है। सो वी हैव टू टेक द डबल लीप। नंबर वन, ऑटोमेट द होल बैक एंड प्रोसेसेस। As far as digital trust me, it's hardly 10 to 15% of the whole equation. So हम ये देखते हैं कि अगले 5 साल में हाइब्रिड मॉडल विल स्टे। अभी अगर हम देखें तो हमारी जो डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं are 80% higher than the physical transactions which are happening at the branch. और डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस नंबर इज ग्रोइंग लाइक एनीथिंग। हम 5 साल के लिए हार्डवेयर प्लान करते हैं, 3 साल में हमें चेंज करना पड़ता है, लेकिन साथ साथ हमारा फुटफॉल ब्रांचेस में भी इंक्रीज हो रहा है। ऐसा नहीं हो रहा कि ब्रांचेस की ट्रांजैक्शन नीचे जा रही हूँ और डिजिटल अप हो रही हूँ। डिजिटल इज टेकिंग लाइक एनीथिंग, बट फुटफॉल ऑन द ब्रांच इज स्टिल so our resolve is our industry will work in a hybrid manner, and digital will be a great complementing factor.
Thank you, Ali. I think I noted also this point to say that, you know, I think it's going to be a hybrid model, and I think that's the cornerstone of the strategy that most of the banks are thinking in that manner as well. And interestingly, you talked about asset-based financing, especially from Islamic banking perspective. I think the industry needs to evolve, especially by lending, in order to see, do we accept for an IT company code as the asset that we can do and finance. So there's a lot of work that needs to go on in that. And then with this, I would like to introduce Naveed Karim Saab. Naveed Karim Saab has been working for over a couple of decades with NDC Tech. Is one of one of the foremost runners in any core banking implementation. So I would request Naveed Saab to please come and say a few words about, yeah. So Naveed Saab has a presentation. Can you please upload it?
Yes,
Thank
I was blindsided into it as well.
you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. My name is Naveed Karim. I am Director of Sales and Business Development at NDC Tech. I would like to start by giving a very brief introduction of our company and our representative company, Temenos. And then I will get into my subject, which is the impact of disruptive technologies on the future of banking. I will not be sharing anything new that these esteemed colleagues have already shared. They've given a banking perspective of future of banking. I will give you a technology or a fintech perspective, and I'm actually going to share a study done by Temenos and stats by McKinsey that will give a perspective of the same things that we have already talked about. Before I start, Tavish brought up a point, difference in technology company people come in jeans and bankers come in suits. It is not by chance that I'm the only one on stage representing a fintech company who's not wearing a tie. Okay. So very briefly, NDC Tech is a partner of Temenos for core banking software services. We've been there for 20 years in partnership. We offer our services for implementation, upgrades, support, managed services, cloud services, and so on. For Temenos, they are the leading banking software solution provider for core banking as well as digital banking. And they're the leaders in both categories. In Pakistan also, we have 15 plus clients that are leading the marketplace. The next slide, I want to share what is really disruptive and the disruptive technology. Sorry, I can't move away from this, I guess. So, so some of the disruptive technologies in banking, and I put up some, and these are not all inclusive, but the main ones that are making an impact, and we are all facing them. So cloud and SaaS. Cloud spend is projected to represent 45% of the total enterprise spend by banks in the next 5 years. That's an amazing statistic, and it's going to have a serious impact. So I want to just share with you what impact these technologies are going to have. API and microservices. Value of stake across global banking is significant. Approximately 50% of the business value of the banks will be impacted. DevOps is the new way to deal with the digital technology and new operating model, and would have an impact of 50 to 75% reduction in cost and time to market. So these are significant technologies making an impact. Big data and AI machine language, Sirandi Saab touched on this already. These are game changers. And McKinsey predicts that each of them independently will have a revenue impact of $1 trillion on the banking system. These are significant figures. And blockchain as well would have a $4 billion a year impact in the banking revenues. So this is how technology is making a difference going forward, and these technologies are going to be imperative to it. So What are these technologies driving? These technologies are driving increasing pressures on the banking industry. And what are those pressures? Let's look at that. Customer demands are changing. Customer is at the center of the crux, as all of our colleagues pointed out. So they want faster service, need more personalized products. Reliability and trust are questioned where these were a given at one point. Increased competition, not just from other banks, it's coming from fintechs, payment providers, neobanks, e-commerce platform, and others. New regulations, they are also having an impact, especially around cybersecurity, open banking, PSD2, instant payments, etc. And we all know the impact that we've had due to COVID-19. Markets are volatile, economies have tanked, and cybercrime is on the rise. So these are all realities that we are having to face. But all is not doom and gloom for the banks. Banks have some strengths that they can leverage on to fight the oncoming fintechs. What are those? They have scale, they have connectivity, they have asset bases. They are custodians of consumers' financial information, and data, as you know, is the key. And most of all, they are part of a regulated industry. What that allows are insured deposits, access to central bank funding, lower costs of liquidity, as well as barriers to entry. Historically, this has led to increased trust between the bank and the customer. But the trust advantage is fast narrowing. Customer attitudes towards banking and technology are eroding. Companies have become more favorable in recent years to fintechs. So banks are running out of time. If they're to remain ahead, they must take advantage of digital trends and embrace upon banking, which is coming, and that would entail fundamentally restructuring their business model, acquiring new competencies, as well as improving their ability to execute. We see banks following three strategies, and you can see that in our present environment in Pakistan as well. Collaborating with fintechs. Every day we hear a bank shaking hands with a fintech company and offering new services. Our colleagues have touched here how their banks are doing the same. Building greenfield banks. Now these other two initiatives, we see it more globally. Regulations are coming in Pakistan, and as we know, a framework for digital banks is already in the works by State Bank. On the third one, on the cloud, I think they've already allowed non-production environment to go on cloud. I think the production part is also coming. So regulator will expedite and will help and play a role in expediting this, but the key is that they must renovate their existing IT infrastructure or be left behind. In conclusion, I would like to state, the bank of tomorrow is digital and a technology company that has evolved from its traditional brick and mortar perception. I do agree that in Pakistan, next 5 years, brick and mortar will not go away, and primarily because of what Zahid Saab touched about. We are at 25 to 35% literacy versus 80 to 100%. But that's where the trend is going. The future league of banks would orchestrate experiences across a multitude of digital touch points. Customers at the heart of banking going forward, and the banks that are more responsive to customer needs are the ones that would succeed. What does that mean? Means that the customer needs a car, so the banks would have to be in the car business. If customer needs a house, banks would have to be in the housing business, not just the lending business. Platformification is a must to fight the intense competition. Adoption of technology and robust digital platform strategy will separate the winners from the losers. NDC Tech and Temenos are here to serve banks in their journey to adopt this change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Navid Saab. I think, in the interest of time, I've got a note that, we will not be able to take questions from the audience, but I think the eminent speakers are here. And I'm sure there are a lot of questions, especially I have a lot of questions about the Kenya model that I'll be, asking Zaid Saab. But I think just to sum up, I think banks will continue to do a lot of experimentation, right? They will do experimentation, learn, how the model is progressing. I think few years back, fintech was an enemy to the bank. Today it is a collaborator. So I think the industry has evolved in terms of, it's not I versus you, but it is actually together we can attract and do a much more as to what we are doing. The other important thing is digital is not just about the front end. I think the plumbing work still needs to be done at the back end, and once that is done, I think the experience will automatically improve rather than just by placing some nice screens and some nice UI. But at the end of the day, it's the experience of end to end that counts. Data privacy, I think, is going to be an important subject. I hope we all hope to stop getting those messages कि साइमा को 50 रुपए भेज दें. A lot of people do send that as well. So I hope that the data privacy laws will get more strengthened as to how the data will be protected, especially when there'll be a lot of data based marketing that is going to happen. And I think there is a general consensus that in Pakistan, at least for the near future, it's not branch versus digital. I think it's a branch and digital will go hand and glove together. It will not be either or, but it will be together. And I think that's where the branch transformations will happen in the country as well. I would like to thank Zaid Saab, Arif Saab, Ali, Navid Saab for your time. Thank you, Faisal, once again for hosting this 19th successive conference as well. So thank you very much. The speakers will be here. So if you have any questions, please feel to pull them up and ask them. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for the eye-opening session. Next in line, we have a presentation on holistic cybersecurity approach, what finance executives need to know, by Mr. Alain Sanchez, EMEA CISO Senior Evangelist, Fortinet, who will be live with us shortly.
Excuse me, sir, you can start now.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We seem to have a little bit of technical glitch, but now it's solved. I'm really happy to be part of this banking summit. I wish I could be with you in Pakistan, but very soon the world will completely reopen again and we can continue our habits. My name is Alain Sanchez, and I'm the EMEA CISO for Fortinet. And my core part of my job is to be at the side of cybersecurity officers, solving problems, understanding the new challenges of the professions, and really build together solutions for a more secure, hyper-connected world. And I'm coming to you with a presentation that is called Holistic Cybersecurity Approach, which is an invitation to see cybersecurity as a whole and not as a series of point solutions. And let's put things a little bit in perspective here. One of the very remarkable things is that despite all the challenge of the last 18 to 19 months, the digital transformation has not stopped. Actually, if we judge by the investments made across the world for digital transformation, we are talking a growth of about 44%, but with numbers that are already very impressive. We're talking billions of dollars of growth. And I have to say, part of the merit of our digital world not stopping is due to the banking sector, to the financing sector, because our economies did not collapse despite all the challenges. And this is something that I wanted to be one of the main idea of this presentation. It is, you did not only maintain the business continuity, but as we did that, we continue to innovate. And we innovated in many different sectors. Let's take a few of them. The first one is the understanding, the insight of our customers. Data analytics are now a very important part of the inspiration to innovate in the banking and financial sector. The mobility is the second one. When you know your customer, you know his habits, and you are in a situation to create a very granular, very personalized type of new services, and to have those services to be used on the move. Now, this is not a trend that was created by the pandemic, but certainly was accelerated by the pandemic. Another element is artificial intelligence. The human brain is just not fast enough, and his memory not big enough to cope with the velocity and the sophistication of the threat. So in the financial sector, the ability to machine learn the habits, to be able to detect a gap between a normal behavioral, it can be an object, a person, a computer, a middleware, an application, and the actual behavioral enables to trigger some element of double check or defense. And that artificial intelligence enables us to be able to avoid, to stop for every false positive, and at the same time, to balance this with the risk of letting things go, and these things can be pieces of code, can be hidden attacks. And obviously, cybersecurity is a very important area of innovation, to the point that the scope of the responsibilities are changing. It's not only about protecting, it's about enabling a safe innovation. So as a CISO, we have now access to the data of the consumers, the data of our own company. We have at the same time access to all the alarms, and that together enables to suggest to the top executives of banking companies ways to go about innovating and safe way to go about innovating with the security embedded at the very beginning of the design of innovation. That could be the second main idea of this presentation. Is we don't now have networking innovation, application innovation on the one hand, and then security to be brought in, because the then kills us. During this moment where you have design and then you ask you the question to protect, it's already too late. The attackers are all out there. They scrutinize systematically every vulnerabilities of the new systems. So embedding security inside the network is what we call security-driven networking. It's been the motto of this company for its creation 20 years ago, and it has never been so important as the moment when networks are accelerating, software are becoming more sophisticated, and many different new devices are popping up into our environments. I'm not going through all the contributions of this innovation, but that chart gives us an idea of the relentless and multi-technology innovation that we have witnessed in the financial sector. And like many other sectors, financial services are under a series of challenges. The first one is reducing the cost. The threat grows exponentially, but our budget do not grow exponentially. So we do have to also find new ways and calling for new technologies to continue to innovate whilst being under financial pressure at the same time. Visibility is very important. You cannot protect what you can't see. And when you have a fancy new applications working on a mobile device that enables you to talk to your financial counselor because of the lockdown, or just because it's a more convenient and direct way to select counselors according to the profiles of the users, you still introduce, by doing that, a new series of threats. And we'll talk about that in a moment. Flexibility. The cloud has brought us a lot of flexibility, but not all the flexibility. When we think about flexibility, it is the mental flexibility to be able to permanently question the way we are going about delivering new financial services, the infrastructure flexibility, where you can reallocate it and resegment different parts of your information system depending on new threats or new projects. And we have to permanently, dynamically, and automatically segment the various access to the information systems as a whole. And because this new situation creates new laws to deal with them, and these laws are protecting the users, are protecting the providers, still, it's more work, it's more responsibility on the shoulders of people in charge of cybersecurity, because they are the ones who know, they are the ones who have access to the data, who sees the network, sees the company, who sees the security, sees how the security is attacked. So no wonder that in this particular space where networking and security are dealt from only one place, the responsibility of reporting to our respective states, rules and regulations falls under the cybersecurity officers, the CISOs, the CIOs. Now, we have kind of proven ourselves even more in the last 19 months. We have demonstrated that anytime we put a given amount of money to cybersecurity and IT, they improve the capital efficiency. They make it fruitful. We have proven that we could increase efficiency and have a faster decision-making process because you know what's happening. You know the traffic flow. You know the IP range. You know what functions and features in these new applications are used by who. And then you acquire this visibility and this ability to manage your costs and this ability to drive your value creation, to know where you should invest. Because it's a very common problem. We could invest and innovate everywhere. Now, where should we start? And that is not the same answer for every bank or every financial institution at the same time. Now, as we cash the benefits of these new, I would say, progress that we've made, as we cash the benefits, we increase the attack surface. We put ourselves in a situation where there are more of these devices out there. And when I say we have more, we have significantly more of these devices. We estimate the number of devices connected to the network and to several dozens of billion now. Just look at this room. I have these devices in Bluetooth that enable to access this camera. I have another one that with infrared that enables to regulate the various parameters of these rooms. I have my mobile devices that is connected in Wi-Fi. And I do have, continue to have, my PC that is connected in wireline. And that is the increase of the attack surface. And no wonder why we see, if you look at the red curve here, that represents the number of records that have been stolen over the past years, we see that we have a permanent increase of that. And that these attacks will not stop. These attacks are in fact increasing, and not only in volume, by the way, but also in sophistication. When you innovate, for instance, you are allowing new expertise. Take data analytics for a while. You need to create a new banking service that taps into very fine understanding of who is using what and extrapolate what's the next new services that these people would like from a financial perspective. So you bring in new brains, new people, new devices, and that increases the attack surface. And we're doing this in a permanent manner. And no wonder that we see the attacks growing. Here are a few press clippings, online press clippings of the attack. You can see that Pakistan is here no different from other very, very advanced countries where this ability to create new banking services attract the hackers from every horizons. They can be insider, they can be in the country, they can be outside the country. And you see, we have a lot of new initiatives that are taken, and this is a great one, by the way, to have advanced new cybersecurity policies to deal with the consequences of these digital transformations. Now, one of the things that we witness as well is the end of what we used to call the best of breed, old school to go about purchasing network and cybersecurity. In the past, we could afford to say, all right, find me the best antivirus, and find me the best sandbox, and find me the best authentication system, and find me the best segmentation system, all chosen for intrinsic parameters. Now, as a result, we see the financial institutions and the bank having plethora of products that are the consequence of layers and layers of very positive, by the way, but successive innovations. And we found ourselves in a situation to have a very intricate, a very complicated architecture. So one of the big trends that we've been witnessing accelerating over the last 19 to 20 months is the fact that we now think into platforms. And these platforms have a couple of very important attributes today. First of all, they have a broad scope. They can deal with systems that only 5 to 7 years ago were not IT systems. Sensors, cameras, middleware, all these new processes that enable to increase the security, to have a better understanding of the state of a given agency, a better understanding of the efficiency of a new applications, they find themselves now in a situation to be connected. So we need platforms that understand the breadth, this new breadth. Second thing, it's all about networks, right? You have new networks, you have more efficient networks, and that's another platform that you have to secure. Then you have the cloud. The cloud, some people say the cloud have saved us, right? But remember, as a cybersecurity officer, you always, something in you is always reluctant to go out and say, well, we say our most important data, the new gold is the data. And the next thing we do is we spread this data, and sometimes we don't quite understand where it's going. So our here message is not to tell you go cloud or don't go cloud, because we are not a cloud provider. We are a pure play security provider. And by the way, the cloud provider are doing an excellent job in securing their data. However, the responsibility you cannot outsource. You can outsource data processing. You can outsource storage. You can have software delivered as a service, and there's lots of advantage of that, lots of business advantage, functional advantage, rationalization advantage. However, it's still your responsibility. So that is something that you have to have in mind. How do you go about securing data in the cloud? And we have an approach that we call dynamic cloud, which is the ability to have your cyber security policy transcend the diversity of the cloud offering. So you can change, you can come back in your own premises, you can do a little test, you still have the same policy, you don't have to reinvent it and to re-implement it. And obviously, you have the new infrastructure that enables us to benefit from software that is distributed. So the platform approach enables you to deal with these 4 layers of securities. And that is perhaps the third big teachings that we have. There are 3 elements that make us think that this approach is right. The first one is we saw an enormous increase in the demand for our SD-WAN and security-driven networking offerings. 96% last year. This is 5 times, more than 5 times more than the industry. So this massive adoption of our offerings that we see in the SD-WAN, for instance, or in the Fortinet cloud offering, that in fact gives your freedom back. When your policy sits on top of your cloud infrastructure, strategy, distributed architecture, you get your freedom back. You are not tied into the roadmap of anyone. It is your strategy that matters. And here again, we saw a massive adoption of this approach over the last years, and particularly last 18 months. And something which is perhaps the fourth thing I'm asking you to, if you won't remember from this presentation, is the edge. The rise of the edge. We had these examples of all these devices connected to our network, but in this perception, cloud is just another edge. Data is just another edge. And we have to think in terms of the battlefield now moves to the endpoint. And here, again, this approach was immensely adopted all over the world in the last year. Let me perhaps suggest that we have a view of what we call the security fabric, which is this intricate, broad, integrated, and automated series of solutions that enable you to have a holistic view of cybersecurity. And by the way, holistic does not mean monopolistic. Look at this green circle at the bottom right of this chart. It is a fully open, based on standard, 400 APIs and connector-rich ability to tap into your existing architectures, existing management platforms, existing network and security platforms. And it's got lots of advantages. It's got business advantages because you immediately have a native integration of all these components. We talk milliseconds to answer to the threats. In the past, we had weeks, we had milliseconds. So you need an immediate integration. You cannot afford a year to integrate. You remember, that was the typical time frame we had when we integrated various systems in a very large organizations. Second, very big advantage is the technology. There is no compromise between innovation and security, between networking innovation and cybersecurity protection. And you do that from one single OS, whether you choose it on-premise, in your data center, in different clouds, in multi-cloud, it's the same products, the same codes that does it. And then for your people, because you automate, because you have this help of machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms, it is less stress on their shoulders and a better ability to focus on what is strategic and important. Allow me to leave you with these 3 takeaways. The platform as a vision, which is the expression of the holistic view I was mentioning at the beginning. The new edge as being the battlefield where the hackers try to hack this little camera, this little device. So the edge is where cybersecurity now has to focus, and the cloud is just another edge in this perspective. And then holistic is the new way to go about embracing cybersecurity. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have questions, please use the various media that you have, and we will be delighted to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alain. Before we move forward, it is humbly requested for upcoming presenters and panelists to please keep it brief and crisp so we can complete our sessions within the given time. Next, we have a presentation on rise of the machines. How is AI revolutionizing banks by Mr. Ashar Naeem, Chief Product Officer, ISSM AI. Please welcome on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for having me. So I wanted to, there have been very interesting conversation in terms of hyper-local social behaviors for technological adaptation, which I think are very interesting because it helps us understand very well how AI is going to be adapted. And I wanted to address some of the AI deployment anxieties and how AI is going to be an abrupt revolution rather than an incremental one. So usually when we talk about AI, we focus a lot on how it's going to revolutionize or disrupt industries. And I think before we start addressing the how, we need to start addressing the why. We need to understand the historical technological evolution of our modern civilization to understand why AI has become an eventuality. So if we were to look into the common denominators of any technology adaptation, we will see two variables that are always present. The number one is the marginal cost of change, and the second is cost of change in social behavior. We've had conversations before this where people have spoken about how Pakistan as a society is different, how the adoption is going to be different, and we are in complete agreement with them that technology adoption is the most important factor and social behavior is the most important factor in technology adoption. And these are the two variables that matter the most in terms of technology adoption. And if we were to break down our modern capitalism history of technology evolution, this is what we see, right? The theory checks out everywhere. If you were to look into, let's say, the first steam engine, the steam engine was first discovered in 1698, right? It was built in 1698, but it took 100 years for it to be democratized because the two variables, cost of social change and marginal cost of change, both mattered a lot, and it took 100 years for it to be adapted across all industries. Then if you were to look into locomotive, it took 20 years for it to be democratized. If you were to look into electricity, it took 20 years. And then if you were to look into first personal computing, it took it around 6 years till democratization. And these two factors have always played a role. When technology is built in a human agnostic way, where the maintenance, the involvement with the technology is minimized, that's when adoption actually happens. So if we were to, this is a very interesting slide because here we can see that history is repeating itself. One of the major misconception about AI is that AI jo hai, it is a next stage of software, it is the next stage of cloud, but it's the other way around. Just like in the mechanical driven industrial revolution, wahan pe, when you had air brakes and when you had motors, all of them contributed towards the industrial revolution, right? In the similar fashion, the softwares and the computers and everything that we call technology right now is right now aiding towards the AI boom. It is not the next stage of software. The softwares and the clouds and the computers were the preliminary stages of AI. AI here is an eventuality. And this is where AI, so we can draw analogies of technology revolutions in the past, but there are also differences in AI because unlike other technologies, AI does not experience similarly the cost of social behavior or marginal change of cost. Because in AI is self-iterative, it reinforces its own learning, it improves itself. So for instance, if somebody was to create a better phone, they'll have to go and reiterate on the phone. But AI is different in that regard because what AI does is it learns itself, it reiterates itself, and it's a constant process. So the cost of AI with time and with its improvement actually goes down as compared to if you were to compare it to other historical technology evolutions. So it does not experience marginal cost of change as compared to other technology evolutions that we have seen. And this is the most important aspect, and this is why I believe that just like 10 years ago where software deployment was an issue in Pakistan, AI deployment is not going to be an issue, because AI by its nature is agnostic. It does not require human intervention. Within, for instance, in your industry, within the banks, it does not require human intervention by the team within the banks or outside the bank. It is, and when we say human agnostic, we basically talk about any piece of technology that does not require human intervention. So if you were to, let's say, look into chatbots, for instance, chatbot deployment does not require any intervention from any of the team members within the banks. And if you have a truly conversational AI, then the customer is not aware whether he's having a conversation with a bot or with a human agent. And that's the reward function of AI too. It is supposed to minimize the bot detection rate, at least in conversational AIs, right? And if you were to look into other sort of like deployments, so facial recognition or pattern recognition, all of these different types of ML models and AI deployments, they're meant to be human agnostic. So when we have spoken about how Pakistan might be a different society and how Pakistan may have different ways of technology adoption, this is why it doesn't really matter when it comes to AI, because it's not talking to your social behavior. It is not talking to how people are in Pakistan. It is indifferent towards what cultures or hyperlocal cultures are, because because of this agnostic nature, it does not experience the second cost, which is usually associated with the technology adoption and technology evolution. And the other thing which is very interesting in terms of AI and understanding AI deployments is that it could be deployed in most current infrastructures, right? I mean, at the end, we're just talking about ML models and ML models being deployed. So if you have DBs available, ML models can be trained on that. There is no hardware requirement. There is no other infrastructural requirement that need to be taken into account there. At max, what you would require is a machine on which your ML models are trained. And if you can already deploy trained models, then there is no infrastructural change in AI either, right? So one of the we have discussed this. There are a lot of, because one of the, let's call it anxiety that we have had is that most of the bankers that we speak to, they talk about how data is not readily available within the banks, right? But when we look at the banks, all we see is a lot of sunk data, a lot of data that is not being processed. So one of the prime examples, for instance, is CCTV cameras, right? You have CCTV cameras in mostly all of your branches. That IP cameras or those IP cameras could be used to determine the efficiency and efficacy of employees within those branches, right? That is all data that is right now not being utilized. So you can gauge the performance of people within the branches, or for instance, how many people are parked outside, how that determines the amount of loans that will be taken. All of this is sunk data that is being, that the banks already have, but they're not being utilized. So if I were to further expand on this, and I write here because one of the discussions that we had earlier was about digitizing most of the processes, and this is also where AI can sort of like be taken into account, right? Because within your current architectures, RNN and CNN models could be deployed where it would make it easier for you to digitize your data instead of taking the software route. And this is more or less the OpEx of what banking industry right now looks like, right? So you have around 40% of the OpEx is in the front office, and then you have like 18% in operations, and then you have 16% IT, and then 18% in business support and others. And what I wanted to do was kind of break this down and how AI will be reflective in all of these different departments. So if you were to start with the front office, the branches, the call center, the commercial and all of that, the chatbots and the speech bots, chaos-based GANs, all of these are supposed to, well, number one, first complement, that will be the first stage. And then as we speculate, the second stage is probably going to replace, right? So if you have chatbots, which are truly conversational AI and speech bots, they can function and augment what human agents do. A good or a true AI is meant to augment human functions. So if they can augment what a human being is supposed to do, then the infrastructural cost of branches, call centers, and all of that significantly goes down. So within the front office, we'll probably see a lot of deployments, and a lot of deployments of these kinds have actually already started. The second one is operations, and that's the most interesting one, because when we when you talk about banks, there is a lot of data available, and in some cases we've also seen a lot of data governance, data lineage that is already happening. But what we don't talk about is data cataloging and data oncology, right? What we should be focusing on, and what is readily available right now, is that all of your data, for instance, from your sales, from the CRM, and from the ERP, and all the data from the CCTVs, all of the data that is already available could be cataloged, and a digital twin could be created of every bank. The digital twin is supposed to function or speculate what the bank is going to do. If I have 2 years data or 5 years data of any bank, then I can predict what that bank is going to do, or every branch is going to do tomorrow. Once I have that digital twin available, then I can start speculating how the monsoon is going to affect the farmers in, let's say, Punjab. Or if I have not used my credit card for the last 6 months, a rule-based bot can generate an email or a WhatsApp and have a conversation with me. All of this is readily available right now. None of this is high-end or advanced AI. This has been happening at least within the startup ecosystem for the last 3-4 years, right? So the digital twin and oncology is one of the major things that we emphasize on, because this makes machine learning modeling very easy, predictive modeling very easy, and you can do predictive modeling in real time if you have a digital twin available. The other thing is IT and administration cost. And I think we believe that mostly, as we have seen as a pattern across the globe, infrastructure as a service will be available, where most of your, let's say, AI services or otherwise will be provided as a service to most banks and other industries. And the second thing is the AI first SaaS services. So if you're using QuickBooks or otherwise other platforms to manage different operations, one of the tendencies that we have seen within the SaaS culture is the AI first SaaS services. AI first SaaS services are supposed to minimize human intervention. They're supposed to do things automatically. So what that does is that when you had to use 10 people to operate a specific software for a specific operation, that cost also significantly goes down, because these AI first SaaS softwares do it for you. And the other thing is, as I've spoken about, the most of the analytics and analysis has already been happening, but this is a interesting research that happened. I think somebody already spoke about this too, but there's going to be $1 trillion of added value by using AI. But what was interesting for me was that advanced AI is probably going to determine what we call as a competitive advantage. So the companies, organizations, or institutes using advanced AI is what is going to determine the USP of the future. So, and the interesting number here is that 45% of additional value is going to be determined by advanced AI. Most of the conversations that we have usually entail around how data is being governed, how insights and the graphs are already available. What will matter the most within AI is getting insights that other organizations cannot get. So we have this joke within our company that if a human can predict it looking at data, then it's not true AI. If you get to see insights that you do not understand yourself, you can't figure out how that insight was available to you, that's true AI. So finding those data connections, finding those insights that are not available, that do not make any sense, but have a high confidence estimator, though that is going to determine the future USP of all organizations. And lastly, I wanted to talk about this, and this was very interesting for me because this was research done by BCG, and they spoke about how people want to see their banks. So 37% of the people want their banks to operate like Amazon, right? And if you look at Amazon, Amazon on the front of it is just an e-commerce platform. But what makes Amazon a very effective e-commerce platform is the machine learning algos that they are running on their backend. So that is the differentiator for Amazon, because when I go to Amazon, it's not very different from me going to Daraz. It's pretty much the same, but it's the analytics and the analysis that they have, the data points that they have on every user that can help them predict and me to search what is right and what is wrong. So in a lot of ways, the customer experience in terms of the process or the engagement that the customer has with banks or other organization, that is supposed to be constant as it is right now. But it is those subtle changes or subtle recommendations that a consumer does not experience that is going to make the difference in terms of user experience. Because across all industries, users' expectations are changing, and that is going to start reflecting even in banking. And I think most of us here already know that. So just to conclude, that AI, because it's human agnostic, it is not determined on hyperlocal social behaviors. It is indifferent towards how people are in every country. Because it's human agnostic, it does not care about transitioning your team or your workforce towards a new software. That is a problem that you don't face with AI. And because it does not have those issues, its deployment is going to be easy, its adaptation is going to be easy, and probably, as I said before, the AI revolution is going to be an abrupt one, not an incremental one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashar Saab. Next, we have a presentation on how to drive innovation in an increasingly competitive environment by Mr. Fazil Razi ur Rahman, Director Services MEA at Diebold UAE. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me. Pleasure having you all here. I tend to agree with every panelist or discussions that was happening since morning regarding innovation. My thought process again, regarding innovation is nothing new that we are talking about. We have been talking about since I have joined this industry for the last 21 years, very limited experience. Innovation was always there, small scale, big scale. The only difference that we see now is in terms of decision making. Yeah. So today, what I feel is that ideas are there, and since morning, everyone is discussing about what to do, how to do, what others are doing. But the challenge I think we are facing is this decision making, and decision making can only be done if we have sufficient analytics, which the gentlemen were already mentioning, data presenting that what can be done, what cannot be done. Innovation is not something that I have to do it for myself. Innovation is something that I have to do for my end user. Somebody was also mentioning that the customer behavior is a key challenge. No, customer behavior is not a key challenge. Today, if you want to sell a mobile phone, can a consumer and an individual buy a phone which does not support WhatsApp? No, nobody will buy a phone. Today, my father, he's much more comfortable using an iPhone than he was using, 20 years back, those Nokia phones. So individuals are basically, adapting to the changes. The challenge comes from the financial institutions are the decision making, because they do not have sufficient data to analyze what exactly are the requirements of the end consumer. They don't have those decision making powers because of certain reasons. And one of the study, again, I will not go into the details, no stories around this, but when a survey was done, the banks, when they were compared to the technological giant, they were nowhere closer in any of these, in any of these elements. Either it is quality, saves time, or simplifies, or heirloom. Heirloom is basically if I'm doing a banking with XYZ bank, my family will also do. Yeah. And somebody also mentioned that Amazon or Google, if they come up with banking, where is the traditional financial institutions going for? The reason is that these technological giants, they have a sufficient R&D budget which they invest in their technology and they adopt. Legacy financial institution for the past 1995, when it was evolving, they have implemented in products. They have invested in products. Now is the time to invest in platforms. So that is the key message, that the platforms is very important, because today also what we are doing, we are discussing. We are basically just discussing what needs to be done next, but we are not deciding, we are not implementing, we are not executing it. Okay. Very important aspect for the execution after the data and the analytics is being presented is one key aspect which relies on all of this transformation, rather it called innovation, rather it called digitization, digital, omni-channel, opti-channel, phygitization, whatever name you do. The key concept, the key message is that whatever you are doing for your end customer. You're not doing it for yourself. I may design a NASA rocket. That NASA rocket will not be, adopted by my customer. This is where in 2005 and 6, you might have heard omni-channel. Everybody was talking about omni-channel, but when they realized that what exactly is meant by omni-channel, some of the banks tried to implement, complex journeys for the end users, which resulted in a reverse migration. What was reverse migration? The whole objective of digitization or innovation is to give your end user an experience that he can basically leverage, an experience that he can visit your branches and do it in minutes or seconds and leave out. Reverse engineering was that you implemented very complex journey, customer did not adopt it, it was not the right time, and you see the whole investment, again, people going to the branches. So everything was basically gone. So one of the key aspects is the consumer experience. Journeys should not be designed based on my wish. Journeys has to be designed based on the consumer requirements. A very simple example, which COVID has taught us. I mean, I'm based out of Middle East, where and in Alhamdulillah in Pakistan, there was, a proper correct measures taken, and there was, very restricted lockdown. But in the Middle East, it was a complete lockdown for 3 months. But still banks had to do services to the customer. How will they do? If they would have not invested in the right platforms, rather investing in products that we normally do now. They have invested in the right platform. That's where they were able to leverage that time of COVID where nobody can visit, but still you can do the banking. Branches were closed, but still if a customer wants to do a branch transaction, how will do that? This is where the interaction with the teller sitting somewhere remote in a safe office comes. You have basically you have a branch where you have technology in place, where a consumer need can be addressed by a person sitting remotely, be it your cash, be it your deposit, be it your loan, be it your debit card printing. If you have lost your card, what to do now? There is no one who can come to you, strict lockdown, but I need my card. I need to do some online transaction because only online you can do the payments. I need a debit card. So this is where the customer experience and competitive differentiator comes into picture. If you have invested in the right platform, time to market is the key differentiator. If you keep on discussing for 6 months and do not execute because you do not have the right platform, after 6 months, there will be something else. So branch transformation, how you transform your user journey into more effective manner. I was also hearing a debate about branches are coming or going. Branches will still be there. There is no way you can remove a branch, because for a bank, branch is their identity and you cannot eliminate your identity. Yeah. Optimize revenue generation. One of the other impact that yes, today the cost of transaction is increasingly high in branches. How can I optimize that cost? Yes, if I go to a teller, what is a teller doing behind a bulletproof glass? He's just taking my deposit, he's giving withdrawals. How can we automate that process? How can we basically have that teller sitting at the back of a bulletproof glass to become a seller? Why can't that teller be, standing next to me, selling me more stuff, rather sitting at the back using that, normal till and doing all those transactions? Yeah. Business efficiency. One of the other key things that, in Pakistan, I've been seeing the journeys that we adopt the technology, or we basically get into lots of discussions and detail, which is good to analyze and decide. But then we realize after a long time, yes, that we need to do this, where someone in the other parts of the world has already done. So today, in terms of your cost of cash management, it may be very high, right? So today, the machines which you are using in your branches is doing a simple withdrawal, a deposit. Why can't you turn those machines into be a recycler? Why do you have to have your cost of cash, your dead cash, millions sitting in the machine doing nothing, and you need to organize, cash in the branch, cash in the world to replenish those machines? Why can't these machines be self-sufficient? And a study shows that recycling, if you put recycling with the proper studies, how much cash comes in, how much cash goes out, based on that, you put the thresholds, the cash inside, it can last for up to 2 to 3 weeks on its own, without anybody basically going and replenishing the machine. So these are some of the advantages and some of the key factors when we talk about digitization. For me, digitalization or innovation is a journey. Just like you have steps over here, we have step 1, step 2, so we have to climb step. What happened recently is, I'm an old guy, I can only walk one by one, and I'm a legacy financial institution, so I have to follow those steps. Some youngsters sitting at the back, they can just jump up. And these are the fintechs, which does not have to deal with those legacy products. And now they're coming up. So this is where hand-in-hand collaboration with the fintechs and the financial organization has to come into picture. Securing and protecting your brand. Being a Pakistani, I know myself, I'm very emotional as well. So if I tend to have, a basic fraud or whatever stuff or bad experience, and somebody was also mentioning, and I agree, changing my bank today is very easy. Loyalty factor is, I don't know what type of loyalty factor there in Pakistan, but there's no loyalty factor. There's only one thing which comes into mind is service. If I, as a customer, I also basically bank with XYZ Bank. If I, a customer, want a service, and if I get that service when I want, I will be loyal to the bank. But if I don't get that service, and then I have an experience of, hacking or jackpotting or whatever stuff, just because banks have not, or financial institutions have not thought on those aspects. Yes, they think about how to grow business, but there are some minute details as well that needs to be thought of. Because being being Pakistani, I am emotional myself. I'm not sure about others. So, experience for the customer is also so if I get a bad experience, it is very easy for me to basically, convert my bank. Compliances. Regulatory compliances keeps on coming. Today, there's X, Y, and Z. This is where, again, as I mentioned, investing in product is no more a viable option. Investing in a platform is what the financial institution should be looking forward. Because again, giants like Apple, Samsung, every year they are releasing new technology, new phones. They can stop it, but again, it's evolving. So the platform which can help you, nobody can predict the future, I'm sure, but which can help you for the next 5 to 10 years, is it what you should be looking for. The new face of banking, and this is where I think, my personal opinion, the bank is basically going, I want my bank to be personalized with me. I don't need any more, unwanted calls, unwanted emails. I don't pick it up. And if there is something which happened to my account, I will not simply pick up, because my experience with the bank is they call me for unnecessary, take this loan, take this card, take this stuff. So it has to be personalized experience. And I like the example given by the gentleman, like, I want a car. I'll give you an example very shortly, because the gentleman is watching me, that it's too much time taken. That if I want a car, and I give you an example, I went to a car showroom, and the one question he just asked, which bank do you bank with? I said XYZ. Within 24 hours, I got an email that since you are interested in car and this type of car, we have done a survey for you, and these are the 3 top banks which are basically the banks which are offering these terms and condition, and we are best in this one. So I don't have to go myself as an individual, I want a car. I myself do not want to go and invest my time in bank A, B, C, D. I have from my bank, and an information that I would have spent weeks. My bank helped me that. It's a personalized experience with my bank. Software driven customer experience. Again, the experience, the journey on the machines or whatever touch points you are basically giving to the end customer should not be NASA science, should not be rocket science, that it is becoming too difficult for a customer to even understand what he needs to do on the machine. It has to be simple. And this is where I give the example of, there is no bigger technical giant like Google. And Google, for the past 21 years since I'm using, they just have this simple bar, 1 bar, that's all. What experience other than that we are expecting? 1 bar and you have everything. Today, even if you have to do any comparisons, you rely on Google because of simplicity, because of accuracy, right? Managed services. Again, many times I had a discussion, what is the definition of managed services for financial institution? Managed services for financial institution is, guys, you are best in doing banking. You do the banking. Let the other guys who are best in, managing your machines or services, let them do what they're best in. You focus in your core business. Today, what I, with the very limited, time when I come to Pakistan, every time I see is that banks are still into those phenomena of discussion. My operation team is having challenges with this, with switch, with ATM down, with up, monitoring, management. So let the experts do this. You focus on your core stuff, which is the consumer experience, consumer expertise. Payments. Again, payments is a very big topic. This in the morning, Michael Engel from Diebold Nixdorf, he also touched about payments. What is the payments is basically growing, and it's not in Pakistan, it's everywhere in the world. I just had yesterday some statistics. 70,000 POS terminals are there in the market. I'm sure it may be plus minus, but 40,000 unique merchants means that in the likes of McDonald's or KFC, they may be having 25,000, 30, so make 70, 40,000 unique terminals. So how are we as basically as an organization of helping consumers to do business, ease of doing business? In Dubai, I can pay a one dirham, my water bottle bill with my credit card. Here, I'm not sure if it is even possible, because simply what I've also learned is, and this was an eye opener for me, that even an acquirer, a bank who's acquiring, he's taking a service from XYZ, and that person is charging on a card 3% or 2.5% fees for him. So 1 dirham bottle becomes 3 dirhams bottle to pay from the credit card. So these are the challenges. I think before thinking of the big bang, we need to do the groundwork proper, so that the future or the big bang approach can be taken. Payments, I'll not go. I have already discussed, and gentleman is looking at me after every time he's reminding me, he's showing me that I'm over. So transactions are going. This is not Pakistan statistics. This is global. Mobile, because my bank is my mobile. So mobile banking, debit card payments, these are going instead of cash payments. Again, are we ready? Because today what we are talking about, end of life products. So whatever we are defining, we are designing, we are discussing and we're discussing, and the decision cannot be taken because we are discussing based on the end of life products. End of life products means, yes, the bank have invested in 2001, 2002 in a very good core banking system, switches and stuff, but those are not basically today's technology. You cannot do all this stuff in today's technology. This is where platform is the key for the banks to invest. I will not go into the details. I am there. Thank you to Innovative. I'll be there in their stand. If anyone wants to discuss more details, I can go there. But this is a platform that we are talking about. Fintechs are coming. Everyone knows. Yes, it's a reality. We cannot basically ignore that. But how we can, as an organization, as a financial institution, merge together to provide a better service and timely service, because time to market is the key. Again, the same point, 6 months, if we keep on discussing, another 3 months, something new will come. We are already 20 years behind. When I say 20 years behind, simply in 2000, 2001 in Middle East, I did the first deposit project, and it was called Enigma. I'll tell you the definition later on. Why? Because nobody knew what will happen. But the bank said we need to, optimize the consumer experience. Today in Pakistan, every branch I go, is branch staying? Yes, it's staying. But if I open 20,000 new branches, will I basically help my customer in enhanced journey? No, I will be still doing the same. Bulletproof glass, teller sitting at the back, consumers lines, shouting stuff. We need to optimize that customer journey. And one of the optimization or innovation in 2001 was done. Whatever definition you can give for innovation, innovation is not something you are doing today. It is there since we were born even. But deposit automation, it was called Enigma because different behavior was there, but decision was there. The financial institution willingness was there to take a risk. There was an R&D budget, which unfortunately today we are talking about Amazon, we are talking about Google, that they will go, yes, because they have a separate R&D budget, which they can, work and throw. So 2001 deposit was there. Now in Middle East 2021, nobody's talking about deposit. If your bank does not have a deposit machine, which is self-service 24/7, no one will bank with you. Simple like if a bank does not have a mobile banking app, I will not consider this as a bank, right? So these are certain scenarios where it has to be there, and then we discuss what top can be given. So today in Pakistan, yes, deposit is evolving, it's coming. It's not there yet, but now the trend is coming. So this is one of the innovation that can be brought up. Once deposit is there, what next? Next, recycling, because you need to again lower down the cost of cash which you are using on your machines or the ATM. Recycling is another. Yes, we can have a debate, we can have a discussion. Recycling, what if this goes in, that comes out? Technology is very advanced. We can have the discussion. Technology is very advanced. COVID time, I told you another stuff that one of the banks said, guys, I cannot open branches. My teller's nothing there. I need to have video interaction. Yes. We as Diebold Nixdorf, within 3 months, we implemented the complete end-to-end solution for the customer. They started with 25, now they are 150 machines live and working, up and running. They started with 10 card printing kiosks, that instant issuance of card, instant issuance of checkbook, instant issuance of a demand draft. Now they have 750 machines because the adaptation from the end consumer was so high that they even are willing to pay for the service, extra fees also. One of the other thing, COVID comes, now what? My ATM, somebody is, people are not very much comfortable in using the machines, touching the machines in that area, in our part of the world. What can we do? Yes, you can have a touchless interaction on the machine. You can do your mobile pre-staging, you can pre-stage your cash, you can pre-stage your transaction. Just go to the machine, show your QR code, enter the OTP, done, cash is out. These are the enhanced interactions with the customer that we can do today immediately. There is no need of whatever stuff you're running in the back. The parallel things can happen. Okay. In Pakistan, one of the very key concerns of some of the banks is that EPPs or the encrypted PIN packs, which is used to do the the PIN capture of a customer. Somebody puts Elfie and then that EPP, because it's a secure module, cannot be reused. So we as Diebold Nixdorf, we have come up with the encrypted touchscreen PIN pad. You don't need to have a physical EPPs. The touchscreen becomes an EPP for you. So these are the type of innovations. These are type of consumer experience that you would like, or I would like for my bank to go with, that it is ready for my requirements. It's not the other way around that what I have to adopt what bank is giving. The bank is adopting what the requirements of the consumer can be in the next coming up eras. Finished. So very last, I have a couple of more slides. So again, we can discuss with you, in the stalls, some of the self-service technologies and some of the, we call it non-financial technologies. Non-financials means that, where a consumer can go and stand and open an account instantly. So we have again use cases, implementations across Middle East, where a consumer can walk in to a bank and he can open an instant account with a debit card printed, with a checkbook printed instantly. So this journey takes 15 minutes. So within 15 minutes, all the backend integration, AML check, whitelisting, blacklisting, whatever, with the backend integration from the bank systems, everything is done within 15 minutes. A non-bank customer can become your bank customer. Okay. Some of the other technologies is the card printing. So when Pakistan was not very much into the, this chip card, there was Max Stripe only. There was a requirement of, instant card issuance. Either you go physical or digital. So this is where we, when all this EMV stuff comes into picture, we have implemented where the customer can get an instant debit card in 2 minutes, 24/7 from these kiosks. Video interaction is there, loan, opening, whatever stuff. So we have all those solutions. I'll not go into the details, but this is what we discussed. Where do we start? How do we start? Everyone said data is the key stuff. Open banking application. So, okay. So I think time is, any questions? So I will be there in innovative stall so we can have more discussions on that. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Fazil Saab. Next, we have a very exciting panel discussion on improving customer experiences with digital banking, moderated by one and only Syed Adnan Ali, CEO of Avanza Premier Payment Services. Please welcome him on the stage, and he will invite his panelists to lead the discussion. Thank you.
Am I audible? Yes, perfect. Tarek, Minal, please. Reshma, Fatma, Navid bhai. 3 years back when I joined apps. So my very first presentation was with Faisal bhai, Total Communication. And it was again before the lunch, and we were short of time. So I was given a very clear message that I had to rush. No, I have one more, please. No, Navid, please. No, sir. You can't start without you. So, I was told that I had to rush, and today we have the same situation. Unfortunately, we are late, and we are really sorry for this. So it is very much like presentation before. उस वक्त I remember मैंने ये कहा कि presentation right before lunch is like निकाह जो है जैसे हम शादी में खाने से पहले करते हैं. So people have to actually, be there. Navid bhai, please. So before I start, I'd like our panelists to have a brief introduction. Please, Navid bhai, please. We all know, but I think it's a formality. Oh, mic to dein bhai, please. Okay, let me start. So we have a topic about customer experience, and in the day and age where we live, customer experience is getting something very serious. And as a customer, we are using apps which are really focusing on customer experience, like WhatsApp, Uber, Careem, Netflix, YouTube. They try to analyze the data. They try to analyze the pattern, consumer behavior of the customer. On that basis, they predict customer, and they analyze customer in a very deeply fashion and manner. So this is what I believe in banking. Unfortunately, we are lagging behind. And how can the companies, service provider, and banks can work together and improve the customer experience? So we have the people who are expert in this domain, and they are working in their verticals to improve customer experience overall for the banking industry. So I'll start with Navid bhai.
My name is Naveed Ali Beg. I'm the CEO of Innovative, which represents DeWol Nixdorf in Pakistan.
Thank you.
My name is Reshma Abdullah. My background, my whole career is in customer service, and then transitioning into the customer experience management. I've worked with airlines, with telcos, and technology companies.
Yeah.
So my name is Minhal Hussain, and I'm the head of product and technical pre-sales at Euronet Worldwide.
My name is Fatma, and I'm head of digital strategy and finance at JS Bank. My career has been spread over all firms, media, tech, all over the place, I guess.
My name is Ahmad Ali Larek, and I'm heading digital banking in Summit Bank. I have experience of several banks, from ADC to Evolve to branchless banking and digital banking. So that.
Okay. So I'll start from Navid bhai. Navid bhai, Your company has been there for ages, and you guys are doing great work. So, with regard to customer experience, how do you actually help financial institutes and specifically banks to give best of the best customer experience?
Hello. Basically, the question needs to be addressed first from a philosophical point of view, whether it is about customer experience or is it about digital banking. So, जैसे कि आरिफ भाई ने आज आरिफ सरहिंदी साहब ने एक क्वेश्चन पोस्ट करके या कमेंट दे करके टोन सेट कर दिया आज के पूरे प्रोग्राम की कि कार चाहिए मुझे, कार लोन नहीं चाहिए, घर चाहिए, होम लोन नहीं चाहिए मुझे. So I think वही वाली बात है कि if you're talking about customer experience, then it's got to be the customer experience at the center of everything.
Yes.
Agar if you're doing digital banking, it ought to be done for the betterment of the customer experience. Customer experience comes at a cost. Customer experience ke liye aapko first you need to know what the customer expectations are.
Absolutely.
So I think in Pakistan we are lucky. Hamari customer expectations bahut high nahi hai, so they can easily be met. All they need is simplicity, clarity, lack of complexity honi chahiye. Or at the back end, aap support kar rahe hain unko. Jo bhi initiative hai, if it is a new initiative, somebody needs to support it. Because agar if they run into a problem and if they don't get support, they will just forget about it. They will go back to their old ways. ठीक है ना? तो इसलिए I think in order to handhold them and to bring them on board, you need to make it very, very simple. You need to make it attractive, compelling. तो ये सारी चीजें होंगी तो आप डिजिटल बैंकिंग करें, किसी भी अपने चैनल को इतना एनर्जाइज करें, it will become successful. Otherwise, रह जाएगा. So at the center of it,
of your whatever product engineering you have been initiated or initiating within your banks. But Reshma, I'd like to ask one thing from you. At times, I feel we get confused about UI, UX, user experience, user interface, and versus user customer experience. So ये middle up हो जाती है, muddle up हो जाती है, both type of things. So could you clarify?
UI, as it's an acronym for user interface, means the screen in front of you is very beautiful, but when you start using it, there are
it's audible.
There are multiple clicks. Naveed Saab commented and said that it has to be easy. It does not have to become a burden. So that then translates to CX. CX starts from, if I'm drawing the money from the ATM, if the notes are soiled, that is going to hit my CX, right? And UI, UX, a component of a particular product. But CX encompasses every touch point, every interaction you have with the customer, everything which impacts the customer. Simple. Whether it's a complaint, or even if it is a feedback, or even customer is happy. That covers, that is the big umbrella of CX. So this is the difference very quickly.
Okay.
So I want to add something in this topic. This is both way interaction. Like we always think about customer experience when customer is interacting with bank, but this is both way. Like we are designing a UI, a very wonderful with wonderful experience, digital onboarding, and when customer is transacting, that is wonderful. But same time, we our marketing department is coordinating or hitting again and again a customer with already have credit card, and we are giving him a bad time that why you are not getting credit card from our bank. So this is both way interaction. We also have to record granular database and work on our data lake that so that we can interact with any customer as a one personality. हम खुद ही उससे जब बात कर रहे होते हैं तो हमें लग रहा होता है कि हम 4 डिफरेंट लोगों से बात कर रहे होते हैं. हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस दे रहे होते हैं, उसी तरफ दूसरी तरफ उसी कस्टमर को जो है वो हम different treat कर रहे होते हैं. So we have to kill this silos of information residing in our bank actually.
Yes, you're right. You said, like, suppose customer experience sits on the top and UI is the branch of a customer experience. I have a mobile app which has got wonderful UI UX, and I can make my payments through this. I can, I can activate my debit card. But as a customer, वही same customer जब bank branch में जाता है to apply a loan or maybe to avail any service, and if it does not get better customer experience, तो फिर वो UI UX का ultimate transformation या फिर penetration नहीं आ रही उस customer के experience पे. It is very much like I order my food from Food Panda और वो food eventually बहुत अच्छे तरीके से order हुआ, but at the end of the day वो food timely deliver होना चाहिए मेरे घर पे और एक अच्छी shape में और एक अच्छी हालत में cooked food होना चाहिए. So there is actually coherence between UI UX, but customer experience is the ultimate thing, and UI is, you can say, in a smaller part of customer experience. Fatma, so if customer experience is so important, then why can't we see chief customer or chief experience officer in banking industry?
So I think banking as a whole is starting to realize that with the Gen Zs and millennials of this world, they need to adapt their approach as well. They need to adapt their approach as well. So the stats for Pakistan is like 86 million smartphone users.
Yes.
75% of the population is below 35. Realizing that now an average person does not go into a branch and have a cup of tea with a branch manager to get that interaction, to get that service level. And he will not have the same branch manager all his life, where if the branch manager shifts, the customer shifts with it. That's been the legacy, right? So now realizing that customer experience is much more than one single customer touch point, and how Ahmed rightly pointed out, where it's a two-way conversation and where you now have multiple avenues of coordinating with the consumer, where you've got conversational banking, where you've got social banking, where you've got WhatsApp banking, and all of those channels coming in, all of it has to tie together. So banks itself are now learning that they need to operate as tech companies in essence.
Yeah.
So I believe most banks here, their digital banking divisions actually operate as banks within a bank itself, where they have their own customer touch point experience people. And I think that is the shift that is coming. But also the understanding that we've discussed right now is that customer experience is much more than the basic UI UX. And it's much more than the basic call center experience. And all of that then has to tie together, where credit card ki multiple calls na ho ja rahi ho, ya home loan ke liye multiple calls na ja rahi ho, ya bank ka ke liye calls na ja rahi ho. Then all of this has to come together through one vision, which has to be driven by the customer experience officer. So I believe that we're getting there.
We're getting there. We're in the process, right? Minal, so since all banks have started digital banking, there are fintechs who are serving this space. So what is left? What is something untapped market which can be, leveraged on, and by digital transformation, we can improve the customer experience. So.
Yeah, so Zanan, I think COD, cash on delivery, is the biggest use case that we need to tap. So currently, about 90% of e-commerce transactions are COD, and it's a hassle for the customer to arrange the exact COD amount at the doorstep. So I think Baikia, Kareem, Food Panda, and all the delivery service providers can work to digitize cash on delivery, and they can do so by introducing a revolutionary technology that is called soft POS.
Yes.
So recently across the globe, soft POS has been introduced as an alternative to point of sale devices. And I think it is easier for banks and as well as other players to deploy it. Yeah, and in a very short time. And I think banks can also take advantage of deploying soft POS in tier 2, tier 3 cities as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So, Larik, how do you measure customer experience then?
Okay, very interesting question. Actually, before jumping into the measuring the customer experience, we have to measure like DMI, Digital Maturity Index of any bank's processes, like how many processes you have that are straight through processes. So if you have like you are interacting with the customer with digital interaction and physical interaction, so both should be like with good experience. So you are asking for like measurement, how we measure like customer experience. So we have two different modes to measure experience, like direct mode in which we conduct different surveys, we crawl on the internet and use social listening tools, and we conduct third-party surveys, and we get Asif is their feedback on SMS and IVR. So actually, we have several direct mechanisms, but we also have indirect mechanisms that we can measure the customer experience of any bank. So that is that review the customer journey. So dropouts of the customers, where the customer is dropping out. Like if we are talking about the registration process, where the customer is struggling actually when he or she is applying for the loan, so there must be a trouble if you are not getting more leads. So we have
Okay,
both
so you have
ways.
two pros
Yeah.
of strategy, what I understand, right? So since we are short of time, we have two questions. So one question from you two experts. We had this discussion, I remember, कि branch रहेंगी या branch नहीं रहेंगी. So what are your takes about branch? I also believe that branches will remain there. We are social animals. So, but what will be the shape of branches in the next 5 years? How do you say?
I think very interesting question. Basically, my take is that in our lifetimes, मेरी तो वैसे कम है, आप लोगों की शायद ज़्यादा होगी, तो उसमें तो the branches are not going away. They will stay. बढ़ती हैं, कम होती हैं. It's you know thing to do with rural, urban or developed index को के हिसाब से कुछ कम ज़्यादा हो सकती हैं. But they will stay. The point is that अब वो उसके अंदर जो digital portion है, जो self service banking वाला area है, जहाँ we learned so much about digital onboarding and doing everything in an automated area of the branch. I've seen such branches, and people have talked about it. They are now on the go. You can find such branches in the Middle East, but in Pakistan it has been just a concept up till now. Why? Because perhaps the willingness or वो थोड़ा सा है अभी decision making में थोड़ा सा वो होता है, और उसके अंदर obviously एक restrictive factor उसकी cost भी है. But once you overcome that tipping point, I think there will be a lot of such. Yeah, absolutely, because the technology is already there. Or once you get over that tipping point, तो शुरू में मुझे भी याद है जब हम शुरू में ATMs लेके जाते थे तो लोग कहते थे ATM पे कौन जाएगा, हम तो चेक भेज देते हैं और हमारा बेरर जो है वो पैसे लेके आ जाता है. Why would I go to an ATM? But today everybody sees कि क्या 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 है.
A bank without ATM.
Absolutely. तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ होता है, हमेशा टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ. इलिटरेट नेशन है, लेकिन 150-140 मिलियन मोबाइल सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं ना, कैसे करते हैं वो काम, कैसे करते हैं? दे आर इलिटरेट पीपल. सो डिजिटली लिटरेट हैं ये लोग, डिजिटली लिटरेट हैं, तो उसको कैपिटलाइज करें थोड़ा सा. अब यही देखें, कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस जो है ना वो अपॉर्चुनिटी से भी रिलेट करता है. बैंक्स जो है ना वो अगर सिर्फ ये देखेंगे कि कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस को ही एनहांस करना है, तो कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस कम्स एट अ कॉस्ट. आप हर कस्टमर को 3,000 रुपए का स्टेक खिलाएं, बड़ा मजा आएगा, हर आदमी जाएगा ब्रांच में, लेकिन इट कम्स एट अ कॉस्ट. आई मीन फिर द बैंक विल फाइंड कि यार ये तो नहीं करना चाहिए था मुझे, मैंने एक मर्तबा खिला दिया, अदनान को हर दफा तो नहीं खिला सकता है. So you know it comes at a cost. So you've got to innovate and find out avenues where you can offer services for maybe payments या और loans की और दीगर चीजों की अपनी product बेचने की, so that you can keep growing your business.
ठीक है सर, thank you. Reshma, a quick send please.
On the same thing?
Yeah, on the same thing. How do you?
I mean,
your take?
branches. Okay, branches will stay because now they can turn into experience centers instead of legacy branch, right? Or an experience center where you can have. I'll just quote and give an example, so the concept will be clear. The senior citizens, the pensioners, we need to transform their experience as well. They are still reluctant. My mother got the Android 6 months back. Now she wants to have her own, Facebook account and everything. So the grandchildren forced her to do it. So if we want that our pensioners do not go through the queues and everything, so maybe once they are there in the branch, one person who is an, walk-in experience executive, something like that. They can guide them, show them, don't fish for them, show them how to fish. So show them how your app will work at home. They don't have to come next time. If they want to send some gifts to their grandchildren, or maybe buy something online, or just order groceries. So, this will help them.
Okay. Minal, you want to?
Just, and if I don't want to go to the ATM now, even now, if somebody can deliver the cash at home, so maybe the technology is coming.
Great.
That will be the innovation.
Minal, you want to add something about branches?
Yeah.
What will be the
I
future
think
of the future?
Adnan, digital banks will create remarkable user experiences like digital onboarding and personal finance management tools for giving them visibility on their spending habits and other ancillary service around that digital bank, you can say bank.
Okay.
So I think branches will stay, but digital banks
Banking
will
transfer.
yeah.
Okay, ठीक है. So that's एक और dimension is there. State Bank has issued EMI license, which I feel is the stepping stone for Neo or a digital bank. So my question naturally comes to these banking experts. Either these EMIs or these fintechs are, how do you take it? Are they competitors for the bank or they are the collaborators? How do you see these fintechs and EMIs?
So I think it will be a mix of both. In some cases, they will provide a very healthy challenge that legacy banks need to rethink and revisit what they're doing. And in other places, a bank cannot do everything itself. So there will be great integration opportunities and there will be great collaborators as well. So I think it's an ecosystem we can all coexist in with the right sort of respect for each other. That's key.
Okay. Got it.
So very interesting question.
It will be
Basically,
oil and water friendship, right?
Yes, this is the talk of the town, and we are definitely thinking about that. Fintech is friend or foe for the bank. Actually, this is my opinion that both can collaborate and work magically. Basically, banks have different muscles and different USPs. They are liquid and they can lend and they can invest on technology and create data warehouses and everything. But the EMIs don't have that type of muscles, so they are fast and they definitely create experiences and use cases. So both can collaborate and do wonders.
Okay, so the both can collaborate as well as both can have a fight as well. So it's an interesting time.
Competitive.
Yeah. So just to summarize, I believe new companies, digital companies, will really focus on customer experiences, and banks will have to further invest. They will have to take this thing very seriously, and we can also see it. Asif has a next session, so the social commerce, social interactions, and AI, big data, these sort of digital transformative technologies have to be used. And let's see what happens in the future. We are heading into the interesting time. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you everyone for a very fruitful discussion on the subject. Next, we have an interesting and quick fireside chat on digital engaging the next generation of banking customers, being led by Mr. Javed Iqbal, CEO TransformX. Please welcome Mr. Javed Iqbal to come on stage and invite all the participants. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum. निकाह वाली किसी ने बात की थी कि निकाह के लिए इंतजार हो रहा होता है लंच का। मेरा ख्याल है अगर मैं इसको मजीद प्रोलॉन्ग कर लूं तो क्या होगा। और आज का दिन वैसे इतना लंबा हो गया है कि अगर मैं मजीद आपकी थोड़ी कैप्टिव ऑडियंस कर लूं तो आई थिंक पथराव शुरू हो जाएगा मेरे ऊपर इन वेरी टिपिकल कराची फैशन। तो हम इसको थोड़ा सा बेहतर करेंगे। आई वांट टू इंट्रोड्यूस टू ऑफ माय fellow members on stage today. Asif Jafri जो हैं, he's the director at eOcean, the exclusive technology partner. So आज की जो टेक्नोलॉजी चीजें नहीं चली उसका कसूरवार आप आसिफ को ठहरा सकते हैं और मैं तो ठहराऊंगा। और दूसरे हैं मोहम्मद जैदी, ये he heads the product portfolio at Habib Bank, HBL. So before we begin anything, हम तीनों की एक straw poll चल रहा था कि आप में से कितने लोग खाने के लिए बैठे हैं versus इसलिए बैठे कि ऑफिस वापस नहीं जाना।
ऐसे ऑफिस वापस नहीं जाना।
मैंने कहा खाने के लिए बैठे। खाने के हाथ उठाएं प्लीज और बिल्कुल नहीं शर्माएं।
ईमानदारी से बताएं।
ईमानदारी से बताएं।
तो बाकी ऑफिस नहीं जाना चाहते, राइट?
बाकी लोगों का खाना बांध दे, मेरा ख्याल है ये दोनों दफा भूख लग रही है। राइट, और ऑफिस वापस नहीं जाना किसी ने? अच्छा, लोग हाथ उठाने में इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है। ऑलराइट, चलिए इस पे बात करते हैं। आई नो
बॉसेस यहीं बैठे होंगे।
बॉसेस भी यहीं बैठे हुए हैं, हालांकि लग नहीं रहे ज्यादा बॉसेस इधर। सो इनफ हैज बीन टॉक्ड अबाउट बैंकिंग इन टेक्नोलॉजी टुडे। आई डोंट थिंक के कोई ऐसी रेवोल्यूशनरी बात हम अब कर सकते हैं जो इतनी मजीद किसी चीज को ऐड कर दे। सुबह के सेशन से आप सुन रहे हैं, there's a tech zone authority that's coming through, that's massive in Pakistan, inshallah, that will revolutionize a lot of things. There was a lot of talk about cyber security. I've always maintained कि अगर $10 trillion का innovation का पाए है तो 10 ही का cyber security का पाए होना चाहिए, जो कोई नहीं समझता। And cyber security is hard, but it's essential in all kinds as well. और हम जिस चीज पे आज बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, that is about the next generation of customers. जितनी बातचीत चल रही है सुबह से, वो इसी बात पे चल रही है कि टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे बनाया जाए और उसको किस तरह नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के तहत इस्तेमाल किया जाए, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट जनरेशन बहुत फर्क तरीके से सुन रही है, समझ रही है और एंगेज कर रही है। किसी ने अभी बात की कि उनकी वालदा जो है अब स्मार्टफोन इस्तेमाल करती हैं। इसी तरह जो मैसेजिंग की एवोल्यूशन हुई है, वीडियो बेस्ड कम्युनिकेशन की एवोल्यूशन हुई है, वॉइस बेस्ड कम्युनिकेशन की एवोल्यूशन हुई है। अगर आप अपनी जिंदगी से व्हाट्सएप को निकाल दें तो बहुत सारी चीजें वैसे ही एकदम से डाउन हो जाती हैं। एंड दैट इज वेयर द कस्टमर वांट्स द बैंक टू मीट देम। eOcean एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो कि SMS, वॉइस, वीडियो, व्हाट्सएप को इनेबल करता है बैंक्स के लिए। और इसमें ये आता है क्लाउड कम्युनिकेशंस के जिम्न के अंदर। ये कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजीज एक जमाने में सिर्फ सिंगल लैटरल होती थी, बिकॉज ऑफ क्लाउड इसमें मजीद डायमेंशंस ऐड हो गए। तो पहले हम आसिफ जाफरी से बात करेंगे कि as they design their products and services, what factors of the next generation do they keep in mind? Asif?
So, thank you very much.
जावेद भाई, सो ईओसन जो है पाकिस्तान का पहला व्हाट्सएप का एक्टिवेट पार्टनर था. सो ओवर द लास्ट 1 year हमने बैंक्स को इनेबल किया, हमने एफएमसीजी को इनेबल किया, हमने ये जो, कैन यू हियर मी राइट, सो हमने फास्ट फूड इंडस्ट्री को एंगेज किया इसके ऊपर. तो हमने देखा कि यूज केसेस बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट थे. जहां पे यूज केस इतना इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं था, एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट बैंकिंग इज वन एग्जांपल जहां पे यूजर बेस जो है वो मिलियंस में है, लेकिन जो एंगेजमेंट है वो कंपेयर टू ओपीटीपी एक मतलब एक ब्रांड है, उसके यूजर्स का जो अपटेक है इट इज वेरी फास्ट कंपेयर टू एनी अदर फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, क्योंकि वहां पे लोग खाने के लिए आ रहे हैं. और हमने देखा कि जो खाने के लिए लोग वहां पे आ रहे हैं वो सिर्फ बैंक में तो बड़े कस्टमर्स होते हैं ना, तो फैमिली में बच्चे भी उस व्हाट्सएप को यूज कर रहे हैं और पेमेंट के टाइम पे बाबा के हाथ में फोन दे दिया, मामा के हाथ में दे दिया. तो बेसिकली अ लॉट ऑफ न्यू इनसाइट्स आर कमिंग अप, यू नो, बिकॉज हमने देखा कि डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म जहाँ पे यूजेज ज्यादा आया, तो हम एंटिसिपेट करते शायद बैंकिंग से आएगा, तो बैंकिंग से नहीं आया. तो देखिए प्लेटफॉर्म सेम है, व्हाट्सएप ही है तमाम इंडस्ट्री के लिए, लेकिन अगर आप यूज केस नहीं डालेंगे, राइट यूज केस, तो उसकी एडॉप्शन जो है विल रिमेन अ चैलेंज. सो हमने HBL के साथ भी इसको इनेबल किया था. तो मेरे ख्याल से मोहम्मद को जिसमें,
तो मोहम्मद, HBL में जब आप इसको सोचते हैं प्रोडक्ट्स को इनेबल करने की, उसमें कौन से चैलेंजेस को सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करते हैं? बिकॉज एज आसिफ सेड, नए नए डेटा ड्रिवन यूज केसेस आ रहे हैं, तो आप लोगों ने एक तो ये डिसीजन का प्रोसेस किस तरह किया और चैलेंजेस कौन से ओवरकम किए?
फेयर इनफ. ओके, सो हमारे पर्सपेक्टिव से आई बिलीव पहला तो समझना जरूरी है कि कस्टमर है,
ठीक है,
कस्टमर को कन्वीनियंस चाहिए. कस्टमर आज का जो है ना, वो आप उसके दरवाजे पे खड़े हुए हैं एज कंपेयर टू हाउ इट वाज एट सम एजेस बैक. यू नो, सम एजेस बैक you were distant from the customer, you had to reach out to them. Right now they're at the channel, you have to get to that channel, which is in one of the use cases जो अभी आसिफ ने बताया, we move towards WhatsApp as a solution. एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जिस प्लेटफॉर्म पे कस्टमर मौजूद है, हमारा कस्टमर एंगेज्ड है. We are now moving towards that as a way of solving an issue. The issue is they find a challenge coming to the app to log in, that whole security process of going through versus an ease and convenience that a channel already provides, where there are people in millions. The other opportunity is that we're extracting data from the customer, which Asif will probably shed a little more light on. That data और वो जो input है, उससे हम learn करते हैं कि और क्या use case हो सकता है जिसपे हम customer को tap कर सकते हैं. वो हमसे वहाँ बात कर सकता है at a less risk, at a feel free kind of attitude from the customer. So our problems right now are कि customers बहुत सारे channels पे बैठे हुए हैं. We need to get to them, whether it's Facebook, whether it's WhatsApp, and then so on and so forth. It's a learning curve. ये खत्म नहीं होगी. And this journey is going to keep on growing. We're learning from every step जो हम ले रहे हैं customer के साथ in this entire process.
So जावेद, 15 साल पहले जो एक चीज हुई, फेसबुक आया, गूगल आया, ये सारे प्लेटफॉर्म आए, सो वो सिलिकॉन वैली में बैठ के यहाँ पे कंज्यूमर के साथ एंगेज कर रहे हैं. वो जो कंज्यूमर्स हैं, कभी आज तक उन्होंने कंपनी का हेड ऑफिस भी नहीं देखा, राइट? सो कंज्यूमर्स जो हैं आजकल के, वो सर्विसेज कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं. दे डोंट वांट कि पीछे कौन है, दे डोंट केयर कि पीछे एंटिटी कौन सी है, वो फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन, दे जस्ट वांट टू कंज्यूम थिंग, consume service. So banking itself is also a service that they feel like यार मुझे पेमेंट करनी है ना, बस मेरे जर्नी है उसी जर्नी के अंदर ही आके पेमेंट भी हो जाए. तो ब्राजील में व्हाट्सएप ने पेमेंट इंट्रोड्यूस की, इंडिया में की, तो वहां पे इतने बड़े स्पाइक्स आए पेमेंट्स के, क्योंकि डेमोक्रेटाइज हो गई. हर बंदे के पास जो मतलब स्मार्टफोन होता है, व्हाट्सएप होता ही होता है. तो व्हाट्सएप में जब पेमेंट इनेबल हुई तो बेसिकली वो डेमोक्रेटाइज हो गई और वो मैसेज के अंदर चली गई. तो वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट इन पाकिस्तान, इफ स्टेट बैंक अलाउज दैट इन कमिंग फ्यूचर. सो आई थिंक इन कमिंग डेज वी माइट सी दैट बिल पेमेंट विल बी इनेबल्ड, यू नो, फंड ट्रांसफर्स, और रास आने वाला है. सो वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग फ्रॉम स्टेट बैंक.
ये आपने ये जो इसका जिक्र किया कि मैसेज इनेबल कैसे करने हैं, मैसेज के पास, सबके पास हाथ में स्मार्टफोन नहीं है, राइट? और स्मार्टफोन, a lot of these are also created for smartphones. जैसे अगर आप दो तीन चीजों की बात करें, करीम की बात करें, करीम या उबर, स्मार्टफोन के बगैर, लोकेशन डेटा के बगैर आप मैप नहीं कर सकते ड्राइवर को और यूजर को. सिमिलरली फूड पैंडा वगैरह. तो how are banks or organizations like yours addressing this particular new wave of challenge कि किस तरह सबके हाथ में as smart a phone as possible प्रोवाइड किया जाए जिससे ये चीज एनेबल की जाए?
जी अभी जैसे मैं शर्ट पहना हूँ किस पे की, तो दिस इज अ न्यू
तो
प्लेटफॉर्म.
मैंने देखी नहीं, दिखाई जरा शर्ट.
दिस इज नॉट मेड अप गाइस, दिस इज रियल, राइट? सो हमने बेसिकली देखा ही है कि बैंक्स जितने भी हैं उनके जो कस्टमर का डेटा है, उनकी जो केवाईसी है, वो केवाईसी उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से की गई थी आज से 10, 15, 20, 40 साल पहले कि इसकी सोर्स ऑफ इनकम क्या है. तो कस्टमर की जो इंफॉर्मेशन है कि वो डिवाइस कौन सी यूज करता है, बैंक्स डोंट हैव विजिबिलिटी ऑन दैट, राइट? इसको हम डिजिटल प्रोफाइल कहते हैं. तो अनलेस एंड अनटिल बैंक्स को ये पता नहीं है कि उनके अगर 1 मिलियन कस्टमर से कितने स्मार्टफोन यूजर्स हैं वर्सेस नॉन स्मार्टफोन यूजर्स हैं, वो एक मैसेज आता है और हम ही भेजते हैं कि जी ऐप डाउनलोड कर लें, ये कर लें, वो कर लें. बट बैंक्स डोंट इवन नो कि उनके कितने कस्टमर्स के पास स्मार्टफोन है, कितने कस्टमर्स के पास स्मार्टफोन नहीं है, कितने कस्टमर्स के पास एंड्रॉइड फोन है, कितने कस्टमर्स के पास एप्पल. क्योंकि हर डिवाइस जो है वो एक प्रोफाइल है. इफ आई एम एन Apple user, so I have a certain profile, and that needs to be dealt accordingly. So Kispe basically helps institutions to find out the customer profile, that if they're a smartphone user or not, and if not, so we facilitate them how to do the smartphone financing with ease of use, and we make it secure because we're working with Google to control the device. In case of default, we can control the device and we can block it and encourage user to pay back for the finance device.
I think Asif, agar aap baat kar rahe hain, you're talking about enablement.
Enablement,
At the
बिल्कुल.
end of the day, that's what we want to do. We want to empower the customer. Hamara intent as a bank, as an institute, and all banks across the board, they want to empower the customer, know as much as possible about the customer. And at the end of the day, I think these are one of the solutions. And if we would touch base upon partnerships, hamara intent ye hota hai ki as an institution, and regardless of which HBL or the likes, we cannot do everything on our own. The model today is that we find out who is doing what and what is best, and if the customer likes it or not. If they do, hum us technology ko adopt kare rather than developing it ourselves at the first place, right?
So मेरा अगला सवाल ये है कि क्या हम ये डिस्कशन जारी रखें या इनको खाने की तरफ ले
खाने
जाएं?
की तरफ
तो इनसे ही पूछो.
मुझे लग नहीं रहा, लोग अभी तक अपने फोनों पे हैं या भूख अब नहीं लग रही है. भाई खाना इसके बाद ही है मामला, या हम बंद कर दें? देखिए ना, we are the first one since this morning that have taken the clue, and we're going to end this. So thank you everybody for the participation in this. बाकी सवाल आसिफ से.
Thank you all, and we really appreciate you completing your session within time. Lastly, we have a very important discussion on FinCert, the way forward. And considering the importance of this subject, few participants have also flown from Islamabad, especially for this session. We'd like to call Mr. Amar Jaffrey, DG, Center of Information Technology, to please come on stage and lead the session. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay, fine. बहुत शुक्रिया आपका जी. मेरे से पहले मॉडरेटर ने कहा था कि लोग बट्टे मारेंगे तो मुझे तो उठा के ले जाएंगे हाथ से. इसलिए आई ट्राई टू बी क्विक, फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग. मैंने कहा ना, अच्छा जी, जो मेरे साथ पैनलिस्ट हैं वो सारे खड़े हैं पीछे, तो मैं सबको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि तशरीफ लें स्टेज पे जी, काइंडली. मेरे साथ आज हैं रफी शान साहब, हमारे साथ रिमोटली अवेलेबल है मिनिस्टर ऑफ IT से, अमीन साहब नेशनल बैंक से, जवाद साहब अस्करी बैंक से, फैसल साहब UBL से, और माद CIO फैसल बैंक, एंड अली इमरान साहब. अच्छा जी, ये सारे मुझे पुराने जानते हैं. किसी ने मेरे साथ FIU में काम किया, किसी ने पासपोर्ट सेल में काम किया, किसी ने कहीं किया, किसी ने कहीं किया. इसलिए मेरे लिए ज़रा आसानी होगी तो इसी से बात करने की. अच्छा, मुझे रफ़ी शान साहब, आप सुन रहे हैं? अच्छा, रफ़ी शान साहब, बात किया, तुम्हारा मेरा बड़ा पुराना वास्ता है, तो उस वास्ते के बारे में सवाल करूंगा आपसे. देखिए, नेशनल सर्ट ऑफिंग में है, पोस्ट एडवर्टाइज हो चुकी हैं, फंड रिलीज हो चुके हैं. बिफोर आई स्टार्ट एनीथिंग, लेट मी टेल यू अबाउट माय इंटरेक्शन विद सर्ट्स. पैसा सर्ट मैंने बनाई थी 2005 के अंदर, जब मैं FIU में काम करता था. मेरा काम नहीं था वो करना, लेकिन मैंने कन्विंस किया DG FIU को उस वक्त कि सर ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हमें एक NGO बनानी चाहिए जो सर्च पे काम करेगी. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई वाज अलाउड, और आज तक जब डेट मैं बता रहा हूँ तो अभी तक जो गैर मुल्की नुमाइंदगी है पाकिस्तान की, पैसे सर्च कर रही है. हर साइबर ड्रिल के अंदर जितने इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन होते हैं, मैंने जगह नहीं छोड़ी पाकिस्तान की खाली, बहुत मुकाबले किए। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मेजॉरिटी टाइम पे हम टॉप 3 में रहे हैं बड़े बड़े कॉम्पिटिशन्स के अंदर, और ये सब वॉलंटियर्स हैं मेरे साथ, कोई पेड आदमी नहीं है उसके, दे आर ऑल वॉलंटियर्स एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू ऑल जो उसमें आते हैं मेरे साथ, ठीक है जी। अब गुजारिश ये है कि जस्ट फॉर द इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफ दो जिनको नहीं पता, सर्च की 3 किस्में हैं। एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सर्ट है जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन खुद बनानी पड़ती है, एक सेक्टोरियल सर्ट है उसका सेक्टर बनाता है, और एक नेशनल सर्ट है। अब सवाल ये पैदा होता है ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सर्ट तो आप लोग बना लेंगे, आज हम एक सेक्टोरियल सर्च की बात कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि टाइम कम है इसलिए मैं सर्च के ऊपर कोई बात नहीं करूंगा। रफी साहब आपसे मेरा एक रिक्वेस्ट वाला सवाल है कि माशाल्लाह केपी में भी आप रहे, आपने बहुत काम किया, अब आप फेडरल गवर्नमेंट में काम कर रहे हैं, ये जो आपकी पॉलिसी आ चुकी है उसमें इसका जिक्र है, लेकिन मैं चाहूँगा कि सबकी गाइडेंस के लिए आप ये बता दें कि नेशनल सर्च से जब सेक्टोरियल सर्च इंटरेक्ट करेगी, ज़ाहिर है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सर्च तो इंटरेक्ट नहीं करेगी नेशनल सर्च से, होपफुली अगर नेशनल सर्च जाएगी तो किसी से ही बात कर लेगी, लेकिन जब सेक्टोरियल सर्च इंटरेक्ट करेगी नेशनल सर्च से तो उसके जो पॉलिसी स्ट्रेटजी है डॉक्यूमेंट में अवेलेबल है, आप सादा अल्फाज में लोगों को बताएंगे ताकि हमारी बाकी गुफ्तगू स्ट्रेट हो जाए। ओवर टू यू रफी शाह प्लीज।
Thank you so much, Amar Saab. It's very kind of you, or it's privilege to be among the stars of the subject. So, policy आई पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री की पहली पॉलिसी थी. I understand there are some hiccups as well. There are some things which everyone will think ये होना चाहिए था, वो होना चाहिए था. So we had discussion on it. So moving forward, there are a couple of initiatives जो कि on ground अभी unfold हो चुके हैं. एक तो नेशनल सर्ट का जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो हमने जुलाई से स्टार्ट किया. उसको पर्सनली मैं देख रहा हूँ इंशाल्लाह कि हम मेक श्योर कर रहे हैं कि वी आर अहेड ऑफ आवर स्केड्यूल. हायरिंग स्टार्ट हो जाएंगी इंशाल्लाह, अभी इंटरव्यू स्टार्ट होंगे, फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस भी वी आर मॉनिटरिंग. So we were making sure that we have something functional and operational, in a couple of months, inshallah. So that's one deliverable, but there's other deliverables as well. And coming to your question specifically, one of the area which I think was missing in Pakistan was the overall organizational and the legal structure of these certs and how these certs will coexist and operate, because certs is not just a technology, it's more of a combination of processes, the people and the technology and the platforms which provide to this ecosystem. And the beauty of this ecosystem is about information sharing and how efficiently they can collaborate and synergize as well. So uske liye we did some effort. हमने पहले भी इस पे जरा वॉइस किया था when I was not part of this initiative, but now I'm just taking the lead on it and making sure that things are delivered on time. तो उसमें जो initiative है, that is enactment of the rules under PICA section 49. Luckily हमारे पास एक provision available थी, otherwise हमें law का पूरा एक canvas open करना पड़ता और उसका एक लंबा process था और उस पे consensus build करना एक ज़्यादा challenge था. So section 49 empowers the federal government to nominate one or more certs with the various compositions and the various roles and everything. Section 51I basically empowers the federal government to formulate the rules on that. So उसके लिए हमने working key rules हमने formulate किए. हमने August में Ministry of IT ने एक session किया with various sector regulators and authorities. Approximately 17 to 18 authorities and regulators were present. तो उनके साथ वो rules share किए गए. उस पे feedback, they were kind enough to share the feedback on that mid last month. So we are in process of having a one-to-one session with those sector regulators and trying to incorporate those recommendations into the rules draft so that we can mature the draft. और ताकि जब हम उसको टेबल करें, और हमारी टाइमलाइन ये है कि इंशाल्लाह बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर हम उसको अप्रूवल प्रोसेस पे लेके जाना चाह रहे हैं, सो दैट एक लीगल कंप्लायंस हो सारे सेक्टर रेगुलेटर पे टू नॉट ओनली establish the sectoral certs but with certain deliverables as well. Section 13, 14 are more focused on what exactly you are suggesting, what levels of those certs will be in function. Lekin section 15 is more elaborate on the key deliverables of CERT कि उसने क्या करना है, उसने अपने सेक्टर एरिया में सॉक्स एनेबल करनी है, टेक्नोलॉजीज एनेबल करनी है. कुछ पीपल वाली साइड पे हमने बात की है कि इट इज मैंडेटरी फॉर every business or the sector to have a CISO, a C-class, personal, individual who is responsible for the cybersecurity of the organization. Public sector में शायद उसको grade 21 के context से हम करते हैं, लेकिन MP1 के साथ भी आप उसको relate कर सकते हैं या C level के साथ in private कर सकते हैं. So उसकी थोड़ी सी seriousness को highlight करने के लिए कुछ इस तरह की चीजें रखी गई हैं. फिर अगर आप section 15 को देखें, उसके अंदर तो जो key deliverables हैं, तो because sectors are very very different in nature, such as banking sectors has some other priorities than other sectors, such as telecom, and SSAP is kind of a unique sector where we have approximately 150,000 companies registered with one regulator, in fact, and part of those companies are also engaged in other sectors as well. So it's challenging for them to address all that as well. So those deliverables are more generic in nature, but we'll make sure that all sectors are empowered. And there are a couple of questions which need to be leveraged in a way which I think discussion में आएंगे, तो we'll come back to the question, those questions, how those sectoral certs will be formulated within that sector, उसकी क्या autonomy होनी चाहिए, उसकी reporting line क्या होनी चाहिए, उसके functions क्या होने चाहिए, और especially जो fin cert की बात है. So I hope I'm addressing part of your question.
जी बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. काइंडली साथ रहिएगा, क्वेश्चन हो तो फिर आप उसको ले सकें गवर्नमेंट साइड से मैसेज. अच्छा साथियों, ऐसा है कि हम सुबह टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहे हैं. अभी एक अच्छी बात की एक हमारे स्पीकर ने, इफ यू कांट सी यू कांट मेक इट सिक्योर. सो फॉर सो गुड. हम देख रहे हैं अपनी डिफरेंट सॉफ्टवेयर में चीज़ों को. शायद अब वो ज़माना आने वाला है 2 साल के बाद जब बिलियन ऑफ डिवाइसेस काम कर रही होंगी और सारी इंटरनेट पे काम कर रही होंगी. तो इसके लिए एक क्वेश्चन किसी से किया था, उसने क्या जवाब दिया मैं शेयर करूंगा. 2004 के अंदर फैसल साहब के साथ मिलकर हमने मेरिट इस्लामाबाद में एक इवेंट किया था साइबर सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर. तो जो आज का वर्ल्ड का टॉप गुरु है साइबर सिक्योरिटी का, ब्रूस श्रेयर, आपने नाम सुना होगा उनका, उनको हमने इन्वाइट किया था उस वक्त 2004 में. तो उनसे एक क्वेश्चन किसी ने किया था कि व्हाट इज द बेस्ट सिक्योरिटी. तो उन्होंने कहा था 2 इंच ऑफ एयर, डोंट कनेक्ट. आज वही चीज़ अप्लाई हो रही है, लेकिन शायद उस वक्त का जवाब वो ठीक था. आज वो जवाब रेलिवेंट नहीं है. शायद एयर के अंदर भी अब ऐसी चीज़ें आ गई हैं कि लोग वहाँ से पिक कर सकते हैं. अब ये जो मेरा क्वेश्चन है ये पूरे पैनल से है, बट फर्स्ट आई पुट द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन टू पैनल. मैं चाहूँगा कि काइंडली ब्रीफली अपने मतलब कहीं तक लोगों को पता चल जाए. अमीर साहब आप शुरू करते.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Amin Manji and I'm the head of technology at National Bank of Pakistan. Glad to be here.
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Muad and I'm the CISO for Faisal Bank.
This is Jawad Khalid, Chief Information Security Officer in Askari Bank, and as well as Chairman Cybersecurity Forum at Pakistan Banking Institution as well.
Assalamu alaikum. Faisal Anwar. I'm the CIO for UBL. Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Ali Imran and I'm CISO of Bank Islami Pakistan.
अच्छा जी, ये क्वेश्चन है आप सब जवाब देंगे, शॉर्ट जितना भी दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि मुझे यही कहा गया कि मैक्सिमम मिनिमम टाइम में ख़त्म करना है इसको. देखिए साइबर सिक्योरिटी आज का इशू नहीं है, ये बहुत पुराना इशू है. ठीक है, जिसको आप ट्रोजन कहते हैं, आपको पता ही होगा, उस ज़माने का इशू है. ये बहुत प्रोसेस दुनिया गुजरी. आखिर अगर हम 10 सालों में देखें तो हमने फायरवॉल से स्टार्ट लिया, हम सॉक पे गए, सीम पे गए, 100 रुपये आए. ये सब अंदर की सिक्योरिटी थी घर की. सर्ट जो है वो बाहर का चौकीदार है आपका, जिसने सामने वाले घर से बात भी करनी है, लोकेलिटी के भी चीफ सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर से बात करनी है, बाकी लोकेलिटीज के लोगों से ही बात करनी है, और शायद शहर के मेयर से ही बात करनी है उसने. अब ये चौकीदार की अपॉइंटमेंट हो रही है आपके इदारों के अंदर. अब अंदर की जो सिक्योरिटी है आपकी, वो इस चौकीदार से कैसे बात करेगी? एक ब्रिज बनाना पड़ेगा आपको. आप चाहेंगे कुछ चीजें लोगों को पता चले, कुछ चीजें ना पता चले, ऑब्वियस सी बात है. ठीक है. और ये एक आपके जहन में क्या है क्योंकि मैं चाहूँगा इस प्रोग्राम को जो मुझे इत्तला मिली है बहुत लोग देख रहे हैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर। देखिए, हमने सिर्फ साइबर थ्रेट्स की बात नहीं करनी, 20 साल से हम यही कर रहे हैं, मैं तो यही कर रहा हूँ कम से कम। अब उसका हल तलाश करना है, और हल तलाश हमने अपने अपने तौर पे तो कर लिया था। अब एक बहुत बड़ा हल तलाश करना है, और शायद वो काम हम सब मिलके कर सकते हैं। अकेली ना गवर्नमेंट कर सकती है, ना प्राइवेट इदारे कर सकते हैं, ना कोई रेगुलेटर्स कर सकते हैं। ये एक ऐसा समंदर है कि या ये साफ होगा या ये साफ नहीं होगा। क्रिमिनल्स बहुत आगे जा चुके हैं, हम में से बेहतर कोई नहीं जानता क्रिमिनल्स को। यानी वो 21st सेंचुरी क्रिमिनल्स जो है साइबर सिक्योरिटी जो क्राइम में इन्वॉल्व है, आप उनका सब नहीं कर सकते वो कहाँ पहुंच चुके हैं, उनसे मुकाबला है। तो वो जो आपके जहन में है, जिसको मैं चौकीदार कहूंगा, जो सर्ट होगी आपकी, जो मैंने कहा कि पूरे शहर से बात करेगी, वो करनी पड़ेगी उसको। मे बी वो फेसबुक से ही बात करेगी, FBI से ही बात करेगी, MI5 से ही बात करेगी, करना चाहिए उसको। तो वो जो ब्रिजिंग है अंदर के सारे सिक्योरिटी मेजर्स की, खासतौर पे जो आपने आखिर में शोर बनाई है, जो आपकी श्रेष्ठ कर रही है पूरे निज़ाम को आपके, जब वो उससे कम्युनिकेट करेगी तो आपके जहन में क्या कम्युनिकेशन चैनल है अपने इदारे के लिए। अमीन साहब।
थैंक यू फॉर द क्वेश्चन। देखें, इस वक्त इट इज़ वेरी इनफॉर्मल। जैसे सीमा कामल साहब ने जिक्र किया था कि इट्स अ कोलैबोरेटिव, इस पे स्ट्रक्चर कम है, प्रोसेस कम है, एंड स्टेट बैंक इज डूइंग व्हाट दे कैन विद व्हाट वी हैव राइट नाउ। मगर ये स्ट्रक्चर नहीं चलेगा। जैसे आपने जिक्र किया है, क्रिमिनल्स इज नॉट क्वेश्चन ऑफ बीइंग एडवांस्ड। इनके पास जो हमने टूल्स इनको दिए हैं इंटरनेट की तरफ से, इंटरनेट वाज नेवर बिल्ट फॉर सिक्योरिटी एज वाज स्टेटेड अर्लियर। हम हुकूमत को हाफिज रखते हैं इन फ्रॉम फिजिकल थ्रेट्स। वी सिक्योर द लैंड बॉर्डर्स, वी सिक्योर द sea borders, air borders, digital borders are open. कौन इसको monitor करता है? And the cyber criminals will travel wherever it goes. They're like water. Wherever there's a path, they'll end up there. So we have to build a very structured, formal process, not only within institutions, within sectors, within the country, but across the federation of the world, because criminals travel anywhere, anytime, and we've even given the pass to come in without any checks. Here's the network, please, you're welcome. So while there is a collaborative measure in place, इस पे बहुत काम करना है. So that's what I think.
सर, जो मैं आपके क्वेश्चन से समझ पाया हूँ कि व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ शेयरिंग दैट वी नीड टू डू। सबसे पहले तो मैं इनवर्ट शेयरिंग की बात कर लेता हूँ, इफ यू अलाउ मी आई स्पीक इन उर्दू ताकि इट्स द कंजम्पशन ऑफ एवरीवन। दैट हम जब नॉइज की बात करते हैं, यू नो, व्हेन इन्फिनिक्स सेम प्लेटफॉर्म हो या सोर प्लेटफॉर्म हो या मेरे कोई और TIs हो, उसके ऊपर बेतहाशा नॉइज आती है। सो व्हाट आई बिलीव सर्ट का जो काम होगा वो रेलेवेंस के साथ मुझे चीज़ें भेजें। whatever threat which is applicable to financial industry and in particular to my organization, वो हमारे पास आना चाहिए। जाहिर है उसके लिए हमें अपना फुटप्रिंट, अपने कंट्रोल्स, अपने पैरामीटर्स उनको बताने पड़ेंगे कि किस तरह से होगा, एंड दैट हैज टू बी ए बायलैटरल एग्रीमेंट बिटवीन द बैंक्स एंड द सर्ट। इसके बगैर ये काम नहीं हो सकता। जिस तरह आपने सर पहले बताया था जाफर साहब के नेशनल सर्ट होगी, देन सेक्टरल सर्ट एंड देन अदर एरियाज एज वेल। Pakistan Internet Exchange holds up all the traffic that is coming into the country, और जो बाहर भी जा रहा है वहाँ पे जो नेशनल सर्ट ऑपरेट करेगी वो सारी थ्रेट एनालिसिस हमें करके दे सकती है, but then it will be cascaded down to sectoral certs, and the sectoral cert only provides me the information which is relevant to my organization. So that is the kind of sharing that I look forward जो कि हमें करनी चाहिए।
इसमें I have two cents to share. मेरे नज़दीक जो भी पहला स्टेपिंग स्टोन था, जो पॉलिसी ड्रिवन था, वो आ गया, और वी हैव विद 2 years 2-3 years या डाउन द रोड हम जो इनफॉर्मल कम्युनिकेशन चैनल्स हैं हम उसको फॉर्मल कर लेंगे। आई थिंक जहाँ रेगुलेटर के पास भी चैलेंज है, वहाँ फाइनेंशियल इंडस्ट्री के दरमियान भी चैलेंज है कि हम उस तरह information sharing नहीं करते, collaboration नहीं करते because of many things, many taboos are around. Here, if I target someone, कल कल को मैं भी target हो सकता हूँ. मतलब we are living in a glass house again. अगर आप आज मुझे point out करते हैं तो कल आप भी point out हो रहे होंगे. तो असल जो crux है इसका, वो that's the information sharing and collaboration within the sectoral side and within the national side, and this has a communication to and fro. Coming from the international partners, then local partners, and this sectoral partners. I think this relation goes on. Or trust जो है among the entities तब build होगा. It will take some time, but it has to be. It is inevitable now. I think this is my 2 cents on it.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting topic, and if we take a larger scheme of things into the picture, the world has moved on, and we happen to live in a world where we would not see the conventional wars going on anymore. Whatever will happen is by and large will be in the cyberspace. It will be cyber warfare. So it's very important while we are doing all of this, number one, to very well align the communication protocol, classify them, because some of the information will be classified. So between the national side, the sectorial side, and the operational SOCs or SORs that will be within the organization, the information needs to be traveling seamlessly both ways, bi-directional, and at each level, it needs to be tapered off and deciphered and declassified for the next level. So, and it has to be well understood by the next level. And without fear, it would replicate backwards. That mechanism and process is very, very important. At the same time, the security of the national infrastructure needs to be maintained. International players in gathering of international intelligence about the buildup of what is happening on the cyberspace, that needs to be aligned, deciphered, declassified, and communicated downstreams. If we are able to manage this communication, and my key emphasis is in 2 words. One is communication, and the other part is classification. Because while we disseminate this information, if it is not properly declassified, it can actually attract further threat to the national infrastructure, to the local infrastructure, and provincial, or to a specific company. So it's very important to classify that information as well. Lastly, there has to be a coordinated effort to be able to react to that threat and be able to contain the outburst of that incident that take place without creating a chaos. So a maturity, how to handle. And the last part is communication, which is the public communication. If you see in the last, I was with Jawad a couple of weeks ago, and we were having a conversation, and I'll skip what conversation we were having, but the crux of that communication was that when the communication goes out back into the media, how it needs to be presented, because the companies can literally wipe off if a misinformation gets out there into the social media. Their existence can be questioned at that point in time. So it is very important that the communication, which is the outreach back onto the social media after an incident has happened, depending on which tier it has happened, needs to be properly articulated and communication back. And accordingly, needs to be articulated depending on the severity and sensitivity of the asset that is under discussion.
Thank you, Jafar sir. What I see is a collaboration platform. Initially a manual one, जिसमें लोग अपनी input दे रहे हो. In the banking industry, we've seen that कि हम लोग consume करते हैं कोई भी threat intelligence, लेकिन हम लोग share नहीं करते. तो this cert, I think, will be a platform जहाँ पे हम अपनी threats को share कर रहे होंगे. और share किस तरह से कर रहे होंगे? Normally जो हम email threats या email attacks detect करते हैं, उसमें कोई confidential information नहीं होती. ठीक है? We can start sharing with that with the community. ठीक है? जितना हम share ज़्यादा करेंगे, उतना ही हमें खुद हम consume कर सकेंगे. तो इसके लिए जो क्लासिफिकेशन पे मेरे कुछ दोस्तों ने बात की वो ऐसी है कि ऑलरेडी जो सर्ट्स हैं, एस्टेब्लिश सर्ट्स हैं, वो क्लासिफिकेशन के प्रोटोकॉल यूज़ कर रही हैं। ट्रैफिक लाइट प्रोटोकॉल है जो फर्स्ट ने उसको एस्टेब्लिश किया, उस पर उनका स्पेशल इंटरेस्ट ग्रुप भी है और दे कीप ऑन डेवलपिंग इट। और वो डिफरेंट सर्ट्स जो हैं, स्पेशली सेक्टोरल सर्ट्स जो हैं और जो एक बड़ी बिग सर्ट्स जो हैं वो सारी यूज़ करी। तो क्लासिफिकेशन इज गोना बी इम्पोर्टेंट। वो तब यूज़ होगी जब आपको ऐसी क्लासिफाइड इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर करनी होगी जो किसी एक स्पेसिफिक एंटिटी के साथ होती। Otherwise, most of the attacks which we discover in our environment, even the malware which we discover in our environment, we can share it with the community, and उसमें वो नहीं होगा। और जितनी automation हम इसमें लेके आएंगे, for example, जो threat intelligence हम consume करते हैं, वो अगर ऑटोमेटेड है तो ठीक है, अदरवाइज आपको क्या होता है, मैनुअली ऐड करना पड़ता है। इसी तरह से जो थ्रेड इन्फॉर्मेशन हम शेयर कर होंगे उसमें भी हमें ऑटोमेशन लेके आनी होगी। तो इन द नेक्स्ट स्टेप मेरा ख्याल है इनिशियली तो हम लोग सिर्फ मैनुअली शेयर कर रहे होंगे, लेकिन बट इन द लॉन्ग रन मैं समझता हूँ कि एक ऑटोमेशन उसमें लेके आनी चाहिए और एक सेंट्रलाइज फिनसेट का सॉक होना चाहिए जिसमें वो इन्फॉर्मेशन कंज्यूम हो रही हो और सबके साथ शेयर हो रही हो। थैंक यू।
बहुत शुक्रिया जी। आप सब लोगों के कीवर्ड्स हैं जो रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है। इंशाल्लाह मैं चाहूँगा कि कीवर्ड्स को इंक्लूड एक डॉक्यूमेंट के सूरत में लाएं। ये बड़ा वैल्यूएबल डिस्कशन होगी इसके। ये मेरा आखिरी सवाल होगा और मैं इससे राउंड में चलना चाहूँगा। साथियों, मेरे पास तजर्बा है 20 साल का सर्च से काम करने का। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आई हैव द प्राउड ऑनर ऑफ बीइंग द फाउंडिंग मेंबर ऑफ ओआईसी सर्च। 2005 में तुम्हें याद होगा लिंकाबियाँ बनाई थी उसमें। उसके बाद एपी सर्ट, जेपी सर्ट के साथ बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया है। ये तमाम को जो मेरी ऑब्जर्वेशन है वो ये है कि वो नीचे से ऊपर आए हैं सारे। देयर इज ऑलवेज द एडवांटेज ऑफ टेकिंग अ लेट स्टार्ट। हम ऊपर से नीचे आ रहे हैं। हमारी पहले नेशनल सर्च बन रही है, फिर हम सेक्टोरियल सर्च की बात कर रहे हैं, फिर हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सर्च के ऊपर जाएंगे। मेरा क्वेश्चन आप लोगों से ये है कि यू कांट स्टॉप टाइम इन टेक्नोलॉजी, इट हैज टू कम। आपको अच्छी तरह पता है कि 6G आ चुका है और 7G में रिसर्च हो रही है। ये कोई नेक्स्ट स्टेप नहीं है जो मेरी ऑब्जर्वेशन है कि आप कहेंगे जी 2 से 3G आया, 3 से 4 आया, 4 से 5 जिस दिन ऑन होगा एक ब्रस्ट आ जाएगा आपको, ब्रस्ट। उसके साथ क्या होगा, एआई काम कर रही है। एआई मशीन लर्निंग आपको मेरे से बेहतर पता है, क्रिमिनल्स एआई यूज करेंगे। मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये है कि जो ये फास्ट डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है इसमें मैं 2 थ्रेट्स देख रहा हूँ, मैं सुबह जिक्र किया था इसका। इंडस्ट्री को जो बहुत बड़ा थ्रेट है वो ये है कि IR 4.0 हम समझे ही नहीं अभी तक। 5.0 दुनिया में आ चुका है। हमारी इंडस्ट्री को बहुत बड़ा, आपके बैंकिंग का बड़ा ताल्लुक है इंडस्ट्री के साथ, मैं समझता हूँ उनके सिस्टम लिंक हो गया आपके साथ। तो ये फास्टेस्ट, मैं पहला आपसे शुरू करूँगा, लास्ट टाइम से किया था, आई शुड बी फेयर। तो गुजारिश ये है कि आपसे पांचों साथियों से क्वेश्चन है मेरा कि जो फास्टेस्ट 21st सेंचुरी हम देख रहे हैं, अगले 2-3 साल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है हम सबके लिए। इसके लिए आपने सब ने बात की, कोलैबोरेशंस की, इकट्ठे काम करने की, सब करने की। तो ये जो एक तब्दीली का अमल है कि आप नीचे से नहीं ऊपर आ रहे हैं, अब ऊपर से नीचे आ रहे हैं। अरे गवर्नमेंट अपना काम करेगी, रेगुलेटर्स अपना काम करेंगे, उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया है मेरा ख्याल, जो मेरी ऑब्जर्वेशन है। इस सारे सिनेरियो के अंदर आप एज ए साइबर सिक्योरिटी एक्सपर्ट क्या समझते हैं कि क्या हमें कोई कलेक्टिव एफर्ट करनी चाहिए जो अनाउंस हो कि जी ये ग्रुप ये काम करेगा, या अपनी अपनी एफर्ट करनी चाहिए? ओवर टू
जाफिर साहब, क्वेश्चन बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है। कलेक्टिव एफर्ट्स जो हैं उसका हमेशा फ़ायदा होता है। इंडिविजुअल एफर्ट्स हम लोग कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, और इंडिविजुअल एफर्ट्स में हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अपनी एफर्ट्स कर रही है, लेकिन कलेक्टिव एफर्ट्स, ये सर्ट है ही कलेक्टिव एफर्ट का नाम। इसमें कलेक्टिव एफर्ट्स जो हैं वो डेफिनेटली वो ज़्यादा फ्रूटफुल हैं। और जितनी ज़्यादा, जैसे हमारी नेशनल सर्ट बन रही है, सेक्टोरल सर्ट्स के ऊपर दे स्टार्टेड वर्किंग ऑन, और उसका फ्रेमवर्क वगैरह इस्टेब्लिश हो रहा है बहुत सारी। लेकिन बैंक्स के अंदर, स्पेशली बैंक्स की मैं बात करता हूँ, एक कलेक्टिव एफर्ट करने की रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि बैंक्स जो हैं वो नॉर्मली अगर कोई ब्रीच हो जाता है तो एक कंपेटिटिव एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर रह रहे हैं। लेकिन पाकिस्तान के लिए उसका फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है और उसकी एक वैल्यू है, एक उसकी इम्पोर्टेंस है। अगर कलेक्टिव एफर्ट नहीं होगी बीइंग अ नेशनल अगर हर कोई सोचे कि बीइंग अ पाकिस्तानी है, अगर आप कलेक्टिव एफर्ट नहीं करेंगे तो हमारे जो थ्रेट एक्टर्स हैं वो कोई अटैकर्स नहीं हैं या वो सिंपल हैकर्स नहीं हैं. वी आर फाइटिंग अगेंस्ट नेशन स्टेट एक्टर्स. नॉर्थ कोरियंस जो आपको देखा है जो कि पाकिस्तान की बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री को भी अटैक करते हैं, और माजी में हमने देखा भी है, ऐसा हुआ भी है, और इंटरनेशनली भी जहाँ पे भी उनको मौका मिल रहा है वो कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, तो अगर इस लेवल पे वो इतने हाईटेक लेवल पे आपके ओपोनेंट्स हैं या आपके जो थ्रेट एक्टर्स हैं, तो आपको भी कोलैबोरेट करना चाहिए. कोलैबोरेटिव एफर्ट्स जो हैं वो वही फ्रूटफुल होंगी, और शेयरिंग ऑफ नॉलेज और शेयरिंग ऑफ इंसिडेंट्स विद ईच अदर, ताकि एक जगह पे हुआ है तो दूसरी जगह ना हो. ठीक है, एंड लर्निंग लेसन फ्रॉम देम, फ्रॉम दीज इवेंट्स जो भी होते हैं, सिक्योरिटी इवेंट्स होते हैं, इंसिडेंट्स होते हैं. तो एक कलेक्टिव एफर्ट की डेफिनेटली रिक्वायरमेंट है. और इसमें इवन इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, जैसे फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर के अंदर, मैं कहता हूँ कि इवन फिनटेक्स भी उसका मेंबर बन सकती हैं, और भी जो सिक्योरिटी की कंपनीज हैं पाकिस्तान में जो ऑपरेट कर रही हैं, दे कैन इवन बिकम अ मेंबर. ठीक है, और वो भी एक वैल्यू, दे कैन ब्रिंग वैल्यू टू द जो एक प्लेटफॉर्म है उसके लिए. तो दिस इज माय टेक.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very interesting topic. Collaboration, naturally, undoubtedly, that has to coexist. We have done quite a work independently. Everybody sitting here, and or every entity in its own context and conversation, they have done some amount of work, and we reached a certain level of maturity. However, it is very, very important to take a view how the surface of attack is changing and the vector of attack is changing. Because setting up firewalls, setting up a SOC, setting up a SOAR or an incident response team would not solve the purpose. We need to understand how the surface of attack and vector of attack is changing, and it is continuously changing. You deploy a firewall, the next day he comes from a different gate. You deploy a WAF, he comes at a different way. And this continues. Now take a view, a holistic view, a national view. It's not only FinCEN. Yes, FinCEN will solve a problem of fintechs and the banks itself, but eventually the attack vector at the national level changes whenever there is some event that takes place at a secretarial level or further down below. And this communication and collaborative act needs to go all the way. So that way we will be able to take a holistic view how the national security posture is changing, because these entities at an individual level are making some effort to protect themselves, which will create a different attack surface at a national level. If all of this knowledge base is collaborated and put together, you can then build up a national CERT and a national action plan for safeguarding your national infrastructure. It will also give you a knowledge base, and as they say, the new oil is data. We will be able to then generate a better security posture starting from right at the top. And as you rightly said, we are starting from the top. And this data will help us to take a view that how so we have a geographical threat, which was a very conventional way of looking at things. And now we have a sophisticated threat, which is a cyber threat, which is changing as a landscape is changing, because companies are adopting a security posture, and it will continue to create a new posture. So all of this collaborative act will collapse in one place, and with that knowledge base, we will be able to take a view of how the security positioning and posture at a national level is changing. So there are no two ways about saying that collaboration is the key. Thank you.
जाफी साहब, मैंने कोलैबोरेशन के बारे में तो पिछले अपने बता दिया था. ऐसा की एंड क्रक्स ऑफ द सर्च थिंग, जो सबसे अच्छी बात हुई है, जो हम डिफरेंट टॉक्स के अंदर बात भी करते रहे, कहते भी रहे, स्टोन एट द टॉप. इस वक्त अपार्ट फ्रॉम माई पॉलिटिकल व्यूज, गवर्नमेंट व्यूज जो भी हो सकते हैं, बट उन्होंने एक काम अच्छा किया है कि दे रियलाइज द थ्रेट, दे कम अप विद सम डॉक्यूमेंट के जो एक डायरेक्शन दे रहा है, विद कमिंग अप विद, उन्होंने ये अंडरस्टैंड किया है कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी या इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी, वट एवर नेम यू कॉल्ड, कि इट्स अ थ्रेट, इट्स ये एक इनविटेबल चीज है जिसको हम इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते. इसलिए दे कम अप विद द नेशनल साइबर सिक्योरिटी और पाकिस्तान, जिसको हम काफी अरसे से डिफरेंट उसमें बात भी करते रहे, टोन एट द टॉप सेट हो चुकी है, जिसमें आमिर हाशमी ने भी अपनी टॉक में कहा कि मुझे अप्रूवल्स लेने में आसानी होती है, जब तक पीएम ना बैठे हो काम होता नहीं है। तो टोन एट द टॉप सेट हो गई है, और नीचे अब हम, जैसे मैं आपको अपनी एग्जांपल दे देता हूँ, 2017-18 में वी वर वर्किंग ऑन FinCERT's आइडिया, क्योंकि आगे डायरेक्शन नहीं था, पता नहीं था, तो वो आइडिया दरमियान में शूट डाउन कहीं होता रहा। तो अब वी हैव अ पॉलिसी, वी हैव अ डायरेक्शन, अब हम उस तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। नाउ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट FinCERT ऑन दिस पोडियम। हम ऑफिशियली बात कर रहे हैं, तो एक चीज को रियलाइज कर रहे हैं कि आइंदा ये टू एंड फ्रो वर्टिकल हॉरिजॉन्टल राइट लेफ्ट कम्युनिकेशन होगी, और अब हम इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से दूर नहीं रह सकते। जहां जो कुछ हो रहा है, इट्स अ कोलैबोरेशन। अमेरिकन्स वर्क विद 4i 5i 9i, यू नो इट बेटर। तो मतलब वी हैव टू कोलैबोरेट ऑन दीज थिंग्स एज वेल, अगर हमें अपना इंटरनेशनल पोस्चर बेहतर रखना है। और आई थिंक वी आर ऑन द राइट ट्रैक, आई थिंक सो। और दूसरी, इंडिविजुअल एफर्ट्स तो हम सारे कर रहे हैं, आप कर रहे हैं, हम कर रहे हैं, बट द थिंग इज, जो इस चीज को रियलाइज करे, जिसके पास अथॉरिटी है, दैट्स अ की। वो आगे एक फादरली फिगर लेके चले, तो वो मेरे ख्याल में अब चीजें आहिस्ता आहिस्ता शुरू हो चुकी हैं, ऑटोमेटिकली ड्राइव हो रही हैं। आई थिंक आपने अपना रोल प्ले किया, हम अपना रोल प्ले करते जाएंगे, बाकी जो हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन हैं वो हमसे बहुत बेहतर होंगी। तो आई थिंक आई एम लुकिंग टू दैट थिंग।
I just want to take what Faisal has mentioned about attack surface and attack vector. Uh, from a perspective of CERT and from a perspective of collaboration, these are two important things, because whatever defenses, whatever controls we deploy, these are for either yesterday or today. These are not for tomorrow, because we don't understand how this attack surface and attack vectors are going to be modified. Technology is just evolving every day. Aapne bilkul se mentioned कि on the network side, on the app side, on the fintech side, there are numerous things that are coming in. We don't know what we are going into. So from a collaboration perspective between CERTs and individual organizations, more specifically FIs, I think research is one of the key factors that is going to address both of these factors. Unless until we know what's wrong with the new platforms, what can go wrong with the new platforms, we would not be able to guess what the attack vector is going to be and how much attack surface we are opening with the introduction of new systems into our organization. Similarly, at the very same time, the risk posture of the entire country would deteriorate. If a certain attack happens on one particular organization, that doesn't mean, that, it's an incident for sure, but it doesn't mean that that organization was doing something wrong. It was absence of collaboration, absence of information sharing from both sides. I would suggest that, the resources must be pooled together for this CERT. We have certain individual resources in our capacity where we perform a lot of research for the threats that we believe are applicable to our organization. And similarly, all the other banks are doing that. Fintechs, I'm sure they would be doing the same thing. So if we collaborate all these efforts together, and FinCERT at a sectoral level also does that, then it would be a very holistic picture about the attack surface and attack vectors that are relevant to the financial industry, and that can actually provide a more resilient platform and more resilient environment for everyone to operate here. That's my take on that.
See, I think as the panelists have echoed, it's not an option not to collaborate. This is, if someone thinks we know what the threat is, I will accept that. But if someone says how this threat is going to evolve, I will not accept that, because it's just impossible to figure out. We don't even actually know what the threat is. And for institutions or single entities to put that protection in place, or a sector, will be exorbitantly expensive to the level that they're not going to be able to do it, even for a country. There has to be collaboration. How that collaboration is structured, I'll leave it to the experts, but there's no doubt that there has to be collaboration, whether it's sectoral CERTs, national CERT, some other kind of a global federation. that is to be worked out. But there's no doubt that there has to be collaboration. It's just having this capacity in one place is just virtually impossible. And you can look at some other places where you never imagine they get hacked because they're the center of defenses and they've been hacked. So I think collaboration, there's no getting away from it.
बहुत शुक्रिया जी। मैं इस सेशन को ख़त्म करूँगा एक वाक़या सुना के कि कोलैबोरेशन ना हो तो मुल्क में क्या होता है, क्योंकि मैं साइबर सिक्योरिटी का हिस्सा रहा हूँ, इसलिए मुझे बहुत वाक़यात का इल्म है। एक वाक़या सुनाता हूँ। गूगल ने गूगल बैलून्स लॉन्च किए। मैंने बहुत कोशिश की कि एक हम यहाँ से लॉन्च कर दें, मैं नाकाम रहा उसके लिए। बहुत लोग जानते हैं, बैठे हैं इस बात। चलिए उन्होंने लॉन्च कर दिए तो उसमें से टेस्ट फेज से वो गुजर रहे थे बैलून्स। तो एक बैलून ने अफगानिस्तान से आना था, हमारे पे गुजर के आगे जाना था। तो चिट्ठी लिख दी बैलून गूगल ने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान को, फिर इस तरह गुजरेगा आपके ऊपर से, एयर वायलेशन नहीं है, टेस्टिंग है हमारी। बात ख़त्म हो गई। मुझे इल्म था कि ये हो रहा है, तो मैं चेक करता रहा अपने तौर पे कि अप्रूवल चलेगी या नहीं चलेगी। तो जब मैं देखा कि 4-5 दिन रह गए उस बैलून के क्रॉस करने में, अप्रूवल नहीं गई थी, आई गॉट पैनिक, तो फिर मैंने उस वक्त गूगल के हेड थे उनको कहा कि भाई चेक तो मसला क्या है। तो चेक किया कि जी कोई ग़ालिबन 8 घंटे बाकी थे उस वक्त उस बैलून के गुजरने के पाकिस्तान के ऊपर से। तो एयरफोर्स को अलर्ट कर दिया गया था क्योंकि उन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया था। उन्होंने कहा एलियन कोई चीज़ आ रही है पाकिस्तान की तरफ, तो एयरफोर्स को अलर्ट कर दिया गया तो शूट इट डाउन। जब मुझे फ़ोन किया गूगल के चीफ ने तो उन्होंने कहा कि जी अगर ये शूट डाउन हो गया तो अब चलें, हमारा तो 5 मिनट होगा, नुकसान होगा, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, विल बियर इट। लेकिन हिस्ट्री क्रिएट हो जाएगी कि पाकिस्तान ने अपनी लैक ऑफ कॉपरेशन की वजह से, जो हम जिक्र कर रहे थे, तो गूगल का जो था तो उस वक्त गालिबन रात के 11:30 बजे हुए थे। तो मैं कहा मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ इसमें? उन्होंने कहा जी हमें नहीं पता, हमने आपको बता दिया। मैं कहा I'm तो रॉन्ग मैन, मैं तो कुछ और कर रहा हूँ इस वक्त। हर बार नेशनल इंटरेस्ट काम करना पड़ा। तो फिर हमने पेरेंट हाउस फ़ोन किया, जो भी गवर्नमेंट के चैनल से उनको एक्टिवेट किया। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वो मैसेज कन्वे हो गया एयरफोर्स को कि नहीं भाई जाने दो इसको ऊपर से। तो मैं कभी कभी सोचता हूँ कि अगर वो गूगल का बैलून स्ट्राइक डाउन हो जाता हमारा तो हिस्ट्री में हमारा नाम कहाँ आता। आप सब लोगों का बहुत शुक्रिया, मैं अपने पेरेंट्स का शुक्रिया अदा करूँगा। ये सब मेरे दोस्त हमने कहते जी प्लीज रफी शाह, you want to say anything? जी please.
Just a brief comment, in fact, on the conclusion, because I think there's an elephant in the room which we somehow missed. Is the structure of a FinSat, how the FinSat would be looking, structured. In fact, if you see Russia, there are like 800 financial institutions affiliated with their FinSat only. India has recently, last like 3-4 years, they have constituted their FinSat as a separate company, independent of their financial, body, which is looking after their banking sector. So there are 4 components: the banking sector cert, the insurance cert, the security cert, and then the pension certs are all collaborating. So I think this discussion need to be just pushed further and harder so that we can have this kind of a consensus that how this sectoral certs will look like and how they will work. As I mentioned before, कि वो जो cert rules हैं वो overall एक governance structure तो मुल्क में enable कर देंगे कि how the sectoral certs will talk to each other, but what will be the structure of a sectoral cert within the sector? This need to be, I think, spelled out somehow with more conviction, and I'm sure and confident that the sectoral regulators are empowered enough and that they'll be leveraging those organizational structures which can enable the technology and the processes to roll out.
बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। मैं एक कमेंट करूंगा आपकी बात पे कि if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. हम में से कोई भी part of the problem नहीं बनना चाहेगा। अगर आप भी कोई जवाब देना चाहे रफी साहब की बात करते प्लीज।
जी रफी, आपने बड़ा वेल पॉइंटेड ये क्वेश्चन था या सजेशन थी। बहरहाल वी आर वर्किंग ऑन द सेम ग्राउंड्स। तकरीबन हमने जो मैंने पहले भी बताया था कि वी हैव स्टडीड FinCerts 2-3 years बैक। हमने अपनी तमाम सजेशंस एज अ सेक्टर स्टेट बैंक के साथ शेयर भी कर ली हैं और टू एंड फ्रो कम्युनिकेशन भी हो रही है अमंग आवरसेल्व्स। तो आई थिंक हमारे यहाँ इस चीज पे काफी सीरियस एफआई सेक्टर के अंदर भी विद इन रेगुलेटर भी काफी सीरियस थिंकिंग है और इंशाल्लाह ये चीजें मेरे ख्याल में आपको हम बताते भी रहेंगे और आगे चीजें भी चलती भी रहेंगी और मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से पैटर्नेज भी डेफिनेटली रहेगी। वी आर डूइंग ऑन द सेम ग्राउंड्स।
just like to add रफ़ी that जब जिस ज़माने की बात कर रहे हैं जवाद, उसमें हमने स्टार्ट किया था फ्रॉम द वेरी स्कोप एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द सर्ट and we are talking about FinCert, and then it cascaded down to the level of services कि क्या क्या services FinCert provide करेगी और वो किस तरह से modus operandi क्या होगा उसका, उस provision का, services का, and then there was a phase 2 or step 2 of this FinCert जिसमें वो advanced threat hunting के ऊपर भी उन्होंने कोई काम करना था. So all of that was reviewed, and I think the same is being proposed again to State Bank, and we're hopeful that they're going to come back to us very soon on that.
I couldn't agree more. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And certs or any other constructs, they're all built on the threat of it's cybersecurity, the threat of hacking or ransomware or malware or whatever it might be. And this threat, this reality has to be, it needs to be part of the culture. It needs to be, it's not kabhi nahi hoga. It doesn't matter. It's just when will it happen? Guaranteed it's going to happen, whether it's to me or to someone else, etc. And building this up prevents the emergency response. So we need to focus on being in a place where we need an emergency response. We want to prevent the emergency response. So the more information and intel we have up front, the stronger our defenses we can put up, so we don't have to go to emergency response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just add very quickly, I think I would just pick up a thread from Jawad and Maad where they left. The financial industry, I think they've taken it very seriously even in the past. I recall, not to be judged on my age because when I make a cross reference, just to be on the lighter note, but back in
I know your age very well.
But I recall at the organizational level, we had the certs back in the early 2000s. And these were religiously being followed since that time. And very recently, I think regulator has taken it up very seriously. One of the outcome that has been seen as the CISO role, which was at earlier part of the banking was not there, was created and was identified as a key personnel. That was number one. Subsequently, and very recently, the regulator has set up a collaborative forum, and to bring in the change, they went this far that they brought the CIOs and the CISOs collaboratively together under that umbrella, just to make sure that there is no verticalization, rather than there is a collaboration on that forum. So they brought the CIO and the CISO under the same forum to create that collaborative cert in the fintech. And now they're pushing it for the other license holders of fintechs as well as EMIs, PSPs, PSOs to be part of that platform as well. So I would say, I think, as they say, the journey continues. It's infinite journey. Every time we reach the destination, all we define is that is a maturity curve that we have reached. We stop there, we breathe, and then we go along. So it's a long way to go. But yes, we have progressed well, I would say.
Thank you.
So kind. मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगा कि to bring the change, you have to be part of the change. ये अभी recently कहा है ब्रिटिश प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने, अभी एक महीने पहले, कि to bring the change, you have to be doing the part of change. And last motivation फिक्रा, इकबाल ने कहा था कि नए सुबह शाम पैदा कर, नया ज़माना है, नए सुबह शाम पैदा कर. हमें सबको मिलके नए सुबह शाम पैदा करने हैं. हर आने वाला दिन, हर आने वाला सूरज हमें एक नया चैलेंज दे रहा है. अल्लामा इकबाल ने यह भी कहा था कि वो शख्स जिंदा नहीं है जिसके पाँव से आग नहीं लगी भी. तो वो प्लीज जो कुछ इन्होंने डिसीजन किया है, इट हैज बीन वेरी वैल्यूएबल. मैं आप सबको शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. इंशाल्लाह इस 17 तारीख को गालबन इस्लामाबाद में एक इवेंट हो रहा है. लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू सी ऑल ऑफ यू देयर 17 तारीख को. बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों को. खुदा हाफिज़.
Thank you all the panelists for an amazing discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's event. Hope you enjoyed the day-long, very informative discussions. See you all next year at the 20th iteration of this event. Enjoy your lunch, which is sponsored by Touchpoint, and don't forget to visit the exhibition as well. I thank you all once again for attending this session. Lunch has been served in the marquee hall.